All right, I'm back, Ootsicle. Are you there?
Okay, I am back.
Okay, so the
Sorry, I was on the phone with my mom.
Oh, you're fine. The starting soon is up now.
Yeah, I just got hit with a commercial because the channel went live and it was loud as hell. Alright. Let's see here. Okay. Do we know what matchup you're going to put on stream yet?
Oh, yeah. So, it's escalating hostilities.
Okay. And do we know what pair you're going to put on yet, or are you waiting to figure that out?
It's Jesse versus...
Oh, what is your chase
And is the plan just Jesse versus the Harlequins, right? Harlequins versus
versus Adrian.
Yeah. Okay. And you're just doing it by pure seeding, right?
Just how BCP does it.
Okay. For sure. Yeah, I think it's all how it would have been yesterday. Yeah, the seeds. All right, cool, interesting. All right, and then it's just like single elimination, right? Essentially,
exactly.
So you have a winner. Okay, perfect. Love it. Love it. All right, cool. Yeah, like I said, I'll definitely be here for the first round. I might have to bounce. I'm pretty sure I'm gonna have to bounce because I'm pretty sure a family of mine is gonna be showing up here at like 12:30. But that's why I was on the phone, because my family's insane and nobody can just give me a straight answer about what's happening and when. But yeah. So.
Fair.
But like I said, I mean, between yourself, Alec, I mean, I guess Kellen's there. He was jumped on the mic for a moment, but like, you got a ton of people there that know the game. Janice, I mean, I don't know if they want to cast or if they just want to drink and hang out, but you got people there who know the game who can definitely. Because Shane's not going to be here today; he's got work today. So.
Yeah, Ryan will.
Oh, Ryan's going to jump on. Nice. Okay.
Yes.
Cool. Dope. But yeah, that should be cool. Harlequins and Comorites, dude. People will be stoked to see the Comorites, that's for sure.
Yeah, definitely.
See what they
do. I should definitely not be on stream because my fucking voice.
Your voice is gone. Yeah. Well, I think we're live right now. People are talking to us. So, what's up, everybody? How's it going? Good morning. This is your boy Oodsicle from the Killzone Discord, and I'm on the other side of it is Sheldon, Kill Team Stream himself, getting set up down there.
A raspy
in Vegas.
Sheldon.
Yeah. Apparently, late Kill Team After Dark went really after dark. So yeah.
I got people here needing to sign in, so.
Okay. Take care of business. Take care of business. All right, guys. So, good morning. I am here. I got my big old cup of coffee again. I got some Noosa yogurt. There's shout out. They're not a sponsor, but Noosa yogurts, the tits. I love it. Okay. Let's see what we got here. I'm checking out the stream. So we are gonna be running today with the top 8 from the Kill Team Las Vegas Open 2022 Championships, live from Las Vegas, Nevada. We are going to have Adrian and his Harlequins versus Jesse and his Comorites. That is what is going to be on stream. That is the 1 seed in Adrian and his Harlequins versus Jesse, the 8 seed and his Comorites. So you guys are going to see some compendium action, right? Yesterday, a lot of people, we saw 3 matches in a row of Warp Coven versus Vet Guard, and the first one was Warp Coven versus Pathfinders. So you guys got your fill of Warp Coven yesterday. We're trying to change it up a little bit. Also, it happens to be the 1 versus the 8, the biggest upset possible. So here we go. We're going to get something good. It is on escalating hostilities. Now, this is interesting to me because you have these Harlequins who obviously like to jump in and out, do their little shooty nonsense, do all their tricks in combat, all kinds of sneaky stuff. But you have 2 teams here, if he's running Witches, which I have to imagine he brought Witches, who are going to get into it when these objectives get scaled down. If everything's not already dead by then, But in turns 3 and 4, they'll be only like the center objectives essentially. So how this one works is at the start of the second turn, they eliminate one of the outside objectives on each side. At the start of the third turn, or the end of the third turn, I'd have to double check it, you guys. I should know this. It's right in front of me. All right, so the end of the first and second turning point for each objective, friendly operatives. No, wait, hold on. That's here we go. At the end of the third and fourth turning point, you score 2. Yeah. So it's okay. So it's at the end of the second and third initiative phases, starting with the player who has initiative. Each player removes the objective marker that is closest to their drop zone. So essentially these outside ones you see on the left and the right of your screen right now will be eliminated by the time you get to the third turning point. So in the third turning and fourth turning point, each of those objective markers is worth 2 VP. So things get kind of out of control. So but it forces everybody to the center of the map, and you're going to see some real potential shenanigans with witches versus harlequins in there. You're going to see some combat for sure, and yeah, it's going to be interesting here. I like this mission, but let's talk about some of the other matchups going on. So there will be Chris Bocci, your number 2 seed, versus David Carpaccio, your number 7 seed. We're going to have Ace and his Vet Guard versus Timothy and his Harlequins. We're going to have Ryan Wilfong versus Chris Biranid 40K and his Pathfinders. That should be a good one. That's another rematch for yesterday. That was Biranid's first game of the day, not against Wilfong, but against Carpaccio. But he got exposure to those Warp Coven, and now he will be in a rematch versus them now. So that should be interesting to see. Obviously, we won't be watching that one on stream, but we will get information about it. This is single elimination today, you guys. So, basically, if you're in it, you're in until you lose, basically. And if you lose, you're out. So half of these guys are going to be gone after the first round, and we're going to be down to 4, and then we'll go down to 2, and then we'll have our grand championship. So essentially there'll be 3 rounds today, is what you're looking at. So, but yeah, we got some exciting stuff happening. I believe I am just being joined. Let me double check here. Who's with me? Oh, it is Ryan from Command Point. Good morning, Ryan. How are you doing?
Hey, Udes. I'm doing good. How are you?
I'm doing great. I guess it's afternoon for you. East Coast.
Yeah, it's 1 o'clock in the afternoon over here.
Yeah, awesome. Glad to have you along. I was just going over what the matchups are. We are going to have on stream, we are going to have Adrian and his Harlequins versus Jesse and his Comorites. I'm not sure how closely you followed along yesterday, but we had the top 8 was 2 Harlequins, 2 Warp Coven, 2 Vet Guard, a Comorites, and 1 Pathfinders. So
yeah,
that is our top 8. Pretty spicy stuff. We saw a lot of Warp Coven versus Vet Guard on stream yesterday. We're starting off the stream with something completely different. No Warp Coven, no Vet Guard. Yeah, so.
Yeah, no, I was looking at these top 8s this morning just to try and get myself caught up to speed, and very interesting. I was super stoked to see that Jesse had managed to squeeze in here.
Yeah. Now, do you have any info on Jesse? He was a completely I think it said Berkeley Gaming next to him yesterday, so I assume he's from the Bay Area.
Yeah, I would assume so too. I don't know anything about Jesse personally. I've never seen his name come out, but but the fact that he's taken Comorites this deep in at an event of this scale is awesome. Me and I know Shane as well too. We feel very I guess, we've been talking about how good we think Comorites are, and a lot of people are saying, oh, the faction's not really that good, but I'm just stoked to see them here.
Yeah.
In a top 8.
Absolutely. There was a lot of people saying that on Discord yesterday too about how surprised they were. And the thing is, we had Kellen Foster on Discord, who he was running novitiates this weekend, but he ran them for a while on TTS, and he was having some real success with them. They were a pretty strong faction, right? Comorites coming out of the compendium. They don't have the same great tricks that Harlequins do or that the Nids do, but they've got some good guns. They've got the ability to do shooting and melee with the witches and the Abelites, they've definitely got some play. I just think with all these bespoke teams coming out, obviously they don't have the same level of play or the same level of shenanigans. But I'm very excited to see him get in. He was right on the bubble because his wins. I think he had a 10 win, a 10 win. I think he had one loss, and then he had like a 13 win or something. Like he was right there on the bubble. Some very low scoring. So. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what he does against the Harlequins, who came in first with an 18 and 18, I think a 14 and a 16 or something like that. So in their wins, so some very high scoring for these Harleys.
Yeah, for sure. And Harleys, I think, are the superior team, just because they're both Eldari teams. They both kind of have like fancy movement shenanigans and stuff like that. But the Harlequins with like Domino Field and all the other tricks they have, their melee capabilities, the 3 APL, I think it really puts them over the top here. So in this matchup, I'm going to give the edge to Adrian and his Harlequin troop.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, the 3 APL, and you're still at 8 models, right? Where I think the Drukhari only get up to, the Comorites only get up to 10. Is it 5 in each, or is it maybe like 12? I'd have to double check.
I believe it's 5 in each, so you could do. I would assume he's probably going to bring out 5 witches, 5 Comorites.
Yeah, the Cabalites. Yeah, for sure.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, those weapons are super powerful. Obviously, as you mentioned, domino fields and certain things like that make it difficult to shoot up some Harlequins on this map. But we are playing escalating hostilities. So I was mentioning earlier, we're going to see turn 3 and 4, whatever's still alive is going to get real involved in the center of the map.
Where are you from?
Yeah, absolutely.
Berkeley? You know Berkeley?
No. But yeah, so he's from Games of Berkeley, so he's from the Berkeley area. You can hear him on stream talking a little bit right now. So yeah, kind of out of nowhere, very exciting. Love to have new blood into the game, especially with this edition. We're very young. The more people we can get in, the better. Yeah, just really exciting stuff, dude. I'm excited to be here. I'm going to be here for at least the first game. I might have to leave you after that, but I don't know exactly what's going on down there in Vegas. But I know they have like Janice, Alec. They've got some super smart kill team people that they might be able to throw on with you.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I have to go, but yeah. Very exciting stuff here. Yesterday was Shane and I were sitting here on the edge of our seat. We had Tim Futter on the phone. He was our man on the ground, our sidelines reporter. He was trying to feed us into what was going on in that final round because it was just so close. Both Ace and Wilfong had a tie in the 3rd round, and so if either one of them lost in the 4th round with how well they were doing, they would have been out. So that was really exciting. We were waiting on news from Biernid's game. He was also at a 2-1 situation, so he had to win his final game. One of the last games was between Emmanuel and his commandos. He was 2-1, and then Ace and his vet guard, who was 2-0-1 with the tie. So it was just, there was some really, really tight stuff. But here's our top 8. We got them, and we're in for a big day at Kill Team. And at the end of the day, we are going to have a newly crowned LVO champion. Nobody here has a chance of getting their 2nd win. So this is brand new. Obviously, it's a new version of the game, but no Michael Holy. Yeah, we're going to see what's up today. So it's going to be exciting.
Yeah.
No Alex Admech either, who was in he played Big Hammer this weekend. So he was not here. He won SoCal Open just recently, but also before that, he was in the grand finals of the last LVO. So, and he's not here today. So we got some new blood, obviously. We have two Spaniards in here today, 2 Spanish players, which is really, really exciting. And, I love that this is going global, essentially.
Yeah, I was really interested to see. I had heard that some Spanish players were coming over for LVO, and I was interested to see how they would perform. And I believe is Fernando one of those players?
Yes, Ace. Ace is the top player
Gotcha.
on ITC. He's on the Discords. He's a very active player. He's the top on ITC. And then I believe Carpaccio is also up there, and he's the top Warp Coven player on ITC at the moment. And then of course we have our highest ITC is Ryan Wilfong for the states here in
Yep.
this equation. But yeah, no, these Spanish players came in and they did not disappoint. Right? You know, the Spanish scene is really big. They're very active. They're very competitive, as we've seen. You know, we've had some of these international competitions. They have a lot of competitions themselves, and I was excited. They had okay. I see. I think Lazarus is trying to claim Adrian again, but I think Shane was saying yesterday that he lives in the States. He plays in the States, so he's one of ours. Maybe I got mixed up with another player, but yeah. So Lazarus is saying Adrian is one of the Spanish as well. So there you go. I mean, it's exciting stuff, and it's really cool to see this kind of international thing. And you know, hopefully at future major events we can have kind of this sort of thing too. Okay, saying he is Spanish, so but we can have this kind of international thing like that. That makes it so much more exciting, right? Maybe some of the British players will come over next year too, right? We're getting to hopefully we'll get to that level as the game continues to grow and evolve with these new teams coming in, and you know. Obviously, Warhammer 40K numbers are hard to match. I think they had like 1,000 entrants this year at LVO, but you know, the
That's insane. Oh
the
my
more we
goodness.
can put a spotlight on this game, the better. I know, right? The better.
Yeah.
And I love that it's crossing over with the different communities here today. This is like it's really exciting, and maybe we can get some of the guys down from Canada for the next major stuff too. I know you guys got a bunch of people showing up at KTO next month, which sounds
That's
super
right.
awesome.
Yeah, that event's gonna be awesome. Just all kill team all the time. Shane and I are gonna be going down there. Shane's gonna be playing. I'm just going to be helping out with organizing and stuff.
Yeah.
But the games there are gonna be streamed as well, so make sure to tune in for that. Right here on Kill Team stream, it's gonna be a fun time.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. So these players are showing off their models. I see some witches there on that display plate that he had, or metal tray that he had there. So we are going to see some witches involved. I didn't see any Cabalites, but he probably has some. Oh yeah, I think there are some there if I can see. It's kind of hard from this angle, but yeah. So the players are getting organized, getting set up. We will have Adrian and his Harlequins versus Jesse and his Comorites. And on escalating hostilities here. So we are getting set up. Looks like some tac ops there on the side of the board. We're getting close. Yes, we can get that done. Let's see here.
Get the roofs taken off the towers.
Yeah, they did it. They did it yesterday too.
Lots of Spanish fans in chat. Yeah, Spain is dominating this tournament right now. If I do say so.
Oh no, they showed up, dude. I love it. I love it. And yesterday there was such great like gamesmanship between them all. I know when Ace played Ryan, which was a really close game, and they had their tie. They shook hands. Ace was making a point of how Ryan's kind of famous in the Spanish scene because he's up there as far as the ITC rankings go and stuff, and just just really awesome stuff. So yeah. No, really cool. Love it. I'm looking forward to this. We spoke about it yesterday. More information will be coming out soon, but there's going to be an international tournament. There's going to be a Canadian team, a U.S. team, England team, Britain team, and then a Spanish team, and we're going to have some matches coming up for that. Those will be on TTS, of course, because we're not flying all around the world to play Kill Team. Sadly, not yet, but yeah, so... good stuff.
Yeah, that'll be awesome. So, looks like they're still going over the rosters here. Or I think they must be assigning equipment by now.
Okay, so my troops.
All right.
Without the Mohawk. Okay, so these trees, they have grenades. Okay.
Yeah.
I can use this token if you prefer it. Yeah. Because I don't have nothing for
the rubber bands, yeah.
Yeah, sorry.
Those are cool.
But this is So in the troops that they don't have the Mohawk.
All right, so I have asked about the canopies. We're going to see, and we're affixing at Craft Worlds to Comrades here, so everybody is aware of what's actually on the board.
Runners, the Mohawks are
Concede
regular
and
troops without the
deployment. Yeah, we
queen.
haven't had one of those in a while.
Yeah, not since. Oh, jeez.
Yeah, and I don't think in this version of the game you're ever going to see that. There's been some swingy
Thank
stuff
goodness.
with how some of these missions turned out. But yeah, no, that's a classic meme for us for sure.
Yeah, what a throwback. I don't even remember. That was so long ago. Oh
Yeah,
my
well,
gosh.
I know, right? Well, it was so long ago, but it wasn't. But it was time and pandemic, and
I am still processing the year
Yeah.
of 2020. I don't
Yeah,
know about you guys out
oh.
there, but it is not 2022 for me.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely same. It might as well be 2023. You could tell me it was 2025. Like, time just makes no sense to me right
Time
now.
is a flat circle,
Yeah. So,
whatever the heck that means.
but yeah, 'cause that was like spring of 2020. I think that was a long. I mean, not a long time ago, but almost realistically 2 years ago. You know.
Yep.
But it feels just like yesterday.
Yeah, the context for that, for people who don't know, we were running a tournament over TTS, I believe, and one of the players, this game was not like filmed or recorded or anything, so it just like it's almost like an urban myth in the Kill Team TTS community. But they both deployed their kill teams, and one of them was just like, okay, I'm gonna concede, and everybody was pressing the player who conceded. They're like, why did you concede? And he's like, I just messed up bad in deployment, and he was just gonna get it, and I wasn't gonna be able to do anything to stop him.
Yeah,
And it's just
mind
like,
you,
all right.
the other context for this was that he had just barely, I think, bumped somebody to make top 8. This was a top 8 game, and he had just barely like inched out ahead of somebody else to make top 8. And then his first game in top 8, he essentially just got like the other guy essentially just got a bye because he just conceded before the game even really began. So it was quite the event.
Yeah. Time is no longer linear, only delineated by FAQ releases. That is so true. Oh, that is so true, man.
But at the same time, it just shows you how like time makes no sense anymore because people are like, we need it. I'm like, we're only 5 months into the game and we've already had like 2 or 3. That's more than we got in years of the old version. You know what I mean? Like people are just, but it's also we're just playing so much because of the state.
Oh no!
Thing, so.
Glass Half Dead is in chat and he says, conceded in deployment. That was my regular kill team partner.
Oh gosh.
Oh jeez.
Good times. Good times.
Yes, all hail the new king of kill team meta, Craft Worlds. Yep, that's right. Shane and I were wrong. Craft Worlds are here in the top 8.
Yeah,
no, not really. It's the Comrades, guys. It's Comrades. We're working on getting that graphic fixed.
Yeah, I'm gonna make a quick call to Sheldon and see if I can't get it changed here.
Sure. So it looks like they've finished setting up their barricades and they have moved on into deployment here.
You have fun yesterday?
Oh yeah, it was good. It was tough.
Yeah, right?
I lost. I mean, I won some of the matches where you can fit through here, right?
No.
No? And it bumped it just a little bit.
Yes.
All right, so you have some pre-measuring going on, making sure that models can fit through gaps in between the barricades.
Yeah,
Definitely something to be cognizant of during these early stages of the game. You don't want to accidentally short yourself a circle of movement with any of your models, especially when you're playing against either of these teams. Really, they're so fast moving. You got to try and keep pace with them.
Yeah, well, Harlequins obviously don't have that issue.
Yep.
They can fly over everything. Of great benefit. I've seen a lot of Harlequin players choose the. I mean, obviously, Recon's great for them. They can jump out and get a grenade toss. We saw that day 1 in the pods. But I've seen a lot of Harlequin players too will go with the with the extra barricade because it just creates issues for their opponent that don't exist for themselves.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't know about you, but my experience so far with this version is, gosh, I wish I didn't place that barricade there. And it's too late at this point. It's basically like almost every single game. I'm like, yeah, you know what? These look good. I like where they're at. And then halfway into turn 1 or turn 2, I'm like,
Why did I do
put
that?
there? Yeah, exactly,
Yeah.
exactly. Yeah. So.
I tend to play a little bit more defensively, I feel like, in this edition as compared to
Yeah.
the last one. And so I pretty much, my strategy when it comes to barricade deployment is just throwing them down somewhere where it's just gonna serve as like another piece of cover while I move up onto an objective,
Yeah.
or I'm like placing it on an objective itself just to like help kind of protect a model out there trying to score me those points.
Yeah.
Haven't really gotten too fancy with like the movement impeding tactics that you can pull off, but I know that that's something that a lot of
Oh yeah.
high level players do. I've seen Matt H do it before. Some of these maps where like the terrain is really close to the edge, you can really just kind of gum it up in there just by
Oh yeah.
throwing it right there, and it blocks off like the whole hallway.
Yeah, there's some places actually on this deployment, and they haven't done it here, but there's some places where you can like put both your barricades and just make it all but impossible for people to get over because each one is traversable, so they'd have to spend 2 circle to get over them to get through like a passageway, which is just absolutely insane. So yeah, there is a lot of little interesting things that can be done with barricades. Some people have spent more time figuring out how to gum up the works with barricades than they have about the rules of their own team. It's been eye-opening in some of the tournaments that we've run on TTS where somebody's like, well, like we had somebody concede, I think like turn 2 or something like that because they were like, well, I can't get to like anything because of the way this was set up. So we have, not deployment, but we have had some people concede. Mind you, it's a lot easier to concede a game on TTS when you're not spending all the money to travel and have a hotel or anything like that.
True.
Yeah.
And here we'll go.
All right, so I think we're still setting up in deployment here.
Yep.
Looks like he's just measuring out his models, making sure that none of them are like really too close together for any potential blast keywords to really pop off on his frontline models there. That always feels bad.
Yeah, that happened a few times over the weekend so far. Matt H versus the Vet Guard of Ace yesterday. He had some Zangors set up in where he thought might have been safe, and a frag grenade came up. And a frag grenade, mind you. And it took out both of his Zangors turn 1, just right off the bat. Just lost him. Obviously, there are little things like that. Like I said, I was saying the other day, one of my first games was Comrades versus Harlequins, and I played against Kellen Foster, and he ran up and lobbed a grenade at like 4 of my guys turn 1 that were all huddled together behind something, and I was like, oh, okay, this is a thing in this edition. Got it. And you know what I mean? You can't set up like that anymore.
I recently played a game. I was playing Commandos against Wormblade.
Oh, okay.
And you know how the Wormblade, they have that ploy where you can just like set up a guy wherever, basically.
Set up 2 guys, I think up to 2 guys within. I think it's within 5 inches of your deployment or 6 inches of your deployment. But
it's 6 inches of the deployment. My opponent was able to get it up on a vantage point, and was able to just lob a grenade with a grenade launcher across the map and kill my Squig, my Burna Boy, and almost kill my my Commando Grot and my
I gotta stop you right here. The Squig? You ran the Squig?
Oh yeah, I don't have the other Commando from the kit built yet.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say
I've been working on some other projects, but he's so cute, man.
He is. He's very cool, but they have done everything in their ability to make it so you can't use him. You can't conceal him. You can't forward deploy him with the tactic. You can't, there's just so many things that make it so difficult to use. And with his low number of wounds, it's not like they made him tankier to help get him up the field or anything. Like, they just They made it so he's almost impossible to use in a competitive game. I wish he was more viable, even in some circumstances, but he really just isn't.
Yeah, he's definitely a one and done model. He's literally there to die, and hopefully when he dies, he takes something with him. But more often than not, in my experience, he has failed spectacularly. But
Yeah.
it is what it is. It was a more casual game anyway,
Oh, no.
so
For
no
sure,
big
for
deal.
sure. Like you said, you hadn't made the boy. I understand. Everybody's got to. You got to try to make it work. I understand. I just was surprised when I heard squig because I haven't seen a squig on the table in a while. Because most people figured out that it is pretty much impossible to run competitively. So.
Mm-hmm.
So some more measuring going on. So it does look like the Comorites are going to be your defenders, as they have set up first here, and your Harlequins will be the attackers.
Like the Harlequins are getting put down now.
Yeah. And actually, of teams that can do grenades, obviously they can't fly like the Harlequins, but Comorites have a little bit of that as well because they get you can do a recon and then you can spend the CP for a free dash for your entire team.
Yep.
So even with the 2 APL, they can then dash, move, toss grenades. So they have that little trick in their pocket as well. I don't think we'll see it here, but I do see a relatively straight line that could be taken.
This is interesting because I feel like a lot of the more casual kill team players, the new measurement gauges that have come out with this edition of Kill Team. Oh, okay. It looks like we lost Uzical for a second there, but.
Oh, I think it's my internet then. It's not the other way around. I thought the. Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, not sure what's going on, but my internet bounced out for a moment. So.
Okay. Well, you're back now, but yeah, as I was saying, Uds, how the new measurement gauges and stuff have come out for this new edition of Kill Team.
Yes.
It's interesting at this top level of Kill Team, we still see players with measurement tape, like the 40K, standard measurement tape, and I don't know. I just think that's interesting that at this top level, a lot of the more casual players should reconsider. I don't need the measurement tape. Pre-measuring and just spatial awareness in this game is very, very important at the top level. So, don't leave your tape measure at home just because, you got your measurement tools.
Yeah. A lot of people that I've talked to that I would consider like rather, top players and things like that, a lot of them really do like that tool simply for the close measurements. It's a lot easier to fit that tool between models to check for blast range or to check a quick dash over, something or that kind of thing. But yeah, you're right. For the larger measurements, it is important to okay. So it looked like the tape measure is better for those long measurements. We just saw the reveal. It looked like the Harlequins chose 3 for the scouting phase, and the Comorites chose 2. I believe that's what I saw. So
yeah.
So there goes.
There's that free dash.
Yep.
Okay, so.
It looks like we've got a pretty healthy measure of mixed conceal and engage orders on both of these teams.
It looks like full engage on the Harlequin side to me, and I assume
yes.
domino field though. So.
Strategic ploys. I have initiative, so I'll do.
Saludos a mi hermano Fer.
Oh, did the camera view swap and I just didn't notice? Maybe.
On the stream, it's opposite of us.
Yes. Okay. Gotcha.
Yep. Takes a little getting used to. I have 2 screens, so I can double check myself before.
Yeah, I do too. I just haven't noticed. All right. So the mission today is escalating hostilities.
Yes.
For those of you who don't know how this mission works, this is the one where starting in turn 2, each player is going to, and correct me if I'm wrong, Uds, They're going to select an objective marker that is closest to their deployment zone, and they are going to remove it from the table. So this game mode basically forces both players to put all of their models closer and closer to the center of the board if they want to stay scoring on those primary objectives.
It's all an extra inch.
Yep, that is the name of the game. You choose which one you remove, so you can, if one looks scarier than the other, like let's say there's too many Harlequins towards this side of the board, the Comrades could choose to eliminate that one and keep the one that's more secure in their corner up there with more models, which I think is kind of the route that they're both going with how they've deployed, right? They plan to maybe eliminate that flank where they only have 2 models on the bottom side of the board, as compared to a bulk of their forces are on this upper side of the board. But we'll see how it all comes down. You were mentioning playing more defensively, right? And that's what we saw a lot of yesterday until our final game between Ryan and Carpaccio. And Ryan with his Vet Guard, he took 3 gunners. He had the Plasma, the Melta, and the Grenade Launcher. He made an insane play with his demo guy. He had his sniper out there firing and stuff. He went full offensive, which I hadn't really seen with the Vet Guard. And really took that game over very, very quickly with his offensive strategy. In this one, because things are worth more in the later rounds, I assume maybe we'll see a little bit of defensive play, and then that 3rd and 4th round are just going to really heat up in the center of the board.
I think for both of these teams, you need to be aggressive early on. If I'm being honest, you need to score both of those points from your closer objectives, but you really need to set yourself up for success in turns 2 and 3, and especially in those final rounds when the 2 center objectives basically become worth 2 victory points apiece for those rounds. You really need to control the center of this battlefield like turn 2.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
Both of these teams are super fast moving. Both of them have great melee capability, so there will be a scrum in the middle of this board, and it's going to be close. It's going to be close here.
Yeah. Now, how do you feel about the melee capabilities of both teams? Obviously, we know what Harlequins are capable of. Probably people a little bit less knowledgeable about the Comrades, but they do have some interesting tactics that can help them out in melee. Let them, I think, double fight and double activate. I think if one of their guys dies, I believe. I'm trying to pull it up right now. I haven't played them in a while, right? This isn't a team that we normally see. I did a little bit of research last night, but I don't remember these names. There's too many teams and too many tactics to follow with. I think we're already well over the number of teams that we had in the last edition with the compendium and the bespoke teams. Now we've got a lot going on, but let's see here. It is so there's Power from Pain, which is when an enemy operative is incapacitated before it is removed from the kill zone, select one ready friendly comrade operative. That enemy operative is within 6 inches of and visible, and then they get to activate, add 1 to its APL, and they can perform shooter fight actions twice. So Power from Pain could be really big here, right? You get in with one guy, you kill a Harlequin, and then you can activate this and activate a second model coming in who can fight twice with an extra APL. Or shoot twice if you have the blast pistol or something like that. So we could see some interesting plays with that. Obviously, the Harlequins have their double strike. If you get a crit, you can swing twice before the other player gets to put in one of theirs, which with some of these weapons, you could effectively take out a 7-wound model with 2 hits and not take a single hit back on that melee, which melee is one of the scariest things in this edition because it's not you fight, then you have to take your turn and you fight. It's if I decide to fight you, we're both taking swings.
Yeah, melee is one of those things in this edition where it is a give and take for both players. Like, you can be a great melee team, but you need to consider, okay, how much damage can I afford to take on this model in this turn by charging into melee? So it's like Harlequins fortunately have a lot of things that can. Well, I say fortunately for the Harlequins. They have a lot of things that are helpful in protecting them, because they do have 8 wounds, which is a good bracket to be at. They do have a 4-up invulnerable save, and then, like you were saying before, they have those great ploys to help keep them alive longer. The Comorites, they do have some tactical ploys.
You're recycling your.
I expect to see agile gladiators in this matchup at least twice from the Comorites player. So what this strategic ploy does is until the end of the turning point, each time a friendly witch operative fights in combat and they resolve successful hit step of that combat, each time your opponent strikes with a normal hit, you can roll 1d6. On a 4-up, you treat that strike as a parry instead. And in addition, each time a friendly witch operative performs any kind of move, it can move around, across, and over other objectives and their bases as if they were not there, but must finish the move following all requirements specified by that move. It cannot finish its move on top of any other operatives or their bases, just like any other move, really.
Yeah.
It can ignore the first circle of distance it travels when climbing, traversing, and dropping, and it automatically passes jump tests. That last bullet point right there, not really an
I was
issue
gonna say-
on this terrain at
I
all.
was gonna say,
But
very
you
exciting.
get a lot out of this strategic ploy.
Yeah, most definitely. Yeah, the jumping thing is interesting. We haven't really seen a lot of that in the layouts that we've been playing with, but it could factor in moving forward. Obviously, for the Harlequins, it doesn't matter because they just fly.
Yep.
But yeah, Agile Gladiators is great. Fleet gives them that free dash if they're doing a normal move. They also have another one, I believe, that allows for the they can do something where is that the one that allows them, which one is the one that allows them to parry attacks? I think they have one like that turns regular hits into parries if they roll
So that is the Agile Gladiators
Okay, that is the
strategic
Agile
ploy.
one. Okay.
Yeah, each time their opponent strikes with a normal hit,
Yeah.
the Comorite player rolls a d6, and on a 4-up, that strike is treated as a parry instead.
Yeah, so that was, I know you said a lot there, so I just lost it in the
Yeah, it's a very dense stratagem.
Yeah. So that, like you said, it comes with a lot. It allows the movement shenanigans. It allows the parrying, which is really, if you can get some of those dice to go your way, all of a sudden you've survived the combat with a guy that otherwise would have gotten two-tapped. So, yeah, should be interesting. Some movement going on right here. Comorites moving their guys up, getting them into the positions they'd like. I think a little bit less scared now that he's seen where that recon play went with the grenade, as far as still keeping his guys spaced out, but maybe not as worried of the threat level from the grenade after seeing where it went with its recon. But
Agile Gladiators makes witches bargain bin Harlequins. Yeah, pretty much. That's what Power from Pain and Agile Gladiators pretty much do, is they can kind of get them to a Harlequin level, but you're expending those CP in order to do it.
Yeah.
So I mean, in clutch moments, you can definitely go toe to toe with Harlequins, I feel. As like with a Drakari Witch Fighter or the leader variant. Oh no, and there goes a model. All right. Looks like they got him back on the table here.
Yeah, I was gonna say, wait, what? Somebody got shot? But yeah, the model fell off. I was like, how? How is somebody shooting already? But as you mentioned though too, right? You said they were gonna take some of these offensive capabilities, get right up there, and you can see nothing defensive about this, right? They've both got models pushed up almost straight to the center of the board already.
That guy was there, and you move.
Yeah, he has 9-inch movement. He has a free dash. But he can have that.
Yeah, for those just joining us, this is round 1 of the top 8 at the Kill Team Championships LVO 2022 event. Both of these players
He moved and dashed.
moving aggressively towards that center of the board there.
Yeah,
Lots of line of sight blocking terrain on here, so I'm interested to see how those Comorites are going to be able to perform, really. If at all, because of Domino Field, if I'm being honest.
Domino Field's going to affect it. He could have taken the Shredder's an interesting option maybe in this matchup. They've got the blast. Obviously, the Harlequins can do their best to not get affected by that. But yeah, something like the Dark Lance or anything like that, I think would be very difficult to run on this board, right? It being heavy and having only a dash to kind of move and get itself set up. I think the Dark Lance is unwieldy as well, which would mean you need both your APL to fire it. I imagine he hasn't taken anything like that. I was always so upset. I was so upset, right? Because you have this, you have to take the blaster or the shredder. You can't take the blaster and the shredder. That's how it was in the other version too, where I always felt like, man, there'd be matchups where I want the blaster and the shredder. The blaster is a very mobile with 2 AP on it. Weapon 5-6 damage, really really strong. The shredder, similarly mobile, has blast of 2 inches on it still, which is huge, so you can run that up and shoot somebody. Yeah, I think they still have play, but yeah, I would be surprised if he had taken a heavy gunner in this situation, just because I really don't know where he'd get shots. But that might be what that active model up on top of that vantage point already is. But we'll have to see as things go on. Obviously, the Harlequin player at about 8 models, and as we mentioned, the Jukari at 10. So you're looking at a situation where Harlequin potentially set up for Overwatch, unlikely with the pistols, but more so that the Comrade player can wait until all of the Harlequins have moved and then potentially set something up with a shot once you know where everybody's going to be. But yeah, so we have this is just again, Ryan had mentioned, this is escalating hostilities. We have Harlequins from Adrian and the Comrites from Jesse. So that's what we're getting into. The other tables are playing as well. Chris Bacci versus Carpaccio, Ace versus Tim, and Ryan Wilfong versus Biranid is going on the other tables. So we'll get information about those as soon as I'm aware of it.
That's another matchup that I'm very interested in. Congrats to Orion Wilfong and Biranid for making it to the top 8 here at the LVO. That's awesome.
Yeah, and Tim as well. That's Futter. Tim,
yes.
Futter, godfather of ELO here. Like exciting stuff for him. Yeah, this will help lend to the already stellar play of Harlequins as a compendium team. Tim just picked them up in the last, he built them and everything, but he also just started learning how to play them 2 weeks ago, or within the last 2 weeks. He hadn't really played much of this version of the game yet, and he was like, what should I play? And I told him, he was talking about Vetguard or Warp Coven, and I was like, Vetguard are really, really good. And he's like, you know what, I want to play Warp Coven. And so he put all this effort into Warp Coven stuff and was getting all prepped, and then 5 or 6 days ago, Biranid goes, you should really play Harlequins. And so he went all in on the Harlequins, and here he is in the top 8 going off against Ace, the top ITC player in the world, right? I talked to him last night, and I said, man, he was like, I really want to do well tomorrow. And I said, dude, you're playing with house money. You came in not having played a single competitive tournament yet in this version of the game. You're playing a team you've barely played, and I said, you're going against the top ITC player. I said, all the pressure's on Ace. You just got to go in there and roll some dice and, hope for the best the best outcome. So
in the grim darkness of the far future, the battlefields will be bright blue and neon orange.
Yeah.
Well, you need a light in the grim darkness, otherwise everything just gets washed.
This is the Sasea Sept world, obviously, with the blue and the orange, right?
Yep, exactly.
Yeah. So, this is the
terrain.
Tower very neat and tidy. So this is a warehouse or something like that for the Sasea Sept. So.
Yeah, I love the look of the terrain, especially with the caution stripes on the corners of everything.
Yeah, they definitely did a good job of painting this stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, 30 tables of it or whatever they did. So.
Yeah, it's crazy the amount of terrain that Sheldon was able to get together for these events. Really, just pretty much every major kill team US tournament is using terrain provided by Sheldon or Kill Team Stream.
Yeah. Did you realize Adepticon's happening like the week right before KTO? I didn't even realize it was coming up that early. I thought it was later in the spring.
I didn't see anything about
Yeah.
Adepticon, and I was like, I saw no promo anywhere, and I consider myself plugged in to the tournament, and just like just like Warhammer in general. I saw nothing for it.
Yeah. Oh, you know what? Okay, see, no. Beernid lied to me. It's not. It's in March. It's not
Oh.
in February as well.
Okay.
I don't know why Beernid...
Fake news.
Yeah. I've been set up. But yeah, it's March 23rd to 27th. I don't know if there's a Kill Team event there, though. Just because you were talking about major U.S. events, and like Adepticon has always been on my radar as an event I wanted to go to just because it's such a huge tabletop event.
Mhm.
But yeah, the Kill Team scene was rather small the first time, and then last year they had before the pandemic, they had a really limited number of tickets that they had for it, stuff like that. But yeah, I haven't heard anything about Kill Team being there, so I'm not sure. Obviously, we're gonna have KTO coming up. Then later on in the spring, there's gonna be the Bay Area Open. In the summer, I'm hoping. I was talking to Shane about it yesterday, but I guess the guys who put on the thing in Pennsylvania last year might not be doing that exact same thing, but they're gonna try to do something else. Then obviously Nova comes up at the end of the summer, and we get back into the swing of the Oh, I guess there's also there's a Atlantic City Open I forgot about now too, right?
I would presume there would be an event
Yeah.
at Atlantic City Open. I have not really heard much out of there, but I mean the last year's event was so great.
Yeah.
You know? So it looks like we have some combat going on already.
Yes, we do. First combat of the game here. Finally, a lot of movement going on, but yeah, it looks like we do have right up by that tower.
Yeah, you take one.
So I believe the Harlequin took a little bit of damage, but he killed the Comorite in combat, and now he is taking a shot at this other Comorite model around the side of the crate here. Yeah? Is that what you're seeing as well?
Yeah, I believe so.
And that is in a flash, 2 Comorite models are off the board. Not 100% sure which ones. It also looks like he might have taken... I don't know if he took the Witch leader. He might have taken the Cabalite leader there in the back. It kind of looks like...
Yeah, that's what I'm seeing too. That Agonizer whip.
Yeah,
which is it's an interesting choice.
Yeah, and some people, they build what they have, or they, what they like, or people play in their local metas and certain. I mean, obviously he's made it to the top 8 here, but certainly Cabalite with the Agonizer whip is not the leader that I would take if I were running this team. That Witch leader is much too strong to leave at home, in my opinion. But
yeah, I understand it because it's another way of getting like an extra melee model, basically. Because you're still going to be able to take your 5 Witch operatives, and then you take the Cyberite as your Cabalite leader. So you can get another melee model out of it, but I don't know. Yeah, the Witch leader is very strong.
You're right, though. It does add another melee model to the team, so I can see that side of it. But
Jump test is on its go up. It's 3 inches across.
Okay.
oh, they're jumping.
Oh, no way.
I think it's 3.
He also can't land on those boxes. I hope he knows that. Those are traversable, so that you can't stop on top of them. But he's gonna jump, dude. He's making a jump. This is a first for me.
There are levels to this game.
Yeah, he is. I think all you have to do is not roll a 1, right?
Yeah, I believe so.
I mean, I'd just let him make the jump just for the pure entertainment of it. But
If I'm my opponent, I want him to roll the 1 if he's trying to make a jump test.
I mean, how much of my movement does it take?
oh, apparently you can land on the boxes and reactor pipes. I've read over that packet. There's so much in that packet. And little adjustments, but I guess the Kill Team stream did make an adjustment to that rule where you can't stop on top of those, even though they're traversable. I have been playing that you can't, because that's the traversable rule. I did not realize that there was a sub rule in the packet for it, but good to know.
Yeah.
From the front of the base?
Well, it looks like he's moved through that anyway, so...
Yeah.
And then... she will... You're gonna make me grenade my guy.
You guys have anything stolen last night? No, why?
Okay, never mind.
got stuff
Just back
stolen
here.
like all over the place. Oh shit. Boxes and boxes and stuff got stolen. No, I was here till like 2 in the morning. Huh?
Oh, all right. So, you're the Comrade player. You're coming in here. You're playing the #1 seed Harlequins. He busts up your day. He comes in. He kills 2 models here. I think he's trying to get something going against that Harlequin model that did so much to him. But unfortunately, I don't know that he can get the angle, right? Because you got to do. He's like from the whip, a tip of the whip. Yeah, I think he could. But
a roll, you need to continue with that action. I don't mind if you move and then come back, but if you have a roll in the middle, you know.
Okay. She was back here.
I was going down there for a solo charger.
Yeah, I mean, if you're the Drakari player here, having 2 of your models taken out by a single model at the top of turn 1, essentially, is super disheartening. But, you know, this game, it has a tendency to stay very close, especially with teams that are very comparable. And I think that's all comes down to just, like, the alternating activations. That does a lot to, like, keep the games close. So it's definitely... It definitely hurts, but it's not insurmountable for the Drakari player here.
Okay. It's 9. What do you think?
9 to get within the line. Is it? Yeah, you have it.
Yep.
all right. So another Harlequin charge. It looks like.
Wow. They're so mobile. Shane and I were talking recently about how well we figured Harlequins are going to be able to do in this tournament, specifically because of the terrain layout. You know, there's so much line of sight blocking terrain. There's so much heavy terrain, and you just ignore all of it because you're flying.
Yeah. No, they've got some mobility play to them. The 3 APL is pretty strong. And they've got tactics that are more relevant than just shoot twice or fight twice or anything like that, right?
Yep.
So they're definitely one of the compendium teams that actually feels like a little bit on a higher level. Comrades have some like NIDs have some very faction specific things they can do that are cool. You know, they have to. I imagine, like, if we see a Comrade bespoke team, we're gonna see that they get the witch no falling back from combat. Oh, and there goes another Comrade to the Harlequin charge and fight there. Not even sure he put any damage back on that Harlequin since we don't see a wound dice next to him. He may have gotten a crit and used strike twice there.
So no, he's within an inch of the cover that's concealing him.
Yeah, so now it looks like they're trying to draw a line of sight here.
Yeah.
That's crazy. So charge fight kills the model and now is potentially lining up a shot with one of the pistol weapons.
Which we saw yesterday with the Warp Coven. The sorcerer is doing that charge fight and then use the psychic ability kind of thing. So
yeah,
definitely how these guys play. And I mean, this is, so you mentioned, right? You said you wanted to see these teams go aggressive, offensive. And so this is what happens. He brought a bunch of models into charge range, right? When he placed that model, he could have seen that Harlequin was going to be close enough for a charge, but he still placed it there. So this is one of the things I think about getting maybe a little bit too offensive. And this is how, when I first started playing this version, I went very offensive because I wanted to see how hard I'd get punished for it, right? You're testing the new version, you're testing the limit of these models. But if you go that offensive
Now,
against
switching up here.
Harlequins, right? It's like he set up so beautifully in the back to avoid the blast, to avoid the grenade, and then he moved a bunch of things up the board as if those threats no longer existed when I mean clearly they did, right? He got 2 Harlequins into within charges on models that had to have moved up the board before he made his charges. I think had the Comrade player just measured and maybe stayed slightly out of combat, like I'd rather take shots from Harlequins than have, this happen with the combat and the shooting. So,
This was my leader.
difficult position for the Comrade here, but got to be aware of just how mobile they are, right? And maybe he hasn't played a bunch of Harlequins. I know I was made aware of it very quickly because we had a lot of people playing them on TTS. But yeah, they can do some work.
I cannot overwatch. I think.
Absolutely.
Ah, this guy
The Comorites, I think what they could potentially do, I mean, it's a lot harder now that they're down 3 models, but you could, like, kind of feed out your units, expecting them to get killed in order to contest the middle objectives, and just kind of give the Harlequins something to charge, and then hopefully you're able to, like, line up sights with your, line up shots with your Cabalites, or some charges with your witches later on in the turns.
Yeah. And I could see baiting a single model out there, but I mean, he's lost 3 models now, right?
Yeah,
So
it definitely has not gone 100% according to plan.
I do like the idea of that, right? You can kind of bait one in, get him into combat, hope your guy survives. If he doesn't, now you're set up for some shots or for a charge, counter charge of your own or something like that. But I mean, yeah, 3 Comrades off the board, and you started out with 2 more models in them, and you're already behind a model. So
yeah, it is hard to trade up against the Harlequins just because of like the chassis of a Harlequin, the 8 wounds, all the attacks, the great melee, all the defensive buffs that they have, those sneaky defensive buffs that really aren't so obvious.
Harlequins are built to trade up themselves, not the other way around, for sure. But yeah, I think of that, sacrifice play, and I do like what you're saying there with that. I just think he might have lost track of just how many Harlequins were sitting that close to where his models were positioned.
But I can check that guy over there. You have grenades here. You can move 9. 6 is 15, right? It's not working. Oh my goodness. From here, I can see you. Yeah.
Measuring out some potential charges here.
I'm going to be select. Is plus 1 to movement, this guy?
No, the only +1 movement is still, you killed the other one.
So you have 6, 9, and 6 is 15. 15 is the range of your grenade, so it's here. So if I stay
Yeah, so 15-inch threat range for the model that he's measuring to with the grenade on the Comorite side. Wants to make sure that he's protecting his models by staying outside of that.
All right, I might have some reporting coming in about one of our other games. I will let you guys know. Tim messaged me that Ace made the pain feel so gentle. So I believe Ace and his vet guard have removed Tim and his Harlequins from the event.
Oh no.
Yeah, so Ace progresses into the top 4 from what I am hearing from Tim, Futter, boots on the ground, sideline reporter, and top 8 player. It appears that,
Well, congrats to him for making the top 8 at the LVO.
Yeah.
You know, that's a big deal, and that's awesome that he was able to do that. And is a testament to his player's skill and to the strength of Harlequins.
Absolutely.
Being able to get in and place this well with essentially very little prep.
Yeah. And I think, I know he knows blue, so I'm sure he got some tips and hints and stuff. And he played in the pods on Friday, so he got exposed to a little bit of stuff. I will say, though, that also shows I mentioned it yesterday, and I'll mention it again. Is this version of the game? There really is a lot more knowledge needed, right? When it comes to all the different bespoke factions and little tricks and things that they're capable of, tactical ploys. Even yesterday, we saw Warp Coven. He pulled a spell out that like none of us had even heard of or remembered about, kind of thing. It was a more defensive spell that was just sitting back there that removed an APL from the demo guy who was setting up for the Vet Guard to go place a charge and blow some guys up. And all of a sudden, he got the extra APL removed, wasn't able to do it. Little things like that. There's so much knowledge needed in this newer version. So, able to push up and get into that top 8, but maybe not have the exposure to Vet Guard. So Tim's response is, I'm getting more info here. He said he didn't win. He made me blank. So yes, Ace did win, but it was more of a slaughter apparently. So.
I gotcha.
Yeah, looks like 3 clowns dead turn 1 is what I'm hearing. So
quite. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, quite the and that just comes with maybe
what did
not
Ace
knowing.
Do? Holy crap.
Maybe not knowing what the spotter was capable of, maybe not knowing, where they're not paying attention to where the grenades were, kind of things like that. You can definitely, as we saw here, right, in this current matchup that we're looking at, if you go too aggressive, some of these teams will punish you. They will make you pay for that model placement, and Vet Guard is certainly one of those teams. We saw it yesterday on stream multiple times. They have the tools to make you pay. They have the threats on the board with those weapons, the long lads, the demo, they've just got so many threats on the board. You can add those crack grenades to some regular Vet Guard. Yeah, so.
On freeze. Can you guys still round 1? Yeah, but we are going to finish this round. How many points? Points? I don't know yet.
We both scored 1.
So is that?
Yeah. Damn, I should have done him first. That was stupid.
Yeah. When I saw that, I said, okay, no problem.
Yeah.
I can overwatch.
Okay, and then he is going 7, so he's going to here.
Have you played much against Vet Guard this edition yet, Ryan?
I have not been able to,
okay.
which would surprise a lot of people. I own 2 Octarius boxes, so I have. They're still unbuilt on the sprue. Yeah. I've been putting them off and putting them off. I've been playing a lot of the other like compendium kill teams, mostly the Heretic Astartes, but I plan on building them soon.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, they just have a lot of threats out on the board. A lot of things that can surprise you if you're not aware of it. They've got a lot of models. Shane was talking about yesterday, with 14 models, I think it's like 90 wounds or something like that. And a lot out there on the board. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see Ace and those Vet Guard in the grand finals here today.
Okay. Come on, points. Super important. Thank you. No, thank you to you, Sheldon.
All right, so resetting our tokens here, getting ready for turn 2. And interestingly enough, obviously the score shows 1-1, but I don't think that gives you a real idea of what's actually going on board state-wise, right?
Okay.
I'm sorry, say that again?
I was saying, okay, it shows 5-3 here, which seems close. It was showing 1-1 before. 5-3 here for the Harlequins, but I would say that doesn't even necessarily really reflect what's going on the board.
No.
This could really get away here in this turn 2 and moving forward after losing, I think it was 4 comrades down, and I think they were all witches.
Yeah, if they were all witches, then that really forces the comrade player into a really tough spot. That's like you really need those models to kind of stand toe to toe in the middle. It's so hard to come back from that.
Yeah.
Against Harlequins. Against any other team, I'd be like, okay, maybe it's not that big a deal, but against Harlequins, on this game mode specifically, where
Yeah.
two of these objective markers are going to get taken away. Yeah, it's tough. It's tough for them to stay up on the scoring, or just to keep up with
Absolutely.
those Harlequins.
Absolutely, yeah. This is, as you mentioned, against the Harlequins already tough enough, but on this game mode where there aren't a whole lot of ways back into it other than moving forward on the board into the Harlequins. Yeah, because you gotta now you're taking Cabalites and you're moving them up into the center of the board against Harlequins, right? It was already difficult enough. You had to use CP to get your witches to be able to trade with them. These Cabalites aren't going to be able to do that. And here we go already
Who's better in
looking
combat?
at charge distances.
This guy is a special weapon.
I am on the target here.
Did they not remove? Did they forget to remove the objectives here, or maybe they just know
I'm-
which ones?
I'm sure they've just designated. Looking
Fair,
at this
fair.
board right now, I wouldn't want to move any of those objective markers
Yeah,
because you're
fair
gonna
enough.
be knocking around terrain and stuff.
Fair enough. Yeah,
Yeah.
designated which ones aren't available anymore.
Yeah, because it's supposed to happen at the top of turn 2 is when you designate which objectives are going to be taken away.
Oh, I ran up to 2 hits.
We've got 69 viewers on Twitch. Nice. Can I get some nice in chat? We've got 28 viewers on YouTube. Thank you all for tuning in to Kill Team Stream. This is the Kill Team Championships 2022 event happening live at the Las Vegas Open.
Okay, I hit you.
Well, parry. No. You hit me for 4?
Yep.
Kill Team on TTS is there's a learning curve to it. You really got to get
absolutely
reps in order to like really be able to use it properly, chat. I say properly, but I guess like
Huh? That is two.
I mean,
guess
I'm
they
still
play it-
learning things on it, and we've been playing on
Oh,
it for
yeah.
a while now.
Oh,
Have
yeah.
you seen some of the cool new tools that they've come out with, though? Like, you don't even have to have your markers on the board now. Monkey Mod and those guys have put together another add-on that can take your wrangled models, and essentially you drop like a token onto the model, and then the token is part of the model now, and it displays like with.
nice.
Yeah, we got some crazy stuff. They're definitely bringing us up. I'm a grumpy old man, and I still like to flip my tokens, but they've got some very cool stuff. And obviously, ability to track wounds, track equipment, things like that. Lots of other stuff coming along the way too. So they're working on a lot of great stuff on TTS.
And you what? Oh, shoot me.
Yeah.
You're at 4, by the way. This guy's at 4.
Yes. Thank you.
Yeah, we have a lot of the mods and stuff, specifically for Kill Team, on both of the Discord channels, both the Command Point and on the Kill Zone Discord as well. On the Command Point Discord, we literally have a specific channel where we just kind of like dump all of the mods, and they link you directly to it.
How much damage?
Yeah, it's a bit of a learning curve, right? Like you have somebody show you, and then it just kind of clicks, like additive loading, saving objects, all that kind of stuff. But it's definitely not something as intuitive because TTS wasn't made just for Kill Team, right?
No.
You have to go get the Kill Team stuff and then set it up.
Yeah.
I only saw 3, so it was 13 total.
Right.
Okay.
Looks like another model being taken off the board.
Yeah, he charged in. I think did he get 2 there? Or did he only get the 1 and the other one's moved up the board and I missed it? Because there was 2 where that Harlequin landed.
So 4 is 4 to here.
He might have fought one and shot the other again, I believe.
Good here is. Yeah,
I just have to get within an inch.
yeah. Is there so 4?
So I get within an inch, and then I climb up.
See the Cyber 8 moving up there.
I ignore 1
6?
circle,
Yeah.
and then
Let's combat.
Okay, so interesting. is the Cyberite on top of the tower, or is the Cyberite on the second story of the tower?
I mean, I believe you can only get onto the second story. They might have just not. Maybe the model didn't fit
Just
in
put
there.
that
I'm not
up.
sure. Yeah.
Probably just put it up there just to help it stream out. But yeah, the banner on it is tall. So
No, it's
And-
inside. We are like.
People have been doing that all game.
keep it up there, okay?
This.
Oh, there it goes inside. Okay.
You want your model there?
Yeah, that's as far as you can get. So
Okay.
that's right.
So, tell me.
It's 3-6.
So you give me a critic?
Yeah, I could.
Okay, so for you?
Well, dodge. I dodge. You parry me,
For you?
and then I hit you. That was what was supposed to happen the entire game. She's stuck.
Aha. Okay.
Oh, that was your leader?
Yes, it was my leader.
Oh.
Yeah, he was a good leader though.
Yeah. So the final for Ace's game was Ace 18, Tim 3 points. So
Beautiful charge.
that was a shellacking for sure. None of the other games reporting yet, but now that my sideline reporter is free, I'll try to get some more info.
So, I just start.
So I think I just heard the Harlequin player's leader was killed.
I strike you for 3,
Well, let's see for me. And then,
and then you strike me for a lot.
yeah.
And then I think you just lost another model over here. So I don't know. If I were the Harlequin player, I'd be okay trading my leader for 6 Comorites.
Yeah, he seems to sound like he's pretty okay with it.
You know, the board state has obviously gotten away from the Comorites here. And it's just, again, if it were like, let's say if I were the Harlequin player and I lost 2 models early on,
My leader.
I would not feel as down as losing those 3 or 4 initial models as the Comorite, because as you mentioned, the Harlequins are built to trade up, right?
Yeah,
So
they're built
charging
different.
fun- Yeah. That's for sure. That's for sure.
Yeah.
I'm super close.
It's you.
So,
Rip Pennywise Quins. Yeah.
okay. So he's done. What? Ah, we forget to remove one of those.
No, it's at the start of turn 2.
Okay.
Right thing.
I was super focused trying to kill the 2 caddies.
At the end.
At the end? Okay.
Oh no, it's at the end of the initiative phase. Yeah, we should have removed one.
Okay. I don't know.
Oh, see, now
Oh
they're
no,
just
so now it
remembering.
looks like they're just now realizing they have to remove their TAC ops. Or excuse me, their objective markers.
Yeah, which is interesting, right? Because like, it's you know, I mean, I don't think it really matters in the grand scheme of things, right? Like, there isn't many models left for the Comrite, but it's like the Harlequin player removing that top one now that he obviously controls the bottom side of the board, and the top side is where he lost his leader, I think. So, like, you know, a little bit easier to decide, but I don't think it really would have made a difference here.
Yeah, no, I don't think so. I don't think so either. You know, even at the top level of kill team tournament play, mistakes are made. I feel a lot less bad about the mistakes that I've made playing kill team after seeing that. I don't know about you guys.
I mean, yeah, yesterday in the first game we had between Warp Coven and Pathfinders, they had forgotten to put down barricades until I think their models were already set up, and they were like, oh yeah, barricades, you know, like there's definitely
kind of important, kind of not, kind of important.
Yeah, kind of
It
important.
depends on your team, really.
Yeah, it's also one of those things where it's just there's you know I have to I have to choose a kill team. I know I have to choose their equipment. I know I have to choose tac ops. I know I have to place barricades. I know we have to deploy. I don't, and I know we have to do the scouting. I just don't always remember the exact order of operations for all of those things.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Even after all this time, I still regularly mess it up. But yeah, there are a lot of decisions that have to be made pre-game.
Mm-hmm.
I think the way that you do list building now in this edition of Kill Team has helped out a lot.
Yeah.
And I just think as we just get more and more reps in, that we'll get it down. You'll get it down eventually once you put enough reps in.
Absolutely. It's not so complicated that it's impossible. It's just one of those things that, also playing on TTS, we have that little thing on the board that lists them all. And so I haven't gotten to play in person a lot, right? And that's generally where you get the feel for the game better because you're touching the models, you're moving the models, you're rolling the dice, you're doing things. Playing on a screen, it's a little bit different, obviously, but it's just yeah, it's one of those things. The more games you get in, the more you'll have it down. And especially, I've been jumping around between teams, so it also adds that level of like confusion because I'm like, most people when they're playing just one faction, you already know what your equipment's going to be, or you know kind of what your strategy is going to be. So.
AP1, you have one of fights, right?
Yeah.
I went to the roll. Can I get in 9 games? Dakota got the buy this time.
All right, and we did get a response. The canopies will, if they remember, be removed. Well, they might be doing it now, but be removed in the. Or he's just removing that model, but they should be removed for the following matches for the day, you guys.
So.
And looks like a handshake. They're going to add up some points, but yeah, I believe he was tabled here. So.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah. So the Harlequins take it over the Comorites here. Not exactly how we thought things would go down, but this just shows you, again, the strength of Adrian came in as the #1 seed. Also the strength of these Harlequins. And just, again, an attestament to this version where if you leave something open, there are teams that will absolutely punish you for it. So, and this was one of those situations. Would be interesting to know if Jesse had. I'm not sure if he went up against any Harlequins yesterday. There are a handful of them. I'd have to go back and look into the rounds and who he played against. But until there's a difference between looking through the book and being aware of what a team can do, and then having it displayed to you on the board, right?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
So
that goes for anything.
But hey, congratulations again to Jesse taking Comorites from the Compendium into the top 8 at a major event. That is huge. This is not somebody who I'd seen at any other prior events. So, like, first big tournament, top 8 with Comorites coming in. Nobody expected that. Congrats to him. Super well played. Yeah, nothing to, going down to the #1 seed with Harlequins after making it into the top 8. Same with Tim, nothing to be ashamed of making it into this top 8. There are some big names here. So.
But the rest of the time he just has 3 APLs, so he can just shoot me.
Yeah, out of a field of I think it looks like 40 or 39.
It was
Kill
40.
Team players.
I think they had some drops, but there was 40.
Yeah.
So.
Oh, am I just out now? I don't play again?
It's
Elimination? Oh, okay.
So you're free to chill. It's going to be elimination.
Yeah, so you're hearing Kill Team stream in the background there, but as we mentioned earlier, this is single elimination, and yeah, it's bracket style. So.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, I set it up so that it's random.
Oh, it's random?
Not entirely random, but random, but then the winners, which for this, because everybody's winning it, it's going to be random.
Oh, okay. So the next round is going to be random. It's not going to be seeded anymore.
Oh,
So
wow.
the
That's
round was
pretty
seeded.
wild. Okay.
Yeah, that is definitely not what I was expecting, but yeah, we'll see how that turns out. So we know so far that Ace and his vet guard are going through, and we know that Adrian and his Harlequins are going through. So yeah, let's see here.
Are you doing this for me? So, you just max. Yeah, because of the end of the second time.
Which, to be fair, Shane and I talked about it yesterday, right? The randomness can affect, and who's playing who. But I think in this top 8 and this set of people, it's anybody. It's all to play for, right? Like it doesn't matter if you get seeded against 1 or you get seeded against 5 or 6 or 8. Anybody in this top 8 had a chance. Some really good teams, very strong factions. So, yeah.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. If you're seeding everybody who made top 8, you're kind of splitting hairs at that point, I think.
Yep. Absolutely. So.
Yeah.
And
upsets happen, man.
Good luck, you.
Yeah, they absolutely happen. But I mean, that's just that's the thing about obviously we'd never heard of Jesse here in his Comrades, and he's playing a Compendium faction, which we know there's a little bit of a gap for some of these teams. But as we mentioned at the start, we thought with the tactics, depending on how he played it, it could have been very close and very dicey there in those middle rounds with them getting into combat. You look at things like we saw, Chris Bocci and his we saw Ryan and his Warp Coven tie Ace and his Vet Guard yesterday. I believe Wilfong's last game against Blue was also a tie, but Wilfong won the tiebreaker, so he got the win there. So, I mean, these are all very, very strong players. Some very tight games happened yesterday. Obviously, we saw some very large scores as well. Some like 18 to threes. I think one person actually got blanked yesterday. I'm not gonna throw shade on stream, but you can go back and you can look. I think one of the teams lost, didn't score a single point. And that was a player that we know that's actually, pretty strong. I'm not sure what happened in that game, but yeah, so things can happen depending on the mission, depending on the map, depending on the faction. I think this is still all to play for. Ace, a very strong player. Adrian, a very strong player. Bjorn playing really well. Chris Bocci, we saw yesterday, super strong in his veteran guard plays. Same with Ryan and Carpaccio in their Warp Coven play. Like, there's a lot going on here in this top 8. So I think whoever the final 4 are, whatever the pairings are, we're gonna see some good games. So.
Yeah, so Harlequin's kind of just running rampant throughout this tournament. I say that, but there's only 2 Harlequin players in the top 8.
Yeah.
And the top 8. Let's talk about this top 8 and what this means for the wider kill team meta for a second. So, what are the teams that we had made the top 8? We had the Comorites.
Yep.
We had the Warp Coven. We have the Pathfinders.
Yes.
Obviously, the Pathfinders were going to make it in here. We have did I already say Warp Coven? We have Vet Guard and the Harlequins.
Yeah.
So really, what did I just say? Like 4 or 5 kill teams have made the top 8.
It was I believe it was 2 Harlequins, 2 Warp Coven, 2 Vet Guard, and then 1 Pathfinder and 1 Comrade. Yeah, so 5 different teams.
Yeah, no Orc Commandos, no Adeptus Custodes, or I should say Talons of the Emperor.
So I can say Emmanuel had his final game versus Ace, and he was a higher commando player. If he had gotten that win against Ace, he would have been into the top 8, I believe. And I think, we had a situation where Blue, if he had won that tiebreaker, we would have had another Harlequin and 1 less Warp Coven. So there were some definite things there. Wider meta-wise, though, it's so difficult to say, right? I mentioned this yesterday just too, is I think every good tournament run comes with a little bit of luck, right? Maybe you got a favorable matchup in like round 3 or something like that allowed you to max score to get back up there. There's all kinds of things. I think we're going to see. It's hard to say even, right? Because we're talking about the meta here. This is literally, I think, all going to get scrambled at KTO next month because you're going to have Wormblade involved.
That's right. Wormblade is looking to make a big splash at that event. I personally know a couple players who are planning on running that kill team. I've played against it, and oh my goodness, the ability for your entire team to be set up in concealment, and you can change their order on every single one of them in the first round is absolutely insane to me. And it's just wild. That team is wild.
Yeah. And on this terrain too, it's already a heavy obscuring terrain. They can turn light terrain into obscuring with a CP tactic.
Mm-hmm.
So it's and they've got some really good shooting. They've got not exactly what you'd expect.
Great shooting.
Yeah, from them, and they've got those cool agent models. So they've got they've got the tools, right? And I mean, I think also we didn't have Alex Admech here. He was playing his Admech in the Big Hammer.
I would hope so.
in the Big Hammer tournament, right? And he won SoCal Open. So I think a lot of people, in the greater community, haven't really given Hunter Clade the time or the attention that it might be due. I think it's a very solid team, but we don't see many people playing it. Alex Admech has always been super loyal to that team, and he showed what they could do at SoCal Open. Obviously a much smaller tournament than this, but still, I think had he been involved in this, we might have seen a Hunter Clade in top 8. And then, as you mentioned, Commandos just on the outside there. And then I'm trying to think was there another bespoke? No, those are all the bespoke teams, I think, that have been discussed now. So I still think there is that gap between bespoke and compendium, but obviously some of the compendium teams can still punch above their weight.
They can hang,
Yeah.
Yeah, I had the opportunity to play against Micromancer and his Hunter Clade kill team in the Command Point Tournament Series winter event that we are running over on the Command Point Discord.
Yes.
And that team is absolutely wild. Just another very good, solid White Dwarf team, and I don't think they've gotten their fair shake yet just because of the timing in which they came out. I feel like they came out a month or two after the Octarius box dropped, so everybody was still kind of like focused on those teams, and the Compendium was out by that time, so everybody was experimenting with those teams.
And almost immediately afterwards, the Pathfinders came out.
That's right. Yeah.
So they've definitely gotten a little bit passed over, and maybe AdMech just isn't for everybody, right? They are a White Dwarf team, so you kind of got to build your own. They don't maybe have the same kind of like package that the orcs or the novitiates or the vet guard and things like that come packaged with everything you kind of need for that team. So maybe a little bit.
Realistically, it's only like 2 model kits.
Oh yeah,
and if you play AdMech out of the compendium, there's no reason why you shouldn't play the Hunter Clade. In fact, I think you need less models, or at the very least, less gunners. From that model range to make a full Hunter Clade kill team.
You don't need 5 plasma anymore. So no, it's definitely not. I just mean as far as if you're entering the hobby right now, right? It's a new version of the game. They're trying to get new players in. We've seen a lot of new players get in. Buying something where it literally tells you how to build each model is different than buying 2 boxes and trying to plan out how you're going to build them, right? How many
gotcha.
How many rust blades do I need? How many infiltrators do I need? This kind of thing for a roster. Whereas with like Commandos, it's just like, no, you build the models that are right there. And you've got yourself a kill team. You don't need extra boys. You don't need extra this, little things like that. So I do think they'll pick up, as things go on. I think had Alex Admech been here this weekend and made a top 8 with them, with all the attention we have on Kill Team. I mean, we had over 100 people in the stream yesterday a few different times. So, like, you might have seen more of them too had they done well here. I think this event is getting more attention than SoCal did. But yeah, so believe me, they are up there. I think you guys had them, I think, close in the tier list too, right? They were at least A tier, I think.
I think we might have had them like high B.
Okay, high B. All right, fair enough.
Yeah.
Fair enough. I think they're due a little higher than that, but again, we've only seen so much of them, and the players that we have seen playing them are also very strong players, right? You mentioned Micromancer. I'm talking about Alex Admech. These are players who they definitely know the game and they know their stuff. So. Let's see. I'm trying to get some more results info for you guys. So far, we have Adrian here with his Harlequins, took out Jesse and his Comrades, and we have Ace and his Vet Guard, took out Tim and his Harlequins. And we're waiting on the Chris Bocci Vet Guard versus David Carpaccio Warp Coven, and we are waiting on the results of Ryan Wilfong and his Warp Coven versus Beernid 40K and his Pathfinders. Hopefully we'll get that info for you guys soon. The first round is starting to wind down. It looks like they have 7 minutes left. Obviously there's a little bit of wiggle time in between rounds that they were allowing them to go over slightly yesterday. So yeah, we'll see what happens here with these results. I'm trying to hear back from our sideline reporter, but he's off at the store trying to buy models right now. So
understandable.
Yeah. You got to get those those bags of models at the store at the event. It's pretty cool. They've got all the pre-owned stuff that you can get for pretty cheap too.
That's all from the At these events, there's always like a booth. It has like the used models. I was able to score a Rabute Gilliman that was beautifully painted for like less than $50, I think. And I was so blown away that a model that good looking was just like kind of sitting there unloved. And you know me, I play Ultramarines in big 40K, so I'm like, got to have it.
Yeah.
Gotta rescue it from the bin.
Have you been keeping up with what's going on in the Big Hammer side of things this weekend? Do you know what teams are in like the top 8 over there? What's going on?
I know that it is a lot of the Custodes.
Okay, yeah, they
it's
just got
a lot of. I don't think there's any Gene Stealer called. It's Admech, Drakari, Custodes, which a lot of people are like, "Ooh, Custodes aren't really looking that good anymore." Yes, they are.
They just did a new codex.
They just got a new codex like 2 weeks ago, or like. Was it 2 weeks ago? Yeah, I think it was 2 weeks ago.
This looks like, by the way, I know I asked you that question and I'm cutting it out. It looks like he's setting up secure Archaeotech for the next mission. Which that one's really interesting. That one can swing a lot in the last turn because you get 2 points per one you control at the end. And this one is actually, you want to talk about maps that are good for Harlequins. This one's up there.
The more and more we say, this map's really good for Harlequins, I just think every map is good for Harlequins.
Yeah,
I don't think there's a single bad one on here.
And so, especially, here's the biggest thing with it, too, is that these objectives are getting set up on top of vantage points, which we don't see a lot of, outside of this packet. But the Harlequins have the fly, so they can get up and onto those easier. They can unlock them. They don't have to spend the movement to get up there to unlock them. So it's 1 VP per each one you unlock. And then essentially you can pick it up, and once you've picked it up, you can no longer dash, which is important when it comes to movement. But Harlequins don't so much need the dash when they can just fly over all this terrain, right? So they can pick them up, and they can just drop them in their back line. And as far as I know from the rulings that we have discussed online, you can just drop these on the ground, stack them, and essentially control multiple of them in one position with a single model. Because you don't actually have to hold it to control it. You can drop it back on the ground and have it be an objective and stand on it to control it.
Yes, that's my understanding too. In a game, in my last game against Matt H, I was able to score 4 points at the end of our game. Just by having my last remaining model, a Chaos Cultist Gunner, just standing in proximity of 2 points.
Nice, yeah, and that's just crazy. That's definitely
this mission is pretty wild. You don't see a lot of these types of missions in competitive packets, I would say, where objectives are picked up and they're brought wherever you want. And the 3 AP Harlequins, that 3 AP is really what's going to give them a big advantage.
Yeah,
The
absolutely.
movement with the, they can disengage, they can pick it up, they can just go wherever the heck they want with the fly and everything. They are such a good compendium kill team.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, this will be an interesting round. This mission, where the objectives are placed, things like that, because this is 4 of them are on top of terrain out of the 6. That's pretty big. That's a majority of them are on top of something, and everybody else has to pay to get there, and the Harlequins don't.
Yeah, so I'm just gonna go ahead and read through the mission rules
Yeah,
here. So each time, so starting off with the mission objective, each time a friendly operative performs the disengage tech action, you score 1 victory point, and then at the end of the battle, for each disengaged objective marker friendly operatives control, you score 2 victory points.
yeah,
So for the disengaged tech, this costs 1 action point. An operative can perform this action while within a triangle or an inch of a non-disengaged objective marker it controls. That
yeah,
objective marker is now disengaged. And then secure tech, the pickup action can be performed upon a disengaged objective marker. While an operative is carrying a disengaged objective marker, it cannot perform dash actions.
yeah,
So it's all about who can grab these objectives the fastest, and it just hold on to them until the end of the game.
yeah. And so I don't know. I almost wish that they were just going to run loot and salvage or domination or seize ground again here in the top 8. I know we've already seen those missions, but I think those are the missions that put the teams on the most balanced playing field, right?
Yeah, I would say so. Um, the biggest thing for me is the objective markers on top of the terrain features.
Yeah, I mean that definitely, like I said, that definitely already I think is a strong mission for Harlequins, but having them on top of there is definitely going to give them that extra oomph. So I feel for whoever is up against Adrian next round, whoever gets randomized against him, because this is going to be, it's going to be tough. It's also one of those things that, right, VP is so hard to come by. You only get it really at the end or when you unlock these objectives. So having to get up onto those to unlock them initially, um, that's another thing that the Harlequins are going to have an advantage of, just being able to move freely onto them. So we will see what happens here, but yeah. Trying to get info still about these other games. Not sure what's going on. Who's there? Who can give me info? Who can I text? Let me think. I think I've already reached out to everyone I know who's there. Oh, you know what? Maybe Whopper's there. Let's see. We will get info to you guys as soon as we possibly can, I promise.
It's a nice shot of the convention hall here. Look at all those people.
Where do you see that? Is that on the stream? Is my stream paused? No, it's not. Why is my stream still showing the board? You see the convention hall? Oh, now it just swapped. Okay, you're ahead of me. Looks like Alec over there talking to some people. I see.
Yep.
That's Ryan's hat, right? Back there in the distance. That's him and Biernid playing in the distance. You can see going on there.
I think I see Janice playing as well.
Yeah, they have the whatchamacallit. What's the non-competitive version of this game called? Why can't
The
I think
narrative?
of it? Narrative. There you
The
go.
narrative event?
Yeah, there's a narrative event going on today. So.
Yeah. That's something that I'm looking to start playing sometime soon. It's more narrative games. I haven't really. I didn't have the option well, I didn't. I had the option, of course, but I never really took any time to like fully play through the narrative side of the old edition of Kill Team. So it
Absolutely.
seems like a pretty streamlined and fun system in this edition. I've recently started playing Age of Sigmar, and I've really enjoyed the Path to
Oh my
Glory
gosh, you're
kind of
playing Age of
narrative
Sigmar?
thing.
So well.
What are you?
Yeah, just
Are you,
recently.
are you playing it on TTS or what are you doing?
Drill in there,
No, me and a bunch of my friends here locally, we've started just meeting at a local game store and playing a Path to Glory campaign. So we all started out with like 600 points. I am playing the Slaves to Darkness.
Oh my gosh, dude, that's what I want to play. I've been wanting to play
They
AOS for forever,
are-
and I can't get anybody here locally to play with me, and it's so upsetting. I love fantasy stuff.
Let me
Oh,
tell you. Let me
Yeah.
tell you. It is. I love it. It plays a lot easier than 40K. 40K I appreciate because of the amount of crunch
Yeah.
and how deep the
Yeah,
game
yeah.
is. But Age of Sigmar, for me, really what it is the fact that I don't need to ask my opponent every time I'm rolling to wound what their model's toughness is.
Yeah.
I know what I have to roll in order to wound
to
you.
hurt them. Gotcha.
And that
Okay.
speeds the game up by probably an hour.
That's amazing.
So
That's amazing.
I
You gotta one of these days we gotta get a game in on TTS or something. I want to learn how to play, and I tried to convince Bjornid, and the other night he was like, yeah, sure, I'll do it, and then like the next day he was like, yeah, I'm not gonna play AOS, which I was like, okay.
it's so easy to learn how to play, and it plays so easy, and that really just comes down to I think just like terrain, really.
Yeah,
If I
and
had
it's
to put
kinda
my finger on it.
It's kind of smaller than 40K, right? Because they have some of these big like hero units and big like monster units and stuff. Like the number of models that you're putting on a board isn't generally as high as 40K, right? I mean, I guess
Oh,
it depends
yeah,
on the army.
absolutely.
Like Skaven and stuff like that are gonna have a lot.
Skaven, you could probably get up there, but like most armies don't really have that many models.
Yeah,
Or they do have like these giant hero models like Archaon and the ogres and they just have all these big awesome hero models that really wouldn't. I mean, Be'lakor, oh my gosh, that model is awesome and you can play it in either game, but yeah, no, it feels to me like I've heard people say it's like the beer and pretzels version of like the Games Workshop line,
Mhm.
and I think that's fair. But
I'm
there
good
is
with that.
strategy involved. There is
Yeah, yeah.
strategy involved. Like it's
yeah,
not.
for sure. For sure. No, it looked super interesting. I've always wandered over to the AOS tables when I've gone to big events and like checked them out. I love how the models look. I love fantasy stuff. I love D&D and all that. So yeah, AOS and the Slaves of Darkness specifically, that's so awesome that you're playing that faction because that's a faction that I love those old Chaos, like, knight kind of models, and they just came out with the new ones a few years ago, and that I assume you bought that
Yes,
intro
I
box.
got
Yeah.
I got the Start Collecting box, which
Hopefully they're coming out with some new ones too soon. I was hoping we'd see some Slaves of Darkness stuff in the reveal, just because they haven't really come out with much since that Get Started box for them.
yeah, they've said that this is going to be like the year for Chaos, at least in 40K. But I'm assuming that's going to spill over.
Yeah.
Yeah, I hope that we see like those awesome Chaos Warrior sculpts
Yeah.
come out in like their own box. But I mean, the Slaves to Darkness Start Collecting box is such a good deal with the Knights and the Lord on the Karadracker, I think
Oh, it looks so
is
cool,
what
dude.
it's called.
Looks
It
so
is,
cool.
yeah. Those are definitely probably the coolest models
see our
in my
boy Tim.
opinion, which is why I got them.
I see our boy Tim in the distance. He's checking out the game. We're hopefully going to get some info for you guys here soon. But yeah, dude, AOS seems awesome. I'm super interested in that. And then you were talking about narrative for Kill Team. Let's get together and talk about that because I know a lot of people have been interested in running that on TTS as well. I actually have been looking into setting up a narrative event. I have a buddy who does voice acting, so I can get him to do like different lines and stuff for us, so we could do like cool videos for it, for intros to like missions and things like that. If you want to. Let's get together and talk about something. I don't know if you have something planned on your own. If you do, by all means. But if you want to try to get something going on TTS, I think that could be cool.
Really, what my plan was to just kind of have just because the way it works in Kill Team these days on the narrative side is like you don't even have to play against somebody who's in the narrative like campaign or whatever for you to like progress with your models really. But of course, like to get the most fun out of it, you want to be playing against somebody who's doing that, you know, so you can really get uh, all those extra goodies and stuff on your guys, and not have it be, uh, you know, have it mean something. You want to be playing against somebody else who's also doing the campaign, and you know, it is narrative, but there's still strategy to it.
All right, I'm getting an update here from Tim.
Bearded's behind right now. It looks like the game between Crispy and Swampflower is looks like it's close, but like points. But Swampflower looks like he lost quite a bit.
Okay, so from what I'm getting, it looks like Biernid is slightly behind Ryan and his Warp Coven right now. And then on the other side of things, it looks like Chris Bocci and his Vet Guard are slightly ahead of Carpaccio and his Warp Coven. So right now we
Okay.
have Chris, it looks like from the board state, Chris Bocci, Vet Guard ahead of Carpaccio Warp Coven, and it looks like Ryan Wilfong, Warp Coven ahead of Pathfinders on those boards. We're not 100%. We don't have the points exactly. Tim's just taking a look at the board state and the amount of models and left on the board. As we know, model count important, obviously board state, but with this mission in particular, escalating hostilities, there can be some swingy point stuff going on. Like even if you only have 4 models left at the end or something, if you can secure both of those center points, you're talking about 4 VP. So it looks seemingly tight finish here for both of these games.
Yeah, so man, you know, if Pathfinders don't get into the semifinals, Shane and I, we recently rated them as S++ just because of their chain activation ability.
Yeah.
But
So,
I guess on missions like this, where it's, you know, your models are kind of forced to get to the middle of the board, it can kind of hamstring a ranged team like that. So
can.
maybe they're not S++ tier, like
I
we
mean,
said. Maybe they're not as
also-
wildly unbalanced as we had thought, but I don't know.
So also, if you look at these boards, right, they can take the ropes to get on top of this terrain a little bit easier, things like that. But you also have to look, right, you were talking about the Kabalites in the game that we were watching and how it was going to be tough for them to get any real shots with that terrain setup and that mission. And I think it's the same with this, right? Like if you're the Pathfinders, you'd really have to get ahead early with some early shots, which might be difficult on the terrain layout, to get those early shots to eliminate models early so that you feel safer pushing up the board.
Yeah, absolutely. Somebody said Pathfinders need a boost actually in the chat. No,
That
cut
is
that
incorrect.
out. Do
Yeah,
not
that is
bring that
incorrect.
energy in here,
Yeah.
please.
They have a lot of tools and a lot of threats similar to Vet Guard that they can displace on the board with grenades and with all their rails or ion and with their drones that have 4 shots and then relentless or 6 shots on the recon with ceaseless, the chain activations. They have a lot of tools. If anything, I think there needs to be some balance about how you can activate those tools. I don't think the tools themselves need to be nerfed, but just about how you can apply them. Maybe some work needs to be done, but also, that grenade thing, once you figure it out, you can keep yourself out of range to that turn 1 grenade. And he'd really have to leave himself in the open to get that grenade off. The other thing is you need maybe with these boards, again, we talked about, some people call them a shooting gallery. Some people say there's no way to shoot. I think it probably ends up being somewhere in the middle, depending on which layout you get. But as we saw in that mission, we were talking about it with the Kabalites not having many open shots and those Harlequins having the ability to move around the terrain so well. Warp Coven obviously don't move as well, but you do have a flying sorcerer. You do have those psychic spells, including, I would hope Biernid would have, done a little bit of research and been ready for that blast psychic ability. But even then, in the middle of a game, you're moving, the 12 to 13 models that Pathfinders have, and maybe you slip up and you leave a guy within 2 inches of another, and all of a sudden this sorcerer flies over the top of a tower and launches a barrage into you. So.
Yeah. So, just to be clear, chat, we're talking about Pathfinders here. Okay,
Yeah.
We're talking about the Pathfinders from the Chalnath box set. We are not talking about the Hunter cadre. That team definitely needs something. Like, I almost hesitate to say it, but maybe I wish maybe Crude was a unit option in that hunter clade, or excuse me, in that hunter cadre.
Perhaps.
Just to, but
I still think we're
I
going
don't
to
know
see
how much
further
that would
bespoke
add to it.
teams. I still think we're going to see further bespoke teams. Like we might see one that includes.
I don't think we would get another Tau one for a long
Well,
while.
not for a while, but I'm saying after all the teams have been hit, I assume we could get multiples within like a White Dwarf version instead of a Pathfinder version that
I
just
got you,
updates all
yeah.
the other Tau units. Do you know what I mean?
Oh yeah. Yeah, I could see that. I would really love a Groot like White Dwarf team. Or not even a White Dwarf team, excuse me. I mean like a new Groot like kill team specific kit. I think that would be really cool. Because
like
Groot don't get enough love, man. And there's so much
models,
potential. Yeah. There's so much
I
potential to make awesome Groot models. I see in the chat, Whiskey Hammer 40k says that double green demons would smash on these boards and missions. So just running all of the Nurgle demons.
I don't know
And
about that.
I could see it. I could see it in some matchups. Yeah. They can do so much damage, but I don't think they really benefit from their secondaries, specifically recon. It is kind of difficult with the recon because you gotta, you have to move up the board. You can't just sit back and shoot. And it's not like you can bring like drone spam where you can just flood expendable bodies across the board. Yeah, so I think we're getting to the point where these final rounds should be wrapping up relatively soon.
Yeah, they will have to call time at some point. It does look like looks like they're still hovered over their boards, but they might just be tallying up some points, maybe getting into their fourth round here. I assume they're trying to let them go to get the, you have that 15 minutes between rounds. You got a little bit of a buffer. Obviously, once you're eliminated, you're out, so you don't have to worry about as many players and their time. I would hope the Spanish group has their flights out tomorrow and not tonight. I remember we had that issue with LVO right before the pandemic started, where Michael Holy had to change his flight because he made it to the grand finals and things had taken a little bit longer than he expected. So hopefully nothing like that where people have to be out the door, right on time. But yeah.
Yeah. Hot take. If you're a good kill team player and you're going to a tournament, you should definitely plan on potentially making it to the final round.
Yeah. No, absolutely.
And if you can reschedule your flight in that short of time, do it. If you can't, you got to make the choice. You got to make that choice. How bad do you want it, really?
Justin.
It's all about who wants it more when it gets to this level, I think.
Absolutely. All right. So, interestingly enough, both those first matches, the winners, it was 18-3. So Adrian got 18-3 here, and then Ace also took his game 18-3. So, two big scores. Obviously, the points don't matter at this point. It's single elimination. Your points don't matter. You're just moving on to the next round. But just an interesting little tidbit as we try to fill some time here to get these last scores in.
Welcome to the top 8 kill team where the rules are made up and the points don't matter.
To some degree, you're 100% right. Yeah, so definitely some adjusted rules here, and the points don't matter as we discussed. They only matter within the context of your own game, anyway.
That's right. I see we've got Isaac, I would assume, or the last Star Strider, painting up some Red Corsairs while I watch. Red Corsairs are an awesome, potentially heretical Chaos Space Marine faction, or I guess I should say Renegade Astartes. They are definitely renegades. And Huron Blackguard had made some questionable decisions in the past.
Someone's a lore nerd.
Oh yeah, man. Oh
I
yeah.
wish I knew more about 40K. I know a decent amount, like all the basics and everything, but there is so much. It is so insane. Like it's not like getting into the Lord of the Rings or getting into like Warcraft or getting into D&D. Like I feel like there's just every single like tendril in 40K has its own set of tendrils coming off of it. Like there's just each faction is so deep in its own right, right? Like the Space Marine stuff, you know, probably has more than the rest of the factions combined.
I would say so.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just because, a lot of people get into it with Space Marines. I think for the longest time, or no, I don't think it was Space Marines. For the longest time, it was if you wanted to be a writer at Black Library, you had to write like an Imperial Guard story.
Oh yeah.
I think that was like or it's like
Ghosts and all that.
you become a Black Library writer. The first thing you have to write is Imperial Guard, or it was Space Marines. I couldn't tell you.
I could see that. And yeah, just the Space Marine stuff is because like each chapter is like its own faction, right? Essentially, right? With their
Yeah.
Primarchs and their
Yeah,
own stories
they have
and
all of their
subplots and all that
histories
kind
and
of
stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. Read any book from the Horus Heresy, and you'll be like, how are they not the main characters in this grand overarching story? Which is awesome. That's how it should be. Every faction, no matter which one you prefer, has got some lore in it. I'm fairly certain. So it looks like we're seeing a big congratulatory group hug going on. Somebody must have just came out by the skin of their teeth and won. Holy crap! Oh, that's is that the Spanish team?
So I think Chris Bocci might have taken it
Oh wow. Okay.
over Carpaccio. I'm not sure. They're shaking hands. Carpaccio looked a little bit exasperated.
Yeah.
He's getting the hug here from the Spanish teammates. Yeah, I think Bocci might have taken that one, the Vet Guard over the Warp Coven. Which, I mean, that's a tough matchup. We saw Chris Bocci play those Vet Guard spectacularly yesterday, and that's actually who he played, right? They had a rematch. They played yesterday, and Chris Bocci with his Vet Guard just took it to Carpaccio and his Warp Coven. So I assume Carpaccio came in today with a different expectation, different plan, like talked about it with his Spanish teammates last night. But that Vet Guard team is a tough one to beat. Chris Bocci has obviously shown that he's a very top player, and he plays that team to the limit, right? With how many offensive threats he had on the board yesterday, and how he used them and moved them around the map. But yeah, we'll see how things go. But they're entering the score here, so we should have that on. I'll refresh this, see if it's updated now once that goes through. But it does look like, from context clues here, that Chris Bocci and his Vet Guard took it, and we have this other game wrapping up. I can't tell from any context clues in that far table, but Sheldon is over there, so they are trying to get that one wrapped up as well. We should be getting this coming through here very soon. So it looks like, Chris Bocci 18 to 5. So another very not that, and I mean, obviously a lot of points get scored in that third and fourth turning point with how that mission worked. But wow, yeah. So 18 to 5 there. Chris Bocci over David Carpaccio. Last game we are waiting on is Wilfong versus Biernid 40K, and it looks like Sheldon was over there. They're wrapping that up right now, finishing up that turn 4. Must have been pretty close if they're taking it to the wire here. But yeah.
Yeah. All right. So, comma rates are 0-1 in the top 8 here.
Well, they're
so
out.
far
Single elimination. So.
Pardon?
It's a single elimination.
Yeah.
So they're gone. Yeah.
Yeah. The Warp Coven are 0-1 as it stands right now. So Comorites and half of the Warp Coven have been eliminated. Obviously, Ryan and Baronid's game is still ongoing.
Yeah.
Both veteran Guardsmen players have made it into the semis here.
Yeah.
So, yeah, Veteran Guard looking pretty strong. If I had to make predictions here, I think it's going to come down to a Vet Guard player and a Harlequin player, or it's going to come down to 2 Vet Guard players.
Yeah, it's going to depend on the pairings, I think, for this next round, right? We know that I
Yep.
think the Harlequins are going to have a bit of an advantage here with their with what we were talking about with their APL and their fly and these objectives on secure Archaeotech being on top of these things. I think we could see this the pairings. Whoever wins this last game, the round. I mean, respect to everybody who made the top 8. Very competitive field, right? We've seen Carpaccio do very, very well. His last 2 games against Chris Bocci, not the result that he was looking for, but he made it to the top 8 for a reason. I know he's the highest rated Warp Coven player, I believe, and up there in the Spain community for sure. Props to him. Again, props to Tim for making it in, and to James bringing the Jesse, rather not James, Jesse bringing those Comorites in. Just really, really big. Well played for everyone so far.
Yeah.
Oh man, still waiting on this game. This is like pins and needles right here. Trying to get this last result in. So yeah, but exciting stuff. Yeah, one of the Harlequins removed as well so far with Tim losing. But yeah, I think like you said, Vet Guard, Harlequin. Man, wouldn't it just be because it's going to be random, right? So
Yeah.
wouldn't it just be so painful for those Vet Guard to get paired in this next round against one another?
Yeah. Both of them placed. They both got 18 points,
Yeah,
so it would
no,
be
for
a
sure.
lot more probable if these were ranked, if these
Yeah,
games
yeah.
were ranked and not random.
Well, and
So
um, Adrian would be the number 1 seed who went through. I believe the number 2 was
it would be Chris as it
it was
stands right
Chris.
now.
Well, yeah, as it stands right now, but Chris was also the number 2 at the end, and then I think Ace and Wilfong were 3-4.
Uh huh.
So realistically, it would be if it were being seeded, it would be the 1 would get the lowest seed remaining, and then it would be like
Right.
Chris Bocci versus Ace,
Right. Right.
and kind of thing. So that would be the Vet Guard, and then it would be the Troop versus whoever is on the other end of this last matchup. But it's not going to be that case. It's not keeping the ranks moving forward. So it's just going to be, yeah. I believe they're putting stuff away over there on Biernid's table. I see Wilfong like packing up his stuff. I did not see any kind of celebration one way or the other. But I believe that one is wrapped up as well. Let's refresh here and let's see. Okay, Wilfong. Oh, wow. That got away in that last round. Wilfong takes that. It looks like, as reported, Wilfong, Warp Coven 14, Pathfinder 6. So,
Gosh.
yeah, it got away from him in the end there. As we know, we talked about sight lines on these maps is difficult, and then also, getting up in the face of some Zangors or some sorcerers, not exactly where you want to be as a Tau Pathfinder for those last 2 rounds to get those 4 victory to attempt to challenge those 4 victory points. Like, even if it's just one Zangor, right? A single Zangor could probably slice through a few Pathfinders himself, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
No doubt.
So we will have 1 Harlequin, 2 Vet Guard, and a Warp Coven in the top 4. The Pathfinders, the Comorites, 1 Harlequin and 1 Warp Coven have been sent packing here so far. So congratulations to Wilfong. Shout out again to Biernid. No simple feat, even with Pathfinders making it to this top 8, right? So quite a competitive field. I do know that Pathfinders have a lot of tools, but I know that Vet Guard, I've seen a lot of people talking online. Vet Guard are one of the teams that have definitely given them the sticks, and I know as well this Warp Coven, we've seen them played to an absolute insane level this weekend. Wilfong, especially the game that we watched of his yesterday, just his knowledge of that team, the bandwidth it takes with all the different psychic and the different tools that they have, and where you place them on the board and how effective they can be.
Yeah.
I do know particularly that Biernid had never played, and I don't think he'd actually played a game against Warp Coven, like an actual game. I think he had sad hammered it, done some research, but I'm not sure that he had the chance to play that matchup yet. Before yesterday, mind you. Obviously, he played that matchup as the first round yesterday, but so. The tools might be there, but congratulations to Wilfong. Well played. Obviously, we didn't have a lot of info on how that game went, but we were told that it was rather close going in that third round. But as we know with that mission, if you take that's an 8-point swing if you take both of those objectives, turn 3 and turn 4, right?
Yeah.
So
Orion Wilfong, I've had the opportunity to play against him this past summer, I believe, at Summer Slaughter, which was the event in Pennsylvania run by the Basement Wargamers, and he is probably one of the most out-of-the-box thinkers in Kill Team that I've ever had the pleasure of playing against. Him and Micromancer I would put in that category of just looking at the game, looking at the board state, and just somehow having an answer for everything. And they are... Orion is such a good Kill Team player.
Yeah.
I'm happy to see him doing well.
So
with a team that a lot of people have not really considered to be that great. He came in here and he beat a team that Shane and I ranked at S++, which with an A tier team. So it's very talented player.
Absolutely. So we do have the pairings. We have not been set up. So I was hoping, a little bit in my mind, I was hoping we'd get Spain versus Spain and US versus US so that we'd end up with a Spain-US final no matter what. We have not gotten that. We have Adrian and his Harlequins versus Wilfong and his Warp Coven, and we have Bocce and his Vet Guard versus Ace and his Vet Guard. So this is our lineup for the semis. What are your thoughts here on these matchups, these pairings with this mission?
Man, I don't know. I think it can go any way at this level. My money's on Orion. I think Orion makes a run deep. That was such a decisive turnaround, with the game being that close in the final 2 rounds. I think he can run deep here. I know I just said it's going to be Harlequins and Vet Guard, or Vet Guard and Vet Guard, but I'm not sleeping on Warp Coven anymore. I don't know who's going to make it.
For sure, absolutely. Yeah, no, it's... I don't know which one we're getting on stream yet. We have not been made aware of that. We might have a better idea as they come to set up on this table. I imagine they're getting a few minutes to go to the bathroom and things like that. But yeah. Yeah, so we'll see. I'm trying to think. I do think of the matchups that... I think the Warp Coven pose a more difficult matchup for the Harlequins than either the Vet Guard would have. Not that Vet Guard don't have the tools. Vet Guard are very strong. But I think the Harlequin movement and stuff would have been a little bit more deadly against those teams.
Yeah, I think you're right. The ability to put Fly on one of the Warp Coven sorcerers is absolutely insane. And, really helps out with that team's mobility.
Yeah.
Yeah, they have a lot of, Nevark is saying in the chat, Warp Coven have a good edge because of the amount of indirect with, all the spells they have against the Harlequins. It's very true.
Okay.
Whoa. What is this? East Coast on the U.S. has, no Kill Team presence besides a few years ago Will winning in Chaos Zerkers. Hey. Shane and I are on the East Coast, too. Okay?
To be fair, they're all very broken up scenes, right? In Spain, they play a lot. And they are, I think, much closer than a lot of us are, right? You're talking about a flight, you're talking about a hotel, you're talking about a lot of stuff for some of these tournaments. I don't think you or Shane haven't been to an LVO yet, right?
No.
Yeah. So I think this version is going to be a lot different. I'm hoping we got KTO going on next month. We got more events coming up. But yeah, we can't. We definitely.
What's your name again?
Brian.
Brian?
We've
Brian,
definitely
my
been
name is
through that.
Adrian. Nice to
Okay,
meet
we're
you.
getting.
What's your name?
We are getting Warp Coven versus Harlequins on the.
Oh boy. Okay.
Are you from DC?
Yeah, well, I'm
I
from
am
Spain, but I
stoked
live
for
in
this
DC.
one.
Oh, cool, man.
Yeah.
All right, there you go. So.
What is that trophy from?
So you live in
What
DC, so
trophy?
you're about like an hour away.
Trophy on the table.
No, what I have.
Oh, he just put that down. That looks like the one that Whopper made for himself, if you recall that. After the command point open, I think.
Oh my god, that's right. Let's go.
I don't know if
I
Whopper
love
just laid it
that,
in
dude.
there or what, but that looks like the one that Whopper made.
There is like a big tournament.
I love that
in
so
February,
much.
right? But they will be in Spain. I need to visit my family.
Understandable.
Yeah.
I saw them put it down, and I'm like, what is that?
Yeah.
I
Absolutely.
remember seeing the pictures.
Yeah, I think that's what it is, and I know Whopper's there, so yeah.
Love Whopper.
I play a lot World Cup and I was close to come here to Las Vegas with
We've got an urgent LVO question. If I bet on Cincinnati plus 4.5, what does that mean? So we've got kill team people not understanding betting lines, trying to make some last second bets here. It looks like.
Okay, so if you don't, so whatever you do, do not bet a same game parlay because it will not hit in today's NFL. Speaking from experience, do not bet multiple games. Do not bet multiple game parlays because it will not hit in today's NFL. It just won't. Do not take any of my advice as gambling advice.
Yeah,
Full disclaimer.
We're done with that. We're done with that.
Let's just not talk about this anymore.
Yeah.
If I had to choose a game, the teams that I think are going to win this weekend, I think the Chiefs are going to beat the Bengals, and I think the Rams and the 49ers somehow stumbling their way into a divisional championship
does that
make
you that Shane's team, like Shane's like stepchild team, has stumbled their way. God, I couldn't believe that game last week, dude. I haven't gotten to talk to you after it. We won't do this.
Let me tell you, man. It was.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I can only imagine. So
it's been a fun ride for the 49ers, but I think they're going home after today.
Fair enough. Dude,
oh wait, aren't these games going on right now?
The New England game, or sorry, not New England.
New England, get out of here!
Yeah, sorry, the Bengals versus Chiefs is just starting. Like they're like a minute into the game, which is actually why I will have to be leaving you here before this round starts. I have people coming over to watch the game. So, yeah, I have not. I don't get a lot of chances to hang out with people these days because of the current state of the world, and it's actually mainly family. But I have some people coming over to watch the game. So, I am going to leave you guys now in the very capable hands of Ryan from Command Point. I look forward to seeing what the results are here. I'm going to have this on my phone on the side. But yeah, I'm going to leave you guys here. Warp Coven versus Harlequins, USA versus Spain, Will Fong versus Adrian. I don't have his last name in front of me, but yeah. So this is exciting. We have USA versus Spain on both sides of this semifinal. Could be an all Spain final, could be an all US final, could be a mix. This is very exciting. Thank you all for being here. Thank you, Ryan, for joining me, allowing me to join you here today.
Yeah.
I had more availability than I thought I would this weekend, so that's been great. Really enjoyed casting these games. I will see you all on Discord or at one of these future tournaments, hopefully. I have been Utsicle from the Killzone Discord. Thank you so much, Ryan, and good luck with the rest of these games. You're going to have to reach out to Sheldon. I know they have people there who know this game. You just had some other top players eliminated who could definitely sit in here and cast this game with you. I don't know if they will be sending reinforcements, but they definitely have them there, so...
Yeah, I'm sure we'll be able to get someone on the horn here soon. Good having you, Uds.
Yeah, thanks. Have a good one.
This is your guy for recipes.
Just seeing the results from the London Kill Team tournament that was going on today. Novitiates first and third. That is very interesting. There were a few novitiate teams that had made their way to the LVO today, and well, not today, I should say. Yesterday. But none of them were able to place in top 8, which I thought was pretty surprising given the shenanigans they have with their, with their acts of faith abilities. It's so strong. Commando's second and Wormblade fourth. Yep, Wormblade are definitely in the conversation for one of the top factions in Kill Team right now. They are crazy. All right. I'm going to try and listen in here, see what we can hear going on.
Maybe after this next round. Alrighty.
So for those of you just now tuning in, this is Secure Archaeotech. So in this mission, you want your models to be performing the disengaged tech action, which scores you a VP. And then at the end of the battle, for each disengaged objective disengaged objective marker that a friendly operative controls scores you 2 VP. So there is huge potential for late game swings going on in the scoring of these games. It's pretty much get in there, grab the objectives, as many as you can, and get them to basically your side of the field, really, or just like hold on to them. Hold on for dear life until the end of the game and try and score those points. So it looks like they're just measuring out their the deployment zones right now, possibly plotting some pre-game moves.
Okay. I'm pretty much ready to go here, sir.
Okay.
Roll for attack and defender.
All right, they're rolling off for attacker defender here.
Okay.
And it looks like we have Orion here, the Warp Coven with the blue dice. He is elected to be the attacker.
I'm ready to go, like fully.
Yeah. So select a corps, I have equipment.
Wow, okay. Both players are completely all set to go, it sounds like. They've already plotted out what equipment they're going to be taking, what models they're going to be taking. They did not come here to mess around.
So you have the rerolls for the fusions. Okay.
So that's the once you can reroll one die?
Yes.
Okay.
Both fusion pistols. And this guy, the guy with this hair.
Okay.
Okay. And he has the 1 CP. Okay. If you is the mask. If you kill me, if you're incapacitated me.
The only thing I ask is, can you mark them with something to look for the rerolls? So when you use that reroll, we just
Yes.
Alright, for me, I'm gonna have. We can go over the whole kill teams too. Are you just bringing all swords and a power sword?
Yes. I'm fusion pistol.
All right, so the Harlequins are doing fusion blades, Harlequin blades, and the power sword, or excuse me, the power weapon on the leader.
Champion. He's gonna have the lethal 5-up and the Reap 1
The
sword.
sword?
Yeah.
Okay.
He doesn't have it. It's not a technical sword, so yeah. That's what he does. I'll have 5 Zangors.
Okay.
One's gonna be the hornblower.
With the horn?
Yeah, he's got the horn.
Okay.
So these 4, they're gonna have gilded horns, so they can swing with one of their attacks as lethal 5-up.
Okay.
And then that's it for them.
Can I show them?
Orion has opted for a wide Warp Zone Coven kill team, running a lot of Zangors.
Everyone really likes
So
that.
you just bring a stab here and you cover it for painting. Super good idea.
I got the idea from Midwinter Minis on YouTube. He did it with like plague bears and their bellies.
Yeah, I love them. I love them.
All credit to Midwinter Minis. And then these 3. Alright, so this guy's gonna be Flyer.
Flyer?
He has the Temperic discipline.
Yeah.
You familiar with it?
All right, so the
He's got the heal. He's got the Flux Blast.
sorcerer you see on the right
Reducing your dashes and charges by 2.
The flying guy.
there is going to be able to fly.
This has the Flamer boon, so Flamers are good. He has the Destiny discipline, so he's got Doombolt, the positive APL modifier and reroll modifier, and then
So is Destiny this guy?
yeah, and he has reroll defense dice. So he's got the Flamer and basically Doombolt.
And reroll the defense dice.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then this guy is the Warp Fire sorcerer.
Okay.
He's got the Inferno Bolt pistol and staff. He has the staff as well. So he has the Mutant Appendage, so he does the free mission action.
Okay.
Yep. So he's got Mutant Appendage, Incorporeal Sight, Fly. This guy's the Warp Fire, so he has the indirect 2/2 shot.
This is the guy we can do it.
Indirect, yep. And he has a Bolt pistol.
Yeah, for sure.
That's it.
And okay. Equipment?
Oh yeah. Because they have the Gilded Horns. And
All of them?
Yeah, all of them except for these 2.
Okay.
All right, so it looks like
And these 2 have
Tim
arcane robes, so they can knock a crit damage.
is going to be joining us here in the commentary booth soon.
Yeah, since we can mark when.
So looking forward to that. I really like the decision to go wide here with Warp Coven instead of taking something like a Soul Reaper cannon. Just take as many bodies as you can, because on this mission specifically, you want to push out as many bodies as you can to grab all those points and kind of just get them in your clutches and hold on to them for as long as possible, as opposed to, like, you know, why bother trying to kill your opponent if you can grab those objective markers faster than them. I still think the Harlequins are going to get the edge in that aspect, but Orion is a very out-of-the-box player. I'm sure he's going to be able to make this game, at the very least, a competitive one.
Set up barricades.
Yep. Oh, actually, yeah. For the robes, I have it written down here. I can't erase this, so if this gets crossed out on any of them, this is the Temperic, the Destiny, and the Warfire. When they're crossed out, they're gone. That's also what I keep score of, so it'll be right here.
Okay, I am going to use.
Yeah, no, you're good. Please keep your own score.
Yeah, this one here.
Alright, so barricades. Yeah, it's just from the edge. So they go.
Yeah, Orion's decision to give the his flyer sorcerer Flux Blast, he's just going to be able to just fly around wherever he wants and just absolutely dunk on some of these Harlequins.
Golly, my bad. Alright. What am I doing?
Oh my god.
Come on, right here. Actually, no, I'm not gonna do it. Sorry. That seems better. I will put it on this guy. That's
Okay.
That's the blood, Vince.
Are you playing?
Yep.
Why aren't you away from your table? Go!
This is chilly and
ECP is Best Coast pairings. If you want to keep up with the latest tournaments going worldwide, or excuse me,
They don't really do anything.
going on around the world, that's the best way to check it out.
Like, me wherever I put these things.
Hey, let's set you up over here. You should be able to hear Ryan with these. They're wireless, but charging them. So if you want to walk around, you can take that off.
No, that seems like a bad choice. It's all bad. It's all bad. I'm just gonna put this shown out right here.
Okay. So now,
So now we apply. Yep.
brothers.
Is the mic on? Yep. Hey Ryan, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh wait, there he is. Hey Ryan, it's Tim. I'm sitting here at LVO.
It's nice to be against somebody that we don't
Oh,
know
okay.
what needs.
Now, in all fairness, I still have 2 blast weapons.
The last 3 games I played against Orcs with the Dynamite.
Yeah, so
and
there's a
they
bit
would
of a
come around
delay.
with 5 grenades.
Oh boy. Yeah, I haven't played against Comrade at all.
Maybe there isn't.
I've heard that
Here,
trick.
guys.
They are tricky. I think it's a good pairing for me, though, but...
Oh, right, yeah, almost better. Comrades.
So... I think you can...
All right, Tim. So you're sitting courtside here.
Yeah, I'm sitting courtside watching the match
So
here.
with your...
Excellent. Okay.
Hey, so Chris
9 and 3,
which I'm keeping an eye on as well.
11... You can be here.
All right, Tim. So what's it looking like down there from your angle for deployment of these 2 kill teams right now?
Yeah, so from what I can see, the Harlequins are set up a pretty standard pattern. Making sure that they're behind cover first. Further. He's definitely, I mean, I think that's the story of Harlequin. Using the tag point always be concealed. I have played that so many times today. I think I remember the name of it. But actually, my brain is kind of numb after a full day yesterday and waking up this morning for the first game here.
From this vantage point, what do you think
Yeah,
right
no,
now? You do...
definitely
Like from here?
backfield
Yeah.
fighting.
Currently, I think I'd hit some experiments, unless I was like right on the edge. Like if I was right here, I could probably get this one. That'd be better.
In this here, but you can move right there.
Yeah, no, that's.
You can move here, 11.
Yeah, he's got about 3 Harlequins. I think they have station on that one. Center.
Yeah.
Sorry.
3 stationed on the right, 2 stationed on the left.
What is this board, Sheldon? I've never played on this board.
Objectives are on top of containers, which is going to give him a big
LVO board.
You mean the fucking monkey wrench boards? Yeah.
However, I don't know if you can see the middle objectives here. They are fairly outnumbered. Oh,
So can you fit it over here? I think mine.
okay.
I think mine might be pushed a little farther. I don't think I could probably fit like a 36 or a 26 inch
Huh?
or 20. I think mine might be just a little off on yours.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, what do you...
I don't know what the correct dimensions is on this. Is what I'm saying.
Yeah, I haven't moved.
No, I believe you. I think just one size
Do
wrong.
you want to move it? Because if you want to fit, yeah.
Yeah, because I just said.
Yeah.
Should be 5 inches.
Yeah, and look, because this part is here.
Yeah. Yeah, so this would be here. Like so, yeah.
Yeah. Good point.
Yeah, guys. So it looks like we're experiencing some technical difficulties with Tim getting in here. Not really getting in here, but just getting him picked up on the mic.
Can you hear me okay?
But we are working to adjust that.
All right.
That way, you guys will be able to hear him and I doing a dual commentary.
Here's the third fusion. Back here.
Fusion?
Yeah, there's 3 fusions total. Yeah.
Yeah, it's
1, 2.
1, 2, 3.
Oh, 2. Okay, there. Gotcha.
So there are 3 fusion pistols in total on the Harlequin's team.
Test.
What it's sounding like.
Test.
Okay.
Test. Okay, so it's showing up on there. Ryan, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you a lot better now, Tim.
Okay, sorry about that. So, like I was saying, we have 3 Harlequins set up on either side, and 2 Harlequins set up in the middle. And it looks like we have 1 fusion gun on one side, 1 fusion gun in the middle at least. 2 fusion guns in the middle.
Yeah, look at that.
Fusion gun on the left.
All right, Tim. I think you are coming in just a little bit quiet for me, but it's a lot better than it was before. So we've got 3 Harlequins on either side, and we've got 2 Harlequins in the middle. I think you said. So
Yeah,
you
that's
mentioned that this is like a standard kind of Harlequin deployment. I think. Can you explain to us why exactly that's like the standard Harlequin deployment?
Yeah, so Harlequins rely a lot on recon or kill, depending on the team. It looks like this setup is kind of set up for recon in this case. So likely what we'll see is Vantage, which has him jump up on 2 containers outside of his deployment zone. We'll have to jump up on the vantage points there and then claim the Vantage. And then there's also triangulation, which requires him to take actions one on either side of the board.
Gotcha.
And so setting up on the sides allows him to move his pieces to the appropriate places on turn 1 to knock those out as quickly as
Flying
possible.
guy, right?
Flamer.
No,
Fly,
flying.
yeah.
Temporary.
Okay, and it looks like the Warp Coven is being set up as well. It's in the backfield here. Let's see. Looks like most of his pieces have been set up now here in the backfield.
No.
This is short board, so this is definitely going to favor Harlequins when it comes to combat. However,
Yeah.
because it's short board, if he's using the Flying Sorcerer on Warp Coven, he's going to be able to move around and kind of negate the domino field, which is going to the bread and butter of keeping your clowns alive.
All right. So it sounds like we're both sounding pretty good on the stream now. Chat, if you need us to adjust anything else, just let us know in the chat there. Yeah. So I am super excited to see this team pop off here. Both of these teams face off against each other. So Tim, how are Orion's models looking? Because his opponent was admiring the paint job that he had put on those models. How are they looking to you?
Oh no, his his models
So,
are absolutely
again,
beautiful. It looks like he, instead of using the traditional Zangor, he's used some horrors, and there's
Right.
definitely like an orange theme to
He
him.
doesn't reroll save.
Just really solid looking
So
models.
Flamer's lethal 5.
And the Harlequins
Oh, okay.
actually also look really
He
good.
just has a psychic
They're
ability
very
to roll
well
saves.
detailed, very well painted.
I can target
Some
one of my
really
guys
good
as
looking
visible.
models here.
That model for its turn gets a reroll at 6.
Okay.
Not super useful against you if you're not shooting all.
Yeah.
All right, I'm just taking a look at the board
Okay.
on the monitor
Yeah,
here
ready?
from
Yes,
up
sir,
top.
yes, sir.
Enjoy.
Looks
Have
good.
fun
Okay,
and good
they're
luck.
getting
Oh,
started
you're gonna
now.
dust me, sir. It's not even gonna be close.
Woo!
These Harlequin, this is such a good board for you.
Yeah, I don't know what is going to
So it sounds like Orion is already
I'll
kind
play my
of.
heart out, but I think you got it.
Yeah, no, don't say
You know,
that. Don't say that because that's tricky.
He's
Now
giving
I'm
the
going
edge
to
to
be
his
playing
opponent
more
to his opponent here, and he's not
less
afraid to
aware,
admit it.
So,
Yeah, yeah. I've definitely watched several games with his opponent,
So scouting phase.
and he has definitely mastered the art of
So
Harlequin.
number of dice.
Gotcha.
They're doing scouting phase right now. Decision. All right,
So I get to choose
we're gonna
initiative?
have a free dash
Starting with the defender, you
and
perform a
two.
dash.
yes.
Gosh, off the top of my head, I can't remember what that one is.
Oh, 3 and 2.
Okay.
Yeah, 3 and 2. Wolfong will get a free dash.
Perform a dash with.
Oh, so it looks like they both took recon for the free dash, which I think that's a correct
So
move
then initiative. I'm
with
gonna have
Me first.
on this board here on this
Yeah.
mission.
Especially with how close it is. You have 6 objectives. You
Yeah.
CPs.
gotta move your pieces up quick enough
I
to
am
get
going
home.
to use domino fields.
Yep.
I will spend 2 for psychic actions this turn.
Two
All right,
seconds,
so I heard
right?
he's using Domino Field,
Yeah.
which is probably going to happen all the way up until turn
I'll reveal
4.
Vance.
Woo.
Yeah, really.
Everybody try.
And then I heard Orion is spending
I will reveal
his
Vance.
CP for psychic actions.
Yeah.
Okay. That's it.
I will reveal Scry Secret.
What's that?
I was
basically,
lucky
I
enough to
get
not
one
have
piece of
to
secret.
play any
At
Warp
any
Coven
point in the game,
teams
if I can get within 6 inches of them, I can
so
perform an action with
far,
a psyker
but
to attempt to steal the secret.
Wilfong has
When I do, I get a
been
point. I just have to
pretty
get 6
punishing with,
Okay, I'm going to
with
read
the
it
team
later.
so far, which is
It's
why
real
he's
Yeah.
simple. You
he's
choose
now
one
on
of your
top
dudes to get the
4.
secret, nothing bad happens to him. If I get within 6 inches of him with a psyker, I can perform a psychic action or just mission action.
So you put this token here,
No. You give this to one of your guys. This is a secret.
and I put it in one of my
Any
guys.
one of the Harlequins, yeah.
But you have to know it.
If I don't have to know it.
Okay.
I just
That's the reason that's a secret, right?
Yeah. If I get within, let's say I was right here, I can for 1 AP steal the secret from you. I get a point when I do that. If I'm alive at the end of the game, I get another point with that secret.
And how do you know? what is
So
the
he's
secret?
using his a Warp
I
Coven
get to know who you
specific
give it to.
tactic.
You
Yeah.
have to tell me who has the secret.
No.
You
Or basically
You get to pick. I
Orion.
know who you give it to.
you know.
Yeah, it's not a secret.
Okay.
It's just a thematic secret.
Okay.
So
Yeah, just
one of
what we're gonna do
the
is
one
I-
of the
I
models
take
gets
it
a
from him if I
secret,
go within 6.
and if
Okay,
Wilfong
your
finds it,
secret.
he'll get his secondary points for that.
Yeah. It's basically his opponent picks one of his models,
Right.
and if Orion kills that unit, he's going to get some points.
All right.
Right.
So that's all that. You may go first.
Definitely one of the cooler things about the Bestoke teams is these kinds of like thematic. This is how you play this team.
Yeah.
Secondaries.
Yeah, the Wormblade and the Warp Coven are both very thematic teams, but also very, very good.
Yeah.
Which is nice.
Yeah.
I like it.
I actually to do some retail therapy after my loss and my 7th place finish. I
Oh
went and
yes,
bought
what do you
a,
get from
guilty.
the? What do you get?
I don't think I get anything, but I can tell you that there's some sweet looking trophies over here
Yeah, and
for
So you'll get 1
the
point.
top finishers.
Oh, okay. I mean, what did you buy with the retail therapy?
Oh yeah, for the retail therapy. No, I bought myself the Wormblade kill team essentially.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so I'll be putting that together. Just a note, if you ever come to LVO and want to find a copy of White Dwarf, there are none. So come prepared.
Oh, okay.
We're getting some movement now. We got a Harlequin up in the middle. It looks like he set up a barrier in the middle there, so he can be on the objective but still be concealed.
This was the power sword arm out of the power sword out of the command squad. Face me.
Yeah, Tim just sounds a little echoey because of the feedback from the
there's a
from
couple
the mics in
mics
front of
here.
there's a couple microphones that overlap with their audio pickup. Got the player mics, and then you've got Tim, who's basically sitting courtside here.
Yeah.
He's just picking up a little bit of residual.
I tried scooting back. We'll see if that helps.
Yeah, just move.
I think you need a dash. Yeah.
You can get on it. Okay, alright. We'll rewind that then.
See, we got John Sow in chat. We've got Micromancer in chat.
So then I will just use
Kill Team Nova in chat. Monkey Mod in chat. Everybody's out here.
Yeah. That's quite
He
the
did the dash
lineup.
for the turn.
One here. 5. Okay.
He just goes.
I'm gonna get Whopper to go get me an update on Ace's game with.
Oh yeah, for
Crispy.
sure.
To the center, aren't they?
Give me just
Moving
one
into the
second.
center. Is that what these are?
I don't understand. Sorry.
Within an inch of the center.
Oh, it's true.
Yeah, so that would not be able to, neither of us will be able to do it currently.
And, okay. It's true.
So no
I don't
point
have
on
that
that.
point.
All right, we'll have a update on that match here in just a second.
Yes. We just both realized that.
Oh, yeah. So, can I go back? Because.
Yeah. I'll let you go. Just remember I can do.
Just, well, it's so,
Yeah.
it's because I think that I will do it with another ability, but it's okay. It's okay. I give it.
Are you
Yes. Yes.
Okay. But I'm okay with it.
There's something going on with the Ace Crispy game.
So I'm gonna go.
They've called Sheldon over to make a ruling on something. I'll find
Interesting.
out what that is here in just a second. It looks like somebody may be streaming the game on a phone.
He's gonna blow the horn for 1 AP. He's going to triangulate for his other AP.
Yeah, I think I saw somebody had their phone on a gimbal mount.
So, aquí no puedo hacer contacto, creo, ¿no? No, tiene que estar fuera de tu zona de juego. Fully within es totalmente fuera. Vale. Tiene que ser aquí, en cualquier lado. Pero este y este tampoco. Vale. Okay, so
So now all the Zangors can move an extra inch.
in a range.
Infinite range. Yep, no vision, no.
All right, things
So,
seem to be
anyone
getting
from
pretty
Malaysia?
interesting over at the Crispy Ace game. There's controversy over some line of sight
No, it's not the
issues.
point.
They're pulling out lasers now to do some verification.
Okay.
Triangulate.
Yeah. The I will say probably the weakest point in Kill Team is a line of sight rules, at least in this edition of Kill Team. The line of sight is very, very confusing.
Yeah.
Even at
It would be
its high a
just 2
level,
inches.
and
So,
I would like it to be looked at. I think.
Yeah, and I mean
You should be able to get
it's a little more like high priority since
So then
most range weapons no longer have a range limitation. So
Absolutely.
line of sight is a lot more
he's moved
significant
7.
than what it was
Ah,
in
because of the horn.
Kill Team.
It's 3 and
2018.
7 is 10.
Yeah.
Well, he was here though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So he's. Where can you move?
He's right here.
Yeah,
I will
so
tell
the
you
limit is
that
three, so
the
three.
Spanish teams,
7
the
is
Spanish team, I should say,
Perfect. You can do it.
they have been very strong
so
in their showing
and you
here
will
and
do the
kind of
admission
their
Okay.
team camaraderie. All of
Oh,
them
yeah.
showed up today in support of the Spanish players that made it through,
I'm gonna put a.
and they've
Yep.
been very
mark on this,
disciplined.
So they're disengaged.
Well, a lot of
Can't
us
do it
have been
again.
drinking through the game yesterday. They were on a strict no alcohol policy until they were out of the tournament.
I love it. I love it. They came here to show up and they came here to win, and
Oh, no, they
that
did.
discipline has paid dividends for them.
Yeah, and I mean they're just a class act all around. I played against
Okay,
Ace
I'm going to move
in
this
my
guy
top 8
here.
game today, and I guess every match that the Spanish team has, they hand them at the end. They give their opponent one of their Spanish team dice. So I have one of Ace's
Oh,
Spanish team
nice.
dice. Yeah,
And this one is.
That's
disengaged.
cool.
yeah. No, they definitely had a plan. They put in the work. Each one of them has been an expert at the team they played, and I want to say, based on their performance, they have been practicing each of the mission packets and the various teams that they can play against. They came prepared,
Hmm.
and I mean, I guess this is just a call. We need to have kill team teams. I see all the big 40 players that were playing in the competition, the 900 team or 900 person competition.
I love the idea of
Yeah.
of team events.
Yeah, and I mean, I think it's time that over COVID we've definitely established a pretty massive kill team community. I think it's time we start doing teams.
Yeah, I think so too. I would love to see
What do we do, sir?
some kill team tournaments going
Yeah.
on around here.
Yeah, for sure.
That'd be dope.
Okay.
He's gonna go.
That's Warframe, right?
This is the warp fire.
Warfire.
So this is the indirect. So he's gonna walk over here.
Okay, it looks like we have a
Alright.
sorcerer creeping up the side here on Bofong's side.
So this
Yep.
triangle.
That's the one with the indirect, I think I heard him say.
Are they still around 100?
He's gonna cast Infernal Fire
Yeah.
on.
Oh, he's casting Infernal Fire.
Yeah, here it comes.
And then he'll cast the Firestorm. So they'll be
Ooh, buddy.
This is one of the
It's
few
indirect and
ways
barrage.
around Domino Field.
Yep.
And this is also
Yeah,
the
it's a
reason
real
I
good
was happy that I have not played against this team yet, is because they have just the right tools to deal with Harlequin's
So hang on him first.
Yes.
And reroll
Harlequin
tails.
pain, if you will.
All right.
Let's see, roll here.
There's your roll.
3 hits.
Hits.
And then these get rerolled.
How many hits is that?
So 2 crits, 2 hits.
2 crits, 2 hits.
2 crits and 2 hits. Wow.
Yes, and it's
Fantastic
rerolled.
opening
No,
salvo here.
Top
That
down.
is going to be painful. 4 up and rolls. Not a 1.
Is that?
Was that Death Mask?
No. No.
Okay, so he is running the death mask on one of his characters.
Okay. And then on
Yeah.
zero, I
That
don't
was
get to
not
reroll
it,
this.
though. Okay, and here comes the second go.
He will get a crit and 2.
Crit and 2 hits. Ooh. Oh, Orion is rolling hot
It's all
here.
2 damage.
Okay.
So you
Okay,
just
so
take,
the crit's
2.
going to come through.
Nice job. Yep. That's his action.
That Harlequin is down to 6.
Okay, okay. Took one off.
It's,
Got another
it's
one
still
down to
alive.
6. Yeah, not the. And he rolled really good too. That 4-up invulnerable save is so good on those models, man.
Oh, yeah, for sure. That has definitely negated some plasma action in some of my games.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Thank you, Warhammer man. Very nice of you to say. Thanks for tuning in here.
I don't have access to the chat, so if anybody has a question about something that's going on, just let me know.
Yeah, somebody in chat said why the terrain is set symmetrically. That makes no sense to be a defender.
Oh, why is the...
Well, I mean, that's just your opinion, man.
Yeah, that's just like your opinion. No, the map setups here have kind of made it difficult at times to kind of predict what's going to happen. I know they changed halfway through the day yesterday, and then they changed again. But the more difficult setups has been these setups where the objective markers are on the containers. If you could, I don't know if you can see it clearly, but there were, I think it's 1, 2, 3, 4 objective markers on containers, and that makes that super hard to get those, especially against teams with any kind of range on them. And they are just open, completely open up there on some of these. So getting on those objectives is a guaranteed way to get them shut off the objective almost immediately. So you really have to focus down on like the center objectives in this case. And that's why we placed out a barrier on top of that objective.
Gotcha.
Because for the infernal fire, this is though they are visible to you, right?
It'd be visible. You're still visible. There's no obscurement because it just goes from the. It doesn't use like other line of sight for shooting. It's just vision.
Okay.
Just like firing a marker light or anything like that.
Normally in other tournaments, I see partially symmetric maps.
Yeah.
Yeah, and sometimes what you see at other tournaments just comes down to the amount of terrain and the type of terrain that the tournament organizer has available, has on hand. Fortunately enough for the Kill Team Championship Series, Sheldon has put a lot of time and effort into accruing enough terrain to have like these awesome symmetrical terrain layouts at every single table. Every single table, not just this one, looks like this table.
Exactly.
So it's it's a way of keeping the game super balanced.
Yeah.
I understand the argument for people when they say, why is the terrain not set up symmetrically? There's no sense in being a defender. But I would want to plan a symmetrical board 100% of the time, I think.
Yeah.
Just because I don't want, you have a better deployment zone than me, so you're going to win the game. I don't want the game to practically be decided at, before the game even begins,
Yeah, and we saw that in the last Kill Team. We had several boards where there was actually a setup where you'd want to be able to choose which side you were on. And that just kind of, I don't know, that's another way for winning a dice roll actually can win you the game, right?
Yeah.
Having completely symmetrical eliminates that randomness of randomly deciding who attacker versus defender is. And it kind of guarantees, like you said, it guarantees some balance.
I do also want to say that you can have what I would call a balanced map, but the terrain is asymmetrical, kind of like what you see with the a lot of the tabletop simulator tournaments we've seen have asymmetrical terrain, or at least it's like different terrain pieces, but there's enough that it kind of balances the whole board.
Right.
So there is play and there is strategy in those instances.
Yeah.
But the board is, for the most part, symmetrical or balanced.
And I will say, this luster terrain that Dakota created for this and Sheldon's running, it is absolutely some of the best looking terrain I think I've seen in any Kill Team event that I've been to. It looks outstanding.
Yeah, I really like the look of it. The only terrain that, thematically, or not even thematically, aesthetically, I guess, would be better, would be having just a ton of like the
Okay,
you know
so
the
does
Games
that
Workshop
make four
40K
more wounds?
terrain. But this is
Sorry, it's Randy.
this terrain is awesome.
Oh, okay.
And I like it a lot.
That's the equipment, isn't it? Yeah. Okay. He has 5 of saves. What's the damage?
The damage is 3-4.
Okay, so I will block a crit, and then I'm alive with 1 health.
Okay.
Or 8 wounds.
All right, so Orion here blocks the crit, keeping his model alive on 1 health remaining.
Yep. And then he's just gonna dash the Harlequin in there, and that's kind of like the advantage of the Harlequins is they're really good at popping out there, shooting something, and then jumping away before the opponent has any kind of idea of what to do next. Their ability to fly through terrain means that the entire board is open up to them for this.
Yeah. It's possible to just like be non-interactive with your opponent.
Exactly.
He's going to do a move and a dash. So he will go to here.
I got another watch.
Okay, it looks like the round obviously isn't over, but just taking a peek here. It looks like the score here is 2-2 in this match.
Yeah.
And then. No. Apparently it's gonna change in a sec. But I will activate flyer last year.
Where is it that you're seeing a 2-2? Because right now, to me, it's looking like Orion has models on 1, 2, 3 different objectives. It looks like one of them is carrying the one on top of the container at least.
6 health.
Yeah,
I'm only seeing
I see a
Harlequins
score
on
sheet
1,
down here.
2. Got you.
Where it's
Okay.
being tracked right now. That's going to change very shortly.
He's gonna dash up to here. Because it's fun.
Okay. So.
This is interesting. We got another sorcerer on top here.
We don't score anything on the primary.
Marple Cola, yeah, I 100% agree. It's really a matter of there being no competitive standards of practice for the game. It's just what's done by any given organizer. Yep.
Yeah. And just at the end of the back.
And it's really on the players to kind of like overcome. You know, when you're playing in a tournament, you're not just playing against your opponent. You're playing against the terrain. You're playing against the rules. You're playing against a ton of other factors.
Alright, next turn.
So, you know, getting lost in, oh, the boards, I don't get a advantage depending on the deployment. You know, that's part of it, but that's not all of it, you know. Not really something to get hung up on. It's more like you got to figure out the best way to score as many points as possible and win your games.
You get to choose.
Okay.
That's even if the board is unbalanced or it's balanced, it's whatever.
Before activations, are you doing a strategic place?
Yes, this is what I am going to use. Boom, 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 boom.
Sheldon's gonna get us update on the score on the Crispy and Ace
I will
game.
spend 2 for a psychic dominion.
Sure.
So it's the double psychic.
Okay.
Are you spending for anything else?
What is it?
2-0 for in Ace's favor. So lowest scoring game so
you may
far.
start, sir.
All right.
Show me what you got, man.
Interesting.
Hit me hard.
There's a pretty veritable who's who of kill team around right now. For the American kill team anyways. Janice just passed by. We've got James K in attendance over here. Emmanuel is playing Kellen Foster in narrative right now, looks like. I think that's
All right, he's going for blood off the bat.
Gotcha. Heard Matt H was there as well.
Yeah, Matt H, he decided to play Blood Bowl today.
Ah, okay, nice.
Yeah.
So
He's, as far as I know, I think he's 2-0 in Blood Bowl right now.
So, crit and 2. My damage is 4/5.
5. You.
You have balance, correct?
Yes.
We got some melee combat going on here.
Crit is.
I think
Yeah, we're both 4/5.
Or wait, no.
That's for you.
Yep.
Yeah,
That's
no,
for you.
melee,
That's
sorry.
5. And I'll die.
Okay. Now.
One Zangor down.
5 damage, so you'd be at 3, right?
Is 5 damage?
Yeah.
Sorry.
We're literally the same melee. The sorcerers are 4/6.
Because you parried this one, right?
I didn't parry. No, I just swung. I took the damage.
Is the only crit that you have?
Yeah, but you swung for damage, right?
Yeah.
And then I swung back.
But I want to parry your critic with my critic. Okay?
Oh, did you?
Yes. So you hit me with a normal hit.
Oh, I thought you said swing first. That's what I thought.
Yeah. So I want to do that.
So you're parrying instead.
Can.
Okay.
So you parry. You hit me. No, because I'm dead. Okay. Sorry. No, like this.
Yeah, if you do it the other way, you
Yeah,
die.
I am dead. Okay. So now. Fusion pistol.
So 2.
Reroll.
You hit on 3s naturally, right?
Yes.
You hit on 4s.
1, 82.
AP2? There's no crits, right?
Infusion, AP2.
Oh, this is the fusion. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we got a
Alright,
fusion gun
I do
from
a
the attacker
what's the damage?
firing into,
Yeah.
Damage is 5.
I believe,
Five.
another
Okay.
No, it's 3. No, it's 5, 3. Yeah,
5, 3. Okay. What do I want to do? I will do 1 3-up save. That's all I need.
Orion just needs to make a single 3-up save in order for his model to survive here.
3. I'll just roll with my 3-up save.
Okay.
So you'll save it.
that's a
So that's his activation.
unfortunate shoot there with the fusion gun. Those have the tendency to be quite deadly, and actually getting
Yeah.
in range to use them is a feat in and of itself.
1 CP.
But
For mutant,
if you don't kill the
sorry,
intended
saboteur.
mark, that's
These two
most
can
likely a
activate.
dead clown.
Okay.
That's a feel bad, yeah.
So I'm going to declare charge of this guy. You want to go over here?
Okay.
Rerolling fails. So I get a crit hit. So. That's unfortunate. But I will swing for 5. Yeah. Yep, and I'll die.
Okay, so another dead Zangor,
The 1,
and
right?
that
Yep, he's down to 1.
Yeah.
In which case,
The
this
clan
guy
there is
will
down
do
to
the next
1
charge.
that he has behind
Charge
the
here.
chain.
Okay.
Definitely some wounds
This
on
guy
some
is
of
4,000
these
better.
clowns that are out
Maybe
there.
yeah,
yeah,
The
yeah.
Harlequins, maybe I should
Yeah.
know what they are.
And he can fight twice.
More fights coming.
So we get crit, and I believe a 5 up. So then 2 crits and a hit.
2 crits and a hit.
Yep.
So.
2 crits and a hit.
Yeah, you give me a crit. How much is the crit? 5?
5.
5. I'm gonna give you 5 too. You go all 4.
Yeah. I'm just gonna take 5 damage. Yeah. Oh, did you get crits?
No.
Okay, so I'll take 4.
4.
And you, yeah.
No.
Yep.
So that's 2 of 8 Harlequins down right now.
4 health.
It looks
Okay.
like only 2 Zangors down so far.
I rerolled one.
Yeah, those are really good trades for Orion right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, he doesn't have relentless.
Oh,
Sorry.
okay, thank you.
Two Zangors for 2 Harlequins. I take that every day.
Yeah,
I mean,
absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah. Nice, close, competitive semi-final here at the Kill Team Championships 2022 LVO event. Cutting back to the top view here.
Five.
Doing a count now of Harlequin activations still.
Gotcha. Each one of these models with 3 APL. It can be absolutely oppressive to play against Harlequins with their movement, their numbers, what activations they have, their tricks and everything.
Yeah.
But the Warp Coven is keeping it close. They are tit for tat, 2 for 2 with the bodies. Score is 3-2 as it stands right now here in round 2. Really close competitive game going on here.
By the way, 25 minutes left. We're only in round 2 on this one. So, with
Oh, wow.
Harlequins,
Okay.
you really can't afford to trade 1 for 1. If you're trading 1
No.
for 1, it's not a great day, especially against a team with a higher model count than you. You really want to do a 2 for 1 trade. And I think, that fusion, that botch fusion attempt was his attempt to even it out, but it didn't come to fruition.
4 wounds with this guy, right?
Yep. 1 hit will clear him.
Sorry?
1 hit will clear him.
Right now, looking at the board state, from my view, it's looking like Warp Coven is kind of just dominating the center of the board.
Yeah, I really don't want to say anything too loudly because I am courtside.
Yeah, I know.
but,
I don't want to ask you what do they got to do
I
to.
agree with your assessment. We'll say that.
Let's try to kill this guy. No, not that. Yes. No.
So he's moving and dashing.
No,
Oh,
he's
you
charging.
Okay, it sounds like we've got an incoming charge.
It's okay?
Yeah, you're good.
Let me see if I can avoid.
It's a big old charge all the way from the top rope by that Harlequin.
Yeah. Yeah.
They can
this is
just do
definitely
that
some-
because they can fly, man. It is
Yeah.
insane
Yeah.
the
Yeah,
movement
no,
they
yeah.
have on this board. No other team can do that except
Yeah,
Warp Coven.
no. These containers really make it difficult for anybody to be able to respond to Harlequin kind of professional wrestling, if you will.
Yeah.
He really is just flying off the top rope over containers and on top of them.
My charge would be 8.
Yeah, no, it's 6. There are
Oh, 6 for that, yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Alright, let's go.
Both games going on right now. Players being very thoughtful about their actions. They all know what's at stake. And
Okay, este one come on points.
these games are going a lot slower than earlier games. But everybody wants to make sure they stay on top of points. But with the exception of that first round, I think this round's games are going to be fairly low scoring across the board because of how cleanly everybody's playing.
Is it AP? Okay, it's random. Right. Alright, so. 5 up saves. I will block 1 crit.
8 for you.
Is 4 damage?
Yes, with it is 4 damage. So that.
Okay.
Yes.
Damn, they're 3-4. They're 2-4 or 3-4?
The Harlequins?
The pistols, yeah.
Okay, it looks like Harlequins are making up on material now. We have 4 Zangor out of action,
Alright, so you have
which is a pretty hefty number of that team. Just taking a look at the board state right now, all 3 sorcerers are out in the open right now. So it'll be interesting to see if the Harlequins can take advantage of that. We still have activations. Looks like 3 activations left for Harlequins.
That's not what I want.
Yeah.
Alright, so this guy's gonna activate. He's gonna fly down here.
Okay.
He's gonna cast Flux Blast on this guy.
Here comes the Psyker.
A lot of ones and twos, please. Yes.
Last time I did this was
This
exactly
is the
that.
moment for that corner.
It's a Flux Blast. It's being rolled.
Okay, so.
All right.
2.
Not fantastic.
Let's see those 4-ups.
It is enough.
Oof,
Hmm.
that's painful.
And then he will cast.
That's another Harlequin down. He's down to 5 models
He's gonna
left.
cast the heal. on-
Gosh, the spells coming out of the Warp Coven.
Yeah,
So Zangor
They're
will
just
heal.
so good against Harlequins.
He's up to 7.
yeah. It's not to say that Warp Coven is just a high dominating team. It really requires a lot of thought and placement. I was taking a look at bringing Warp Covens when I was trying to decide what team I was going to bring. And just in practicing and spending some time talking to Fox about it, it is a heavy mental load. And I'm sure after yesterday, 4 games, Wolfgang just probably died in his hotel room because just trying to keep track of everything, essentially keeping track of the traps that you're setting and waiting for people to step into them. I mean, there's just a pretty hefty mental checklist you have to go through with this team.
Yeah.
But
Is that Whopper's trophy on the side of the board? It sure is.
I didn't want to say anything. He mentioned he might bring it, and he definitely did. Definitely slipped that in there, I think, when Sheldon wasn't looking.
This is 7.
It's too late now. We'll see. We've come too far.
I think I can do
I don't think either player really understands what this strange
Let's try it
trophy
again.
is.
Yeah, you'll probably get me. You're just gonna take more damage. And he's outside of an inch of the sorcerer? Or is he within? No, you're just charging him.
For those that don't know, Whopper is Justin Dean, who was the 4th place finisher at the SoCal Open.
So he just gets
known as Whopper online.
Okay, so one for you.
You're swinging.
Yes, one crit for you. So it's
Yeah.
5.
Okay.
You
So
can-
he does that. I will swing for 5, and then I'll die.
So
We've got over 100 viewers right now
Wow.
watching just over on Twitch alone. Thank you guys so much for tuning in and supporting the stream and checking out all this great Kill Team content.
Yeah. I think we've done a lot of work over COVID to try and expand the Kill Team community. It's for those of you that are watching and thinking about playing, it is a great game with just as much depth, if not more, than Warhammer 40k. It's really rewarding whenever you learn the rules and play it well. And it's quite challenging once you start playing at this level.
Knock that down.
Yeah.
But if you're thinking about getting into it, it's a much lower barrier to get into than Warhammer 40k, and eventually you just find yourself with a bunch of teams at the end of the day.
That's right.
But yeah, no, Kill Team is fantastic, and I hope you're enjoying the content here. It has been some really incredible gameplay here at LVO this year.
this guy?
Yep.
What are you going to do?
Oh, I gotta think.
Of course, noticeable absence, Ryan and Shane. You guys are going to go to the Kill Team Open, right?
That's right.
Are you
We're
going to
be going down there. I will not be competing. Well, I will be competing in the painting competition that's going
nice.
on down there.
Nice.
I've got a few models that I'm still working on to enter for both of those, but I'm going down there to help Tio.
Nice.
Just kind of help like with whatever they really need help with down there.
Yeah.
And then Shane will be competing in the event, and I know what team he's planning on taking, but I'm not gonna reveal that just
gotta
yet.
keep
I'm gonna
that
have it
secret.
be a surprise. Yep.
That's
He will do that.
that kind of information is actually relevant, and you don't want to give that away as much as possible.
So 4 hits.
It's
Or 5 shots.
there are enough kill teams that are viable in this game right now. It's not like the old kill team where it pretty much came down to Necrons, Marines, and Tau.
Yeah, and that was all depending on what rule set you were using.
Right. What rule set and what point value you're using. Now, there's a new viable team that comes out almost every month, it feels like. And we saw all of them represented, as well as main book teams. One of the top 8 finishers was a Drakari player, which was, I mean, incredible because it wasn't a bespoke team at all. You just played witches and cats.
Underrated.
Like a boss. Yeah, absolutely.
Underrated, and I'm glad they finally got some time in the sun, and they were able to be shown off on stream here.
I was taken to task by a Drakari kill team. Alright, we got some more movement here. I see 4 Harlequins out, and maybe all but one Zangor at this point.
Yep.
Move 7, move 6, sorry.
So the balance of power has shifted,
Yeah.
but none of those sorcerers are dead.
Nope. All still alive, and I think one is wounded, but they're all
How many
still alive.
wounds does that one sorcerer have left?
I'm gonna try and get in here without getting in the way of the dice.
Yeah.
I want to reroll with the common points.
Looks like he has 7 wounds left.
Okay.
Oh, he's the
He's the
leader.
leader.
Okay.
82.
Yeah. So it's 15 damage. Will I be able to retain? Yes. I can retain cover.
Well, I want to move so you can. So if I am here from there, you're gonna retain.
Okay. Yeah.
I can tell you the
Yeah, just
Ace Chris B game
Yeah, you're
looks
good.
pretty tense over there.
When I had done it, I
Both
Yeah,
of them are
yeah,
pretty
yeah.
deep in
I was late. I'm
thought.
sorry.
But
Okay.
Not a lot of
So
material off the board.
So it'd be 10 damage, or 15 damage rather. You roll 3 -0. Oh, that's rough. That was a good roll, man. That was a good roll.
So I
roll
was
the 5
talking
ups.
to
5 ups?
Bearded
Yeah.
after his match.
Oh.
Oof.
What just happened there? Oh, that
I think went
is.
to the game,
Oh.
sir. I mean, I'm not happy about that.
yeah, I know, but I
That
give you
was-
my
That was one of the
support
sorcerers
because
going down?
This kind
Yeah.
of roll sucks.
Yeah, that's rough.
Woof. And now I am going to activate the objective.
You can
That mace.
I am going to
for
do
Harlequins.
You can only do it once, the mission action.
And you did it?
Yeah, that's why the X is on it.
But you did it in this turn?
No, you only do it once per game.
Per game.
And then you can pick it up once it's disengaged.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So this guy here can charge me? That's my question.
Yeah.
So is you need 1
Oh, that was huge.
and
Yeah, he did 8 inches to do so.
yeah, but if I move here,
Oh, you're talking about that guy, yeah.
So why was that one model dying? Such a big turn of events here that Orion was like, yeah, that's probably the game.
Yeah, I mean,
Wait a second,
you can't really see the material lost at this point, but while we were talking there, it looks like he's down to 2 sorcerers and a Zangor.
Yeah.
And so, with Harlequins overnumbering that, they're going to be able to pick up on more of these objective points at this point and kind of dance around the field. And he
10 minutes.
10 minutes left. 10 minutes just called by the TO.
Charge.
But I mean, this is going to be pretty significant for
I just need one
this
swing.
fight right here. It was a charge.
Yeah. All right, Zangor.
The Zangor trying to take out. Yep, and he did.
Wow, and he does. Okay.
No, I have
Oh, yeah, one more. Yeah, sorry.
This is going to be really close
Is-
now coming in.
Yeah, this is a bloody scrum of a game here.
Are you there?
Nah, the top-down angle definitely is it. That's the only way that you guys would be able to see exactly what's going on at all times in these games.
Honestly.
Oh, man, that was a pretty good shot.
Yeah, but let's see.
It is still close, but I think you get
It's
that.
7.
Yeah.
And you see from 3s. Yeah, so good. This guy is
He's the mutant hand and the warfire stuff.
and this guy is the flyer.
Yeah.
The flying guy. It's 1, 2.
Okay, both players taking their time. Very little time left, but they
Yeah,
every move
And I am
counts
going
at
to
this
shoot.
point because of how low scoring this game was. It's going to be a very, very tight finish.
Yep. With the amount of time left,
Okay.
have either of these players revealed any of their secondary? I mean, we know about the Thousand Suns secondary,
Yeah.
Yeah.
or excuse me, the Warp Coven secondary.
Oh,
It
my
looks like we've
God.
revealed 2.
We're coming
over
apart
here
at
on
the
Harlequin
seams.
side, and it looks like he's scored 2 points on those. Oh,
Yeah, I think the dice just turned on me in this one for you. Nothing I can do about it.
And that's it.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
another Zangor off the board.
Alright, so there's no scoring on primaries. till the end of the battle. So we're just on to the next round.
Okay. How many points do you have total?
They're entering the final round here, I
Yes.
think.
Yeah,
3-2.
Okay.
it's still 3-2.
That's crazy, man.
An insanely low-scoring game, and I gotta say, that just speaks to the skill level of both these players. Both players taking a minute to
Alright, my guy.
get
If
some
you want
water,
initiative,
refresh before the last
Is
one.
it?
Yeah.
There's nothing I can do about that.
4.
That's a good one. Yep. Good game, man.
No. He's not done.
You can clear him.
Uh-huh.
Down to 1.
Yeah,
Orion
You
saying,
can do a lot of
good
things.
game, and his
Yeah.
opponent telling him, no, it's not done.
You're
Job's
still
not
2
finished.
credit, friend.
yeah.
That's right. Anything can happen.
Anything can happen. The dice rolls.
Ain't
can
happening,
definitely go
friends.
one way or
Dice have
another.
betrayed me. Are you doing any strategic ploys?
Yeah, sorry.
You know, a lot of the randomness of Old Kill Team with movement, charges, etc., has really been removed from the game.
Yeah.
But those moments where the dice come in now are just even more critical.
Right now,
And that
I
lost dice roll
can charge you.
last turn really just kind of flipped things around
I am going
here.
to activate the
Yep.
domino field.
Yep. Oh no, they are playing it out, guys.
But
Don't
you have
worry.
me injured, so
This
I'm
game
not
is
going
way
to-
too low
I'm
scoring
not going to use it.
for anybody to think about conceding.
Oh, my man. It's your call.
Because no, I am talking with myself. Sorry. Because with the injured, you don't need it. So I don't need it. You can do whatever you want. So I am not going to use anyone.
Okay.
And are you going to use?
Man, I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
9-0
Ace is currently winning 9-0.
Insane.
Yeah.
I am going to use domino.
So with 10 minutes, less than 10 minutes,
No,
I
but
think at this
because it's in
point,
the end. Oh,
I
fuck.
think that's going to be a guarantee for Ace.
Is that your final answer?
and
No, the way I'm thinking.
at least
I am not
one
going to use it.
top 2 finish for Team Spain.
I'm super tough.
Just again, just
I will not
the
be spending
discipline that they've had this entire time.
So I need to charge it.
Yep.
And
Get him out of here.
just the
Let's see.
play, the crisp play, and the way in which
This
they
is the
conduct
next shot
themselves
here.
just absolutely outstanding. Really impressed with Spain's performance this year.
I'm not even gonna roll. He'll just murder sentence me. I'm dead. You murder sentence me.
They want you to play it out.
Oh no, I literally, I'm dead.
Oh,
So he just spends one to kill me.
no.
Okay, that's a Sork off the board.
There's some unlucky rolls at the end. That's why we play dice game though.
Careful, try to.
Okay.
Alright. Oh, I just have one more. Only engaged.
So you have Copes with him?
No, just the
Is-
force staff.
Is the ball pistol?
He has a ball pistol, yeah.
Oh, okay.
That would be my best choice. He did not dominate you. So he is going to move and dash over here.
Okay.
Move Dashin with the sorcerer up onto the objective there.
He's going to perform the free mission action for
Yep.
secret. So I'll take your secret.
Mmm.
There's a point. That's significant.
Yes, it is.
And then he will fire his Infernal Bolt pistol at you.
Okay.
That is also significant.
Okay. Let's see what happens here.
That could be a really interesting swing.
Ah, boy. Alright, two. I'm going to spend a reroll.
It's going to re-roll one.
So, 3 hits.
So I return one. Another one.
All right, so 3 hits here.
3 damage.
So I'm down to 5.
Okay.
So unable to kill that Harlequin, who's now down to, it looks like 5 wounds.
Yep.
No.
That 8 wound bracket is so good.
What's interesting.
Okay.
Oh no, he went first. I was gonna say he might be able to get an Overwatch this round, but no. There's only one other. I think. No, there's 2 more Harlequins on the board. I think.
Yeah, 2 crits. 3 hit save. So I'll block the crit.
So 4
Okay,
for
cool.
you.
I'll knock it down to 3. So use it 10 health.
So how many wounds?
10.
Okay, 10.
10 wounds left on the Sork.
And now move.
I think that was a move and shoot, perhaps.
I'm trying to wait.
Yeah.
You cannot shoot, right?
I can overwatch you.
With your.
Here comes an Overwatch.
Yep. Yep.
So hitting on
So he'll be hitting on 4s.
4, yeah, sorry.
Ooh.
So you get a crit and 2.
Okay. And 1.
We're within 2, so you'll not be able to retain cover. This is also.
I don't think we are in choose.
Oh, yep.
It may be just, funky aerial. Okay.
You won't be able to retain cover on this.
Well, yeah.
Yes.
Didn't matter anyway. It doesn't really do anything.
Okay.
I'll just go for moral victory.
So.
Oh,
so
no.
Nothing happens. A hot roll there.
This is our second turn?
This is 3rd.
Third.
How much time is left over there? Because I know 10 minutes got called. It seemed like a while ago.
Yeah, I think we're letting them finish out the round.
Gotcha.
Okay. There's a way that I can shoot you into bandage. No. So bandage here. You have 1 point for your mission.
I think the combat patrol is just finishing up, which is what you hear all the clapping for in the
The
background
score
there.
is.
4, I think.
Why is this on 3? You can only score 1 point so far, right?
Yes, 1 point for triangulate. And one
You just
for
have the
triangulate.
die. Okay.
Yeah,
I got confused by
I
that.
only put the token.
Okay, yeah, and I have 1 on Scry Secret, 1 on Triangulate, and then
2 for the mission, so 4-4. 4-4.
4-4. It's a tie.
Okay.
how much time's left?
Round 4 now?
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, we're gonna let you play that, but,
Okay.
but there's like 2 minutes.
Okay.
Oh, that just means I die.
Oh my god. This is really close. 4-4 coming into this.
Start.
I'll go first. But yeah, this means
4-4 on round 4.
I am going to use the field now.
Tiebreakers have actually come in more times than I would have anticipated. At least 2 major decisions. One with Ace, if I remember correctly, yesterday, where we had a tie, and then there was another tie where I believe it was Blue lost the tie. I think they will.
Yeah.
Won. Three Harlequins on the board, 1 sorcerer.
just trying to think what I want to do, man.
So we are going to end this turn, right?
Yeah, this is the last time.
Okay, so take your time.
Yeah,
I have 1
it sounds like Sheldon's going to let him play it through.
Are you going to use any
Yeah.
that you play?
That's what I gotta think about.
Okay.
Again, 4-4. Just an incredible state at this point for this top table.
Uy,
Luego falta uno. Creo que sí. Creo que también. Si juego bien lo que me queda, creo que sí.
Okay. Tie game. Top around 4.
For Exalted Astartes, so I can perform 2 shoot or fight actions.
2 shoots or 5 actions. Okay.
Okay, just coming in. Ace is one hit match.
You did do Domino Field, correct?
Yep.
Yes, I did.
So this has been moved. Cleared.
Our first finalist
So I've been
is
straightening this out.
decided. Waiting for the second finalist.
I think you still get the cover regardless. As one check.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess from the center of you, they can clear you.
Yeah. Well.
Yeah, because you see this one is much farther.
Yeah,
from anyway.
it was there. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, because this is how they were. So I think this should.
Yes.
So I should be able to shoot you from this guy. Because from your center of the base, they can clear you.
Okay. Whatever.
I mean, if you.
Yeah. The thing is, when it was there, your mother was there too, so it would be in another place. Do you remember that?
He hasn't. Moved.
No,
The temp here?
yes.
That didn't change anything for him though. You still.
So the
charge
thing
him
is,
for volume.
I would protect myself like doing to do that if there is here like that. You know what I mean? Because for me it's the same. It was the only reason that I was here is because I am protected. But if that was here in the moment that I moved, I would do
He
that.
wasn't
There seems to be some
You-
controversy
you-
regarding line of
Yeah,
sight.
But you understand what I mean? That if that was moved in the last turn, yes, so I do my movements because that was
there
like
was
this.
a
So if
piece
you
of
now
terrain
change me
that was
the
bumped.
movement of this, let
And
me.
so
I will not. I wouldn't.
It's a
Do
controversy.
you know what I mean?
I understand. It comes down to like.
It's
A
tricky
movement was
because
made
it's a movement,
based
and
off
I know
of a
what you mean, but
piece of terrain
the thing is,
that's
I
not
could
directed.
do that shot and be protected because
Okay.
it was my intention. Right?
Okay. Yeah.
Thank you.
I don't think I can win
Giving
anyway.
the
I was just trying to get the skills. Okay. So then. You can just murder Sentrance to get out of combat, though. Right, you can just. Or Curtain Fall, that just ends combat.
Sorry.
Curtain Fall just ends combat.
Again, I
Curtain Fall.
couldn't forward.
He's
Your,
asking about
tactic.
curtain
Yes,
fall
I need to
in the
charge.
combat
You need to
right
charge?
now.
I think so. In 14
Curtain
falls.
fall, for those that don't know, allows you to spend
No.
a CP for
After you
a
after
combat.
active.
So after
Okay.
he makes
So
a
you would not
strike,
be able to use
the
the
combat
right?
ends, and he's allowed to do a fallback if he has AP.
Yes, I need to activate.
It's a great way to get in, get a wound on
Yeah, so
somebody,
you
and get
will charge
out
there
before
then.
they can
Okay.
hit your guy again. And it allows for some incredible movement when you consider that a fallback is a normal move, and you can move over a container with a flip belt.
One attack on freeze, right?
Yep.
Let's go.
That'll just clear you.
Yeah.
Wait, no, sorry. Won't clear you. I'm thinking he was wounded.
Okay.
So you just have 2 hits?
I had.
Oh, he's the leader.
Yeah.
So he has 3. So I just have 2 crits and a hit.
We have some combat between the leader on the Harlequins and the last remaining
I
sorcerer.
will
Yep.
parry your crit.
Crit goes through.
Okay, pues, 4 for you.
Let me think. You got 8 wounds. So if you parried this. Okay, no, I have to swing. So I'll swing for 3. Or swing for 6.
6 for me,
Yep, and then that will remove one of these.
and I hit you with 6.
Yep. And then I will kill you.
Okay. So it takes it out.
So now,
The sorcerer.
So
Who's
I
the
have
Harlequin
legs,
leader?
So I'll
Just
fire the
barely.
direct here.
you have more eyes. One more action.
Yep,
Is
I charge you fall.
sword fight. Yes. Go ahead.
He's got one more action here. Is he casting a spell?
I think so.
Yeah.
Yep.
Don't even roll for it. You're alive.
Yeah, I
Because he's not even wounded.
Yeah.
You couldn't retain, but it doesn't matter.
That's a potential big
So
swing.
now-
Try to kill and shoot.
Mhm.
That was the Hail Mary chat.
Your pistol is 6, right?
Yeah.
So if
All right.
I
So you heard him
move,
say that was the Hail Mary.
I can move here and do vantage point.
Yep.
You cannot shot me. So 1 point for advantage.
Okay, he just scored Vantage. That's 2 points for Vantage now.
Now I drop
Looks
this
like it'll
thing
be
here.
5-4 without counting the primaries yet.
And 2 points for this. Good game.
And that's it.
Yep.
Alright, so
Let's see.
yeah, you definitely get it, but it's not by a ton. So you get 4 points on the mission, because you hold 2. I'll get 2 points on the mission. Nope, wrong. I get another point for Square Secret.
Yep.
So
Doing the
their end score
final
is
two.
No, but I have your secret.
I get 2 points for it.
Oh, okay.
If he's alive, I get
They're
2
calculating the final scores here for this round.
Yeah,
3,
I think
5,
Will
6,
Fong will
7.
come in
7,
third
and
place.
I have 11.
Yes, sir.
Carpaccio go to the finals.
Oh no!
Yep, absolutely. Final score looks to be 11-7.
All right. So good game by both opponents. They kept it really close for the longest time.
Yeah.
I tried.
Game did not.
I have 4 primaries.
Game pretty much went how we thought it would, right? Competitive, scrum in the middle.
Yeah.
Nobody really wanted to dedicate models to going up on top of those.
There's nothing I could do on that third round.
And it looks like it's going to be
Yes, had he lived, that would
Ace
have
versus
gonna be
It was
8.
really bad at the beginning.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
completely forget that you have an inlet power.
So a good game to Orion.
Yeah,
You
great
start
game to
the
run.
second
He
turn.
definitely had
Yeah.
a good showing.
Great
Great showing. This game with Ace,
Yeah,
I can tell you, I brought Harlequins. This Carpaccio is definitely a much better Harlequin player than I am. He has been practicing with him for a long time. That was as clean as I've seen him run in a while. But,
Yeah.
it's gonna be a rough one. So we'll see what happens next. Okay, and the pairings are now up. Everything is in. Round 7. I'm sorry, I called him by the wrong name. This is Adrian
7-11.
Garcia. I'm sorry, I was thinking of another player.
There was just one lucky shot that won him the
That was
game.
Adrian Garcia who won that last match. We played Fernando Marcos, Ace, as he's known. Adrian Garcia playing the Harlequins, Fernando playing Veteran Guard. It's going to be a really good match.
Mm-hmm.
Good try, Bob.
Yeah, man. I did my best.
You did your best.
Like I said, it just came down to that one shot. Had he lived that shot, I would have been able to take it back.
Yeah. That was super important.
That's why I was like, all right, you got it, because had he not done that, he would have killed 2 Harlequins.
Next game, I believe, is going to be starting in like 15 minutes-ish.
Oh, no,
I think we're going to be taking a short break here.
Lunch break planned.
Yeah, it just came down to it.
I think we are going to take a short break.
Very good,
Off
sir.
mic
Very good.
for just a few. And then we will be back with the 2020 LVO Championship final match.
That's right.
Will be Harlequins versus
Fucking
Veteran Guard.
indirect shootings. Vamos, rememoradores. Final española.
All right, Chad, I'm going to take a short break, and I will be back.
Kill Team se juega en español.
Hey guys, great game.
Nice, man.
Great game.
It was super fun.
Yeah, very fun.
Yeah. Oh, I need to go to the bathroom so hard. Oh, a lot of water. Okay, I am not going to move my stuff.
Yeah, you're right there, man.
Yeah.
How many points did you have
I have no idea. I have not looked at anything.
It looks like I'm going to take you.
Oh.
I had me at like 2 on BCP, but it reset for like today's points.
Mhm.
So I believe I was ahead of you like by more than 2 going into it.
Oh well, that's how the cookie crumbles.
We will find. Well, either way,
Everyone who made the top 8 pick, right?
Yeah.
Like, hands down.
I'd like to get third, but why not?
Obviously. Yeah.
Well, if I'm gonna lose third to anyone.
Likewise, like I said, I don't mind it.
Yeah.
4 is just my least favorite number.
Made it up there.
Yeah. Fucking hate 4.
Hey guys, we're live streaming the last game. Do either of you want to come sit in and kind of talk with me during the live stream of the last game?
I probably could, yeah. I'm just trying to figure out. I have I'm having a mini magnet crisis.
A mini magnet.
Yeah, there's I'm missing 2 magnets on my Zangors, so I'm trying to figure out who goes where. Ah, there's one.
How long before the final match is going to start?
It's gonna start at 2:30.
2:30, so we're taking lunch break.
Yeah.
Where the hell is that last magnet? No? That's just a normal magnet. So they all have little magnets on the bottom to the stick. Yeah. Yeah. Well, yeah. It's probably not the most efficient.
I thought it was just one magnet and some metal.
No, like they gave me
Sorry,
this
bud.
and this, and I was like, okay, I thought that made sense, but then it didn't. So.
No, it's kind of neat because this way I don't have to. I've noticed these pucker kits, these objective markers, and then somebody has like some paintings in the bottom that just like knocks out the blue.
Yeah, there's one magnet somewhere on one of these fuckers.
This looks so much better painted. I had all my arena terrain painted, so I just, when I got that kit, I just left those in the box.
Oh, yeah.
Seeing them painted and shielded, those were pretty good.
Yeah. What?
There it is.
Oh, just the cups. Shit. We'll do it at the award ceremony. Like the full award ceremony.
No, I can see that. That guard, as you can imagine, has a lot going on from one.
Yeah, well, I was rooting for you too.
Oh, I know. Yeah, so it just came to that one lucky fusion shot. He either won that game right there, because he took it back. He either won it or lost it.
Yeah.
And he won that side of the bet.
You get a lot of guys next to all 3 times.
Yeah, rolling triple ones on the save. Not much you can do about that.
Yeah. Well, at least you made the top 4.
Yeah, I'm upset. I probably got 4th though. That makes me upset.
Yeah, I have to go chat with BCP about that.
I hate number 4.
Because they got the, they just deleted the first, like, 4 rounds from when they did the top cut. So, like, if I went off purely BCP, you're 3rd. But if you go off of, like, the full...
Do I need to move my stuff?
Oh, no, you're good. I mean, you're going to be here, so...
Okay.
I'm just setting up the board for the next game.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, yeah. Fair enough.
Bye. Bye, Ryan. Well, see you.
Yes, sir, man. Fantastic game. Are you on Discord at all, sir? Yeah.
Adrian?
Oh, sorry.
Are you on Discord at all?
In Discord?
Yeah.
Yes, I'm in Discord.
Mm-hmm.
Because you are from Baltimore, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So, yes, I can give you my name is because you want to pass in Discord?
Yeah, like we don't do TTS, but if you ever wanted to get together on something or like tournaments or whatnot, because we host tournaments up and down the East Coast.
Okay. Maybe if I give you my phone, you can tell me because in Discord I am not using it. Or maybe I can give you my. I don't know how.
Let's figure out how Discord works. Did I say anything? No, I didn't.
Yeah. But, so. That's me. Yeah.
What Discord are you in? Because I can just find you from there. Are you on like the Glass Half Dead Discord or anything?
I am in.
Oh yeah, I don't know. Okay. Well then, in which case? Oh my god, my phone is something else. That's the whole team yelling at me.
Oh no.
Can we do it later because I don't have a lot of time and
Yeah.
I need to eat something. Thank you.
Were they all watching the stream?
Yeah. It's like I lost initiative twice, and then all the dice failed. So it's just like I could have came back if I won initiative either of those times, but I didn't.
Oh man.
Yeah, this is how the dice go, man.
Do
Like,
you,
it feels
do you
bad.
have that tactical boy to reroll the initiative or whatever?
I don't have that now.
Oh, someone does.
That guard, I believe.
Oh, okay. I thought it was like,
No, you think Warp Covenant would have that, right?
yeah.
All part of the plan. But no.
It seems like a Warp Coven thing.
Yeah, we have a thing to replace attack op, which
Ah,
nobody's replacing attack op.
I know, right? Like halfway through the mission, you know what? I'm gonna go for a whole new plan. Hey, dude, Dakota, I had an idea.
I know.
I had an idea.
I can put the objective markers into this board too.
Oh no, I was saying, I had an idea that because you have this stuff, like if there was a way to denote 1 inch, 1 inch, 1 inch, 1 inch all the way,
Yeah.
like you could still have
Like a D&D board?
just like all squares, right? They're perfectly an inch.
Yeah.
Then you could denote where all those things are without it being maybe as busy because it would just be a grid. And then you just go, 6, 3.
Yeah, but they're always playing on a D&D board, right?
Yeah.
It might be cool to do that over the top of the neoprene mats.
Oh yeah.
To do a laser cut grid board over the neoprene mats. That might be cool. Might be able to start thinking about that.
An overlay for the neoprene mats?
Yeah, that might be cool.
Yeah.
You know?
We use like the basic acrylic ones to take the 4x6 down to the resize cutouts. So I would definitely see the name out over top and have a little grid on it. Useful.
Seems like people are really liking this board though, so that's good. Yeah.
I mean, all the great. All of them.
Right.
Yeah, this one was my first board I ever made.
Yeah. I remember when you were starting on this guy.
Yeah. I didn't bring the fog machine. I probably should have. You know? In between matches, throwing the fog through it, you know?
I don't know, that stuff scares me because it's like, oh, my minis are going to get all wet.
Well, yeah, it should scare you. It's mostly meant for looks.
Yeah.
So who's in the final?
Oh, the Spanish guys.
Adrian.
Two Spain guys?
Yeah. But Adrian has lived in America for quite a while now. So maybe
Which
he's...
one? The guy in the white shirt that's been playing here, is that Ace or Adrian?
That's Adrian.
He's been here?
He's been in America for a while.
Ah, okay.
He's a really nice guy. And Ace is really cool too.
Nice.
Yeah. both great sports.
Yeah, they're both awesome. I was only rooting for Ryan because he's like Cotillo guy.
Yeah.
I thought that moved. Like, also you need to make sure whenever you make an objective marker, always put a dot in the center.
Yeah.
The most important thing. Yeah.
Oh, they're playing on this map? That's
Yeah.
gonna be interesting.
Fuck.
Let me go get a piece of acrylic and I'll put it in.
Oh yeah, yeah, good call.
So there was no after dark award ceremony?
I mean, most of the people left by the time we were done.
Did they leave or did they pass out?
From fun.
Gaming.
No, yeah, I mean, they definitely were, like, super exhausted.
But this is what was in the stack for it. So I'm wondering if we turn this box into a
Oh, yeah. We can do that. I'm down.
We're not going to work this right. You're good for a second.
Sounds good.
Is that cool with you?
I'm down.
We could read. What are these the medals or?
Those are for narrative. Yep. Oh, nice.
Little pieces of acrylic. And I can get more too, so.
You know what to do, bud.
I'm using shims essentially. Let me get a couple more.
Alright.
So it's easiest to take a little piece of tape and peel those things out.
What things?
The little things.
Oh, yeah, yeah. What's going on here? Why is that one different? What's always happening?
What happens? Everything moves?
Oh, because this one's wrong. That's why.
Alright, we have somebody not playing this
Yeah, they did. It was Kellen.
Are they present today?
Yeah.
Adrian and Ace.
What's that?
Adrian and Ace, Harlequin troops, and Vet Guard. Hey, we tried. We're just better than this year. Do you have the? Oh no, I didn't bring the extra little spots. I have the extra ones that go into the bat.
Oh yeah, one of your things broke a little bit.
This thing. That's not a problem. I can make more. I can make more. It's not a big deal. Not a big deal at all.
Where's the
Did
other
I get
reactor?
board though?
Yes. This is awesome.
Alright.
There it is.
Because I've had a little bit of, so when I originally made this board, I got a little bit of feedback about some of the bumps and stuff.
Yeah. I don't mind the bumps myself.
Yep.
I love the super breaks. They're awesome.
So this was original next to it was water, so it's called fog food.
No, but I'm saying it's not like, so like you do, you'll have to change it.
But that's what this
That would be sick.
It's really cool.
Yeah, it probably wouldn't be good for streaming, but
I have a bunch of narrative terrain, so like I have like pods and stuff, and steam and all that.
that's awesome.
It's supposed to be like a medical lab.
Okay.
And then I designed some laser stuff for like weird sectors and shit.
Right on.
I'm only 2 hours away.
I might take the board, but I might do this and drill on the objective slots. Or two.
I'll see you during the day.
I'm on command point and Chris 69. I left it at 69 for a while.
Because whenever I post on commands,
Alright, yeah, I'm happy to check it out. A lot of chatter and a bunch of channels over there, so I didn't
I mean, I'm on like 60. I'm on like fly-by-nights. That's the one I posted on.
All right, I'll set up.
Goes on right now. When it goes on, and you're on. Of course.
Round 3 now, right? Yeah. I told the chat wrong round yesterday, so I gotta get there. So final round to start. Yeah, final round, yeah. So you guys take your time.
Is the table ready?
I don't know. Ask Sheldon about that. I haven't been. I haven't watched the trade today.
All right, guys. So it looks like a bunch of the players are trickling back in now. And according to my schedule, it looks like at 5:30 Eastern Time is when we will be picking up. So we've still got a few minutes until the next round. Thanks for sticking with us. But I'll let you guys know when we know more, okay?
Oh no, I missed the plan.
I'm being told now that in about 20 minutes, we're going to kick off with the Kill Team Championships 2022 Las Vegas Open Final.
No, dude, we thought it was stolen for like 20 minutes yesterday. We thought that camera specifically was stolen for like 20 minutes yesterday until we did a complete search. I found it like laying.
Yeah. I just thought I'd like put it back here somewhere so it's around like before.
The same thing. We thought we left it on that table like after taking the photos from last night. Is it?
Sheldon and all the members got hit last night. Oh, Sheldon didn't tell you?
No, I didn't hear anything.
Yeah, some of the members got shit stolen from them yesterday. Yeah, it's crazy. I don't know what's I know
Friday we put on Horizon. We like all the sign whatever throw like a thing over it. At least in this holiday that would stone. Yeah.
Well, hello there.
Hello there. How's it going?
Good.
Excellent. I've been told by Sheldon that it's the final, and so I should probably pay attention.
Yeah, it is the final. What time is it over there for you?
Oh, it's not bad. It's 10 past 10. On
Oh,
Sunday.
okay. That,
So it's a little
that's
bit
not too
like
bad.
I should be in bed, but you know, I just finished watching Blood Diamond and thought, let's jump on stream and see what's happening. I caught the first game.
Yeah.
And it was you and Uzical, and I saw Steve was in chat, so I was like, they've got this covered. I can go do my own thing. But apparently it wasn't covered, so I've dived in at the last second.
Nice.
What's
Well,
going on?
I appreciate you hopping on. So our audio is live right now.
I
on
had
the
assumed
stream.
so. Yes,
Yeah.
I'm just very casual.
Yeah. But back to you said you were watching Blood Diamond. I love
I
that
was,
movie.
yeah.
And I want
great.
everybody watching in the stream to know that that movie is great.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. It's definitely a solid movie. So I assume we're going to Vet Guard versus Troops. Is that right?
Yep, that's right.
Awesome, awesome. And do we have Ace with the Vet Guard?
Yeah, we have Ace with the Vet Guard, and then we have one of his teammates actually running the troops. So really, both of these players have already won in their own hearts.
For sure.
All the Spanish players who came over with them as their teammates. This is just their victory lap. They've won LVO.
Did all of the Spanish contingent make it into the top 8?
No, I think it was just there were 3 of them who made it in.
Okay. No, that's awesome. Like it's really cool to see. I know that the Spanish scene is so vibrant and big in the kill team scene. I think it's really cool that they can come on over and do well in the American scene as well. That's really cool. Obviously, it's unfair because they've actually been playing the game, whereas you guys have been in lockdown, and that's obviously the reason that they're winning. But apart from that, it's good. Yeah.
Well, I think there's a lot more to it than just they've gotten more games in. So we've got Fernando or Ace, who was running the Vet Guard. His teammate Adrian is running the Harlequin troops in this upcoming game, and their other teammate was David Carpaccio, I believe,
Right.
Who showed up with the Warp Coven.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, a great run by those guys. Shouts out to everybody who made it into the top 8. That is not an easy thing to do when there are so many big names pulling up to this tournament. like Tyranid 40K, Matt Hurl, Janice Gillum, Emmanuel, Alec Berryman, Kellen Foster. I mean, the list just goes on and on with all these great Kill Team players who have shown out and showed up.
Okay, so how are you seeing this matchup, Vet Guard versus Troops?
Man, I don't know. I think that the Vet Guard take it, just because Ace has played like a nearly perfect tournament, if I'm not mistaken. Like, I think if I'm looking at his score, I think his score is outdated, but I think he was like maxing every game or nearly every game, and he's maxed both of his games in the top 8 so far. So I think he is just the veteran guardsman.
Awesome. Yeah, I think if you just tell me, whilst there are 2 players that made it to the top 8 of a large tournament, one is playing Vet Guard, one is playing Troops, and we don't know who they are. I think the Vet Guard take this like 90% of the time, right?
Yeah.
Troops are very good. They're an excellent compendium team. They're the strongest compendium team still. I think that's an easy say.
Yeah.
But Vet Guard are they just have the tools that they need. I can't see the troops taking it, just in combat. Although that said, I'm going to admit, hands up, this terrain is kind of crazy.
This terrain helps out Harlequins so much. If you guys out in chat have been watching the 2 previous games, you know how helpful this terrain is to the Harlequins. It's all just heavy, like appropriately sized, like line of sight blocking terrain. I say appropriately sized, like it's going to cover up the whole model. Like, you got to get on top and expose yourself if you want to shoot anything beyond the barricades right in front of you. And looking at this board right now, I gotta double check the deployment zones, but if this is like long edge deployments, then the Harlequins are gonna have a really easy time moving up the board.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, this is just loot and salvage, right?
I'm gonna have to double check, but I think you're right.
Well, just looking for the objective placement.
Yeah.
You've got the log edge, 3 inches in deployment. Exactly as you say, they're going to be able to completely hide, I would suspect. Turn 1 they just move up. Turn 2, charge everything they want. But of course, if you're doing that, you're probably not scoring. So, how is he going to play it? Who knows? But yeah, this could go. I could see this being the game is decided in turn 2, and it's a complete swing one way or the other. A little bit of an ignoble end to the tournament, possibly. But of course, these are 2 top players, right? I'm fully aware of my biases when I'm playing a game. I'm a very aggressive player, and I do lean into a play style of I either table the person turn 2 or I get tabled turn 2. That's kind of my thing, and that's fun. I enjoy playing it that way.
Yeah.
I assume that these guys are going to be a little bit more, what's the word?
Tactical.
Yeah, tactical.
Strategic.
Sure. Yeah. Instead of just let's run in. So I'm definitely looking forward to see how they play.
Yeah, me too. So yeah, this will be loot and salvage. So just to remind everybody in chat how this mission works. So the mission objective, each time a friendly operative performs the loot and salvage action, you score 1 VP to a maximum of 4 VPs per player per turning point. The loot and salvage action, it costs 1 action point. An operative can perform this action while within triangle or 1 inch of an objective marker it controls that has not been looted during this turning point. Until the start of the next turning point, that objective marker is looted. Each objective marker can be looted a maximum of 3 times during the battle. Yeah. So that's how the mission works. The 14 bodies of the Vet Guard, and I think that's what we're going to see here. Against the 8 bodies of the Harlequins, that's nearly double the amount of bodies. Will the Harlequins APL of 3 be able to keep them, just like keep up with that? I don't know. I'm really excited personally, because this is my first time actually seeing like veteran guardsmen played at this high a level, with these stakes at a tournament this big. It's intense. I'm excited for it.
Mm. For sure, for sure. Um, yeah, they say here, SSV Joker's pointing out that in Spain they play secondary attack ops by the book, so you deal it out, and then you select from that. So a little bit of randomness, but in this they are just picking the three that they want.
Hmm.
I don't know if you've been paying too much attention to the tac ops, but are they taking the same tac ops every game? Have we seen? I guess that's really a question for them, possibly.
I would assume you would, just because the recon tag up for Harlequin's advantage, I think it's called, right? You just go up there and you can just get up there and complete it easy. I think that's like a no-brainer go-to for the Harlequins every single time. Um, it was kind of hard the first game to see exactly what secondary objectives the players had taken, just because of how the stream is. Um, yeah, I think the primary objectives definitely take precedence in
Oh
this
yeah,
edition of Kill Team, far more so than the secondaries, or excuse me, of the primaries of the previous edition.
yeah, I definitely agree with that. For whatever reason, it does seem like I almost want to say they've done it correctly. Like,
I
you know,
would
you
say,
can.
yeah.
Yeah. I just feel that this is better. You can still win a tournament and not actually focus on secondaries too much. If you play a clean primary game, you're
Hmm.
probably going to be winning every game. And you don't
Yeah.
need to be scoring 18, right? You don't
No.
need to do that.
Thank you. Cheers. Hey, thank you.
In the chat there, they're just pointing out that this is, despite them being teammates and both from Spain, it turns out that not all Spanish people know each other. This will be their first game together.
Oh, okay.
Apparently so.
So I must
Which
have
is
been
cool.
mistaken. Maybe they're not teammates.
I think they're just both Spanish, from the sounds of it. Uh, yeah. I see that one of them, I assume that's Ace, seems to have his. Oh, he's walked off, maybe not. Seems to have the back of his shirt signed with lots and lots of signatures. So, presumably that was a bit of fun they were having at some point last night.
I've actually been informed that at least one of the Spanish teams had a strict like no alcohol, no partying policy
Good.
coming into this tournament, and that has obviously paid dividends for them, because they're here. And I was talking to Tim earlier, and he said he was talking about their discipline and everything, and how a lot of the other players were out, hanging out and drinking and stuff. So that discipline has translated to getting to the final table at LVO.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's done well for them. I think, obviously these are two amazing players, and clearly they should be on this table. But I think there is a bit of a difference when you're, in the same country and you're like, let's go for the big LVO tournament, it'll be fun. Whereas if you're saying, let's fly across an ocean to go
Yeah.
to the tournament, you're taking it in a slightly different vein, I suspect.
Oh yeah. This is not a fun. This isn't a vacation. I feel like for them. I mean, I know that they're having fun at this tournament. We play these games to have fun, but they came here to win.
For sure. I mean, when you spend whatever it is, $500-600 on a flight, yeah, you're going there within intent.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And give up one night of drinking so you can win the tournament, but then stay a few extra days, I would assume. They're saying, what do you think? So do you think they're gonna play this tournament or this game in Spanish?
I think this game is being. I'm sorry. Say that again.
Well, obviously they're both Spanish, and it's just the two of them.
Uh huh.
Do you think they're gonna talk through the game in Spanish or in English?
What about the package made you want to play that?
Secondary? Nothing about the package actually. That was has been my.
I would assume that they would be speaking Spanish.
I would assume so as well. Yeah.
Yeah.
Luckily,
I was just trying to listen in for a second there, and I couldn't really make it out, but stream will be able to hear.
Yes, certainly we can't really hear them. That's for sure. Yeah, but that's fine. I mean, I don't think we really need to hear what they're saying.
Hola, Grisita, te quiero.
I don't know if they've shown you on the game command points. Have you seen that?
All the memes? Yeah. I've been following it.
In chat, they're now arguing over. We've seen the Spanish people drinking beer. How dare you
Hey,
say
look, Chad, I can neither confirm nor deny anything. All right, I am over here broadcasting out of Western New York, across the country. So I am not physically at LVO. I could not tell you. I'm just telling you what I heard. All right.
Yes, certainly behind the scenes a little bit, it is a little bit odd the way we are, so we're not watching the stream that everybody else is watching. We're watching a different camera, so we don't have any of the overlay, and we don't seem to have the same audio. We just have one fixed camera, the top-down one. No overlay, no audio, whatever. And so it's a little bit odd trying to... Yeah, sometimes I luckily have a dual monitor, so I have the stream up on the other.
Yeah, me too.
Monitor. But yes,
A mí se me han quitado los nervios un poco, ¿eh?
Hace bien.
Ya. Llegadas
Para los que no quedan comentar, hemos ganado.
Sí, por eso te digo.
do you feel the other matches in the top 8 have got, as these guys are still setting up,
Tenemos que jugar en inglés o
I open that up?
So I think it's super interesting the factions that we saw make top 8. There were no commandos, there were no custodes or Downs of the Emperor. We saw 3 Harlequins, a Camarite, a Pathfinder team, and 2 Veteran Guard teams, and I think that was everybody. All of those factions came over. A slew of other factions that just did not make the cut. So, super interesting to see that. Camarites being in top 8 was I was super stoked for that, because Shane and I have been high on Camarites for a while now. So I'm super stoked that they made it into the top 8. Unfortunately, that the team got wiped turn 2 during the first round today. So it was against Harlequins though. So I mean, Harlequins are the kings of the Eldaria right now. So could not really that surprising of a showing. But yeah, I'm happy that they were able to get there.
How did the semi-finals go?
So the semifinals went. They were intense. Orion's game against the Harlequin player here, who we're about to see play, Adrian, was extremely close. Going into turn 3, I think the score was 4-4.
Hey, it's
so
Tim.
An extremely low-scoring game right up until turn 4, when the Harlequins basically pulled it out with just 2 models left after wiping the Warp Coven team.
Oh, okay. I've got to be honest. I like low-scoring games.
Yeah,
and I know there are different ways you can do the scoring system in BCP, and I don't think you should be penalising people for low-scoring games. Assume that you actually still finish the game and it's not low-scoring because you only finished 1 turn, right? Because I tend to feel that if it was low-scoring, it's because both people were playing really well.
Yeah, and you're exactly right. That's exactly what happened in that game. It was so low-scoring because both players were playing it so well. So yeah, I agree with that sentiment. Players shouldn't be penalized for scoring low. I don't know how else you would really do it off the top of my head, but
yeah, I mean, it's almost like you need a checkbox in BCP of yes, we went to the 4th round in this game. That increases bumps up your score artificially.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Hey guys, sorry to interrupt you. This is Tim. I'm sitting.
Saludos a
You know, like how many
remodeladores, a la
professional
gente de
sports,
Corlada,
like championships,
saludos a
were
los amigos del
extremely low
DC,
scoring. You know,
a mi hermano
because it's just
Fernando,
both teams are just so good, whether it's like on defense or at
a mi
fielding
chica
or
Rey, te
whatever.
quiero.
Ah, te hago publicidad. Pues
Is
nada,
Sheldon
saludos
talking
a
to
los-
us?
a la gente de Madrid.
No, it's Tim.
No, that's the
Oh,
audio,
yeah.
sorry.
Sí, el grupo.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, I mean, I assume this is similar in American football, but in soccer, if you want to call it that.
Let's do this. Attacker defender.
You know,
I've been winning
very
this
often
today.
a good
Oh.
game will go to 0-0, and you have
Yeah.
to, a shoot-off.
Yeah.
Hey, hey.
I mean, that's a terrible game. I don't like soccer, but I'm sure that means something.
Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah, no. Same thing happens in, you know, American football, happens in hockey all the time.
Nice. I don't do jujitas.
It looks like we are getting things kicked off here.
Excellent.
That's mine, that's mine.
Ah,
That's mine.
Yeah, some guys called Tim just said I have to interrupt him and say stuff, but I couldn't hear a word, but I think Screamy did. So,
no.
do you have a Harlequin kill team on the go there?
Leader, mine, Melta, Flamer, Confident.
I'm sorry, say that again. I was listening into the game, to the stream audio.
Are they speaking
This is the
English?
mine, right?
That's what I'm trying to determine right now.
Okay, we have everybody has blades.
I'll just turn the audio on the stream because then I'll hear them.
They're having a party. This is. So all blades and
In Europe is
Oh, they are speaking English.
the ones that
this is the
are
leader.
Very sporting of them. By sporting, I mean sporting for us as the commentators.
Yeah.
To try and keep up with them.
tackles.
Yeah. So this is the standard, both of them going down their list. I think it's a little bit interesting. I would be interested to see what Ace says about how much he's actually changing up his list. Certainly when I play Vet Guard, I'm very much like, oh, you know, these are my 12 models, maybe I swap out, I don't know, a Flamer and a Plasma. That's kind of it. And it'll be interesting to see if that's just my inexperience with the team, which is entirely possible. Or if it's like, no, yeah, there are pretty much just a set, these are your specialists.
Yeah. Because I was looking at his roster earlier, and I think I did spot like a veteran gunner on there with a flamer, and I'm like, why would anybody ever take a flamer? So guess we'll see what happens.
I'm ready to go.
Hey Ryan, can you hear me?
I don't know what to do. I know.
Ryan,
Vale, estos tres notas. These three,
Ryan Kill Team Stream is trying to talk.
These three guys, yeah.
these three guys without the mohawk,
With okay.
without the mohawk, sin la cresta, tienen granadas.
Do you mind if we use?
I don't have it. You have it? I don't have it.
like.
Yes. I can use to like a
Oh,
token.
okay, don't worry. I have one. Like, a lot.
I cannot read it.
Prosper. I think it's not that beautiful in TV, but it would make sense. So crack. No, sorry. Crack. Rosary. Only
There we go.
Crack.
Yeah.
So, crack is green. Okay.
Crack is green. Crack.
And rosary. Okay.
Yep.
Barricades.
in case you didn't hear,
Let's
Ace
see.
is putting on the grenades for equipment for his units.
That's not injured.
He's not injured with the mine. Do you have any injured?
Injured? Grenades.
The grenades, only just the grenades.
Yeah. So, do we have to be where? 1 inch from the center? Is it? Critical? Yeah. Okay. Or bring it to me.
All right, yeah, I can hear
One
Tim
from
now.
the center. Do you have any way to mark, like, which is the center? Yeah.
Which is the center?
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, I see.
a little circle to know where is it, but that's okay.
Maybe we can change the.
No, that's okay. Well, as you wish. I don't know if we have
I think that we can decide.
Little circle, yeah.
We are not going to have problem.
Yeah. You have to relay it over here to do it.
Right, so they're going through barricade deployment here.
Yeah, they've gone with a pretty symmetrical barricade placement there. The only difference being that the Harlequin side has placed their barricade to the point where if Ace wants to push up and beyond that point, contest it, he's going to have to go over a barricade. I assume the reason Ace hasn't done the same is because, and I'm kind of speculating here, can't quite tell, that the 3-inch into the breach is going to push him up so that that barricade is going to still be cover for him, do you think?
Yeah, I would say so. He just wants something defensive on that side of the board there. Harlequins, they can do a lot more with their barricades just because they fly everywhere. They're basically ignoring all the terrain on the board whenever they move. So that is one advantage that they're going to have in this matchup.
Definitely. Yeah, I've got to say, I haven't really been able to catch all of the games, but especially not those with Harlequins. But I assume, as you say, that because there's just so much heavy, like it's a Harlequin's dream.
It is. When you combine all this heavy terrain with Domino Field basically being played every turn, really the only hope these veteran guardsmen have of inflicting any damage, at least early on, is going to be with their grenades. And then I think the spotter has that mortar barrage attack.
Yeah, mortar barrage with spotter. Yeah. Do you play Vet Guard often?
Say that again?
You play Vet Guard often?
No, I have not gotten the chance. I have 2 Octarius boxes, and I have not built either of the guard squads yet. But I plan on doing it very soon, probably after Kill Team Open.
Okay. Did you just go straight for the commandos then?
Yeah, I went straight to the Commandos because this is something that I think chat will remember. When the Octarius box first dropped, a lot of people thought that the Commandos were the better of the 2 teams straight out of the box.
Yes.
And so I think it's only really been in like the past like month maybe that like competitive players have really like gotten a firm grasp on how to effectively run the Vet Guard. And the Vet Guard have so many bodies, they've got so many different tools for every single situation. Every single model has like its own special set of rules. They are very, very powerful when run correctly. And I think we've finally gotten to that point with a lot of the top kill team players.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit of a testament to the game that it's taken us, 4, 5, 6 months to realize that the first faction we were given is possibly one of the strongest.
Yeah.
Even like the top tier players have had a lot of competing theories about which is the best faction,
Mm-hmm.
but until you put it into practice, yeah. So I think that's cool.
Yeah, for sure. And now, there's everybody's talking about like the new Wormblade kill team now and how crazy that team can possibly be.
Yes.
I think I saw I came in 4th in at a tournament in London this past weekend. They are definitely already making a splash.
Yes. Yeah, we just had a 20-man tournament in London today.
Mm-hmm.
which
Was that at
came up-
Bad Moon or?
No, Rogue's Quarter, which is basically just down the road from Badman. It's like 20
Ah,
minutes
okay.
by the underground. First, second, third, and fourth, we had novitiates, commandos, novitiates, Gene Stealer cults.
Current terrain is not very optimal for commandos. Oh yeah, 100%. Because one of those models, the breacher, can go through any piece of terrain as long as it's less than an inch thick. And spoiler alert, on this table, there is no piece of terrain that is less than an inch thick, or an inch or less, I should say. That's like a whole ability that you can just throw out the window.
Yeah, I mean, playing on the Octarius terrain, the Breacher becomes such an interesting mod because
Oh yeah, I love them.
he practically has fly. You know?
Mm-hmm.
But in this, no, useless.
Boom. Okay.
Okay. Vamos al lío. You ready? Where are the things? Okay, so two, and two guys here, three here, two here. Three here actually.
3, and 2.
Yep. Let's do this. Tactical police. No, yeah. No, scouting.
What do I need?
So the Harlequins are running the death mask, and it looks like some plasma grenades, and that's really all the equipment that they're watching. I think that's, or that they're equipping. I think that's like the standard for Harlequins nowadays. Just plasma grenades and the mask, where your leader dies. I think you get 1 CP for it.
Barrica.
Una barrica.
No, barrica. Barrica y yo dos. Yo darle la vuelta a las barricas. Hola, venga, ahí, el fuerte, Fornox.
Ya te digo, Bueno, ahora sí que sí empezamos, ¿no?
Interesting there that the Harlequins went an extra
Venga,
round.
la española.
Oh, okay.
I guess it makes sense. I guess.
That's our tournaments. Every day. Okay, so.
Yeah, it does. That's going to offer him a lot more protection against the guard shooting. And you know, like I said before, they just ignore it when they move over it. So
Yeah.
you know, if the guard has any ideas as to hopping on that middle objective closest to the Harlequin's deployment zone, they're going to have to sacrifice some movement in order to do so.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, he's going to, I assume, be playing Domino Field.
Oh yeah.
So, since he's put everybody on a engage order, he's going to be playing Domino Field as pretty telegraphed, and he needs that extra barricade to make sure that he's not getting shot.
So the maximum range is like over here. So I'm going to stay here. Maximum range out of your grenade. Your grenade, no, your shooting.
It's 6.
It's 9 and 6, yeah?
9 and 6.
So over here. Yeah?
So I'm out of range.
Yeah.
Creo que estoy en range todavía, Si es 9, mira.
It's 9 and 6, yeah?
Pues es que está un poco por encima.
Os digo una cosa.
Ahí, pues son reto.
1700 W flamenco.
¿Aquí todavía? ¿Ya?
A ver, ahí.
Out of range. No range. Keep moving. Keep left. Nope.
So the veteran guard player has decided to go ahead with the 4 extra guardsmen for his ancillary support option. A lot of players these days are saying that is the best way to run vet guard. The airstrikes and stuff that you can take are nice, but really what you're sacrificing in turn, you're giving up 4 bodies for just like 2 attacks that you can only use once per game. It's just really not worth it.
Yeah, I think competitively that I don't think there's really a question about it. You take the 4 extra troopers. Yesterday on the stream, I was making an argument that if you became practiced at it, then potentially there is a reason to take ancillary support on this layout of the deployment where you have the long edge, because there's only 3 inches to deploy in, and taking strafing run, because for example on this, if he had taken strafing run, he probably would have been able to hit a lot of the Harlequins turn 1. You know?
We have the hooligans right
That's
here.
fair.
We got the guys in the stream there, all doing the Spanish wave, I guess, not the Mexican wave.
Tournaments in Spain are so freaking loud. You cannot imagine. It's unreal, but it's so much fun.
You will be okay.
You would be okay because
So voy a hacer un dash, triangulate y venirme aquí, ¿vale?
That's great to see.
better than average.
Dan, you're Spanish?
Yeah, but that's not that difficult.
And 6. Yeah.
You know, treating your
Hanging out, having a good time watching Kill Team. I see that the celebration is already well underway.
I mean, this is the final game.
Yeah.
Pretty awesome.
Yep. And they've already won, like I said earlier.
Oh yeah.
Both of these players coming all the way from across the world and just absolutely dominating this event here, getting to the final stage.
What's the time over there?
Their time right now would be 2:48 in the afternoon, I believe. Yeah.
These guys.
Yeah, they started at 10 a.m. their time.
Scavenging.
as close as you can get to him
Ellie
without
walking
being
around with
so
huge dice there. Now I assume that this isn't the main hall because it's looking very empty, which seems weird for the middle of the day.
So I think this is the main hall. I think the 40K might be on break or something.
I'm back.
Oh, okay. Fair enough. Fair enough. Alright, they're moving. We should probably commentate on some of that, shouldn't we?
Yes, let
I
us.
suppose. Yeah, I guess.
Yes.
It's round 1, they're just moving up.
Yeah. Kind of how we expected. Both of these teams are pretty much able to move up the board on their respective sides unimpeded.
Yeah, we can put dice though.
Vet Guard has nothing really to worry about in terms of charges here or any shooting. Harlequin shooting is very, very close range, very powerful, but none of the Vet Guard are in danger of getting sniped off the board turn 1 here.
No, indeed. Turn 1, nothing's happening unless the Harlequin does a really silly mistake, but it will be presumably so silly that Ace would let him take it back because it's obviously not intended. That would be my assumption. Because he's presumably taken Domino Field, so yeah, he's fine. So round 1's going to be very quick, I imagine. And then round 2, we're going to have Harlequins being able to just charge whatever they want, and it comes down to how the players decide to play it in that case. It's really up to the Harlequin player to decide what he wants to do, I think. He will be the aggressor or the non-aggressor in this situation.
Yeah, really the Harlequin player is going to be able to dictate the pace of the game here just because of all the movement and that domino field. he's in the driver's seat for this one.
For sure. I think so. Over in, for example, in 40k, there's something that you can consider, which is if you do not play the game, who wins? I know that, for example, Dark Angels are
Yep.
an acceptable army because they don't need to play the game, because some of their secondaries allow them to get points for not leaving for not doing it.
Yeah, I
essentially.
know.
That's right.
That's us. Yeah.
I don't know the ins and outs
I was
specifically, but
thinking
yeah,
here we
and
go
so
here. Go
in
for it.
this, I imagine
Go for it, buddy.
that's really what it's going to come down to for the troop player. Is he able to not engage and win, or is he going to have to move up to make something happen? And I think, because of his 3 APL, it's possible. I don't actually know what TAC ops they've both taken, though, I will stress that. But if you ignore TAC ops, then I would actually give this to the Harlequin player. Purely from a who needs to score points and stuff. Without playing the game, without engaging.
Yeah. Yeah, I think you're right. I'm inclined to agree with you there. Because I mean, the Harlequins, they can do things like with their 3 APL that just other teams can't do. They can jump out of cover, they can fire off a shot with a fusion pistol, and they can dive back into cover. Where it's just like, I'm gonna be able to shoot you, and there's no way you can interact with this model this particular turn.
Exactly. I mean, as an example, let's say Objective 6 there, which currently has one model on it. The player nearest to it could move, action, and then dash up to the tower, making him almost impossible to hit, assuming he's still got his domino field on. At that point, you know, that would really put the pressure on. I'm not saying he should do that. I'm just saying he doesn't have to engage anywhere. He doesn't have to leave himself open. Yeah.
Next turn. No, decime what I idea.
No, estaba midiendo otra cosa. Estaba midiendo otra cosa, I promise.
Lots of measurements going on. I was commentating earlier, Glass, about how all of these top players are still using the tape measures and not really using the bespoke in air quote measurement gauges. And I thought that was just very interesting because a lot of the players at the top level, you know, like pre-measuring and measuring out like threat ranges is so important that a lot of like newer or more casual players might think that, oh, you know, all I really need is the measurement tools that come in the box. But measurement tape is still king in competitive kill team, it looks like.
Okay.
I mean, fine. If that's how they want to play, that's how they can play, you know.
Yeah. I mean, like, whenever it does get close, you know, like
I'm used to this.
if you're measuring like a couple inches, then the
The range of the mine is 6, right?
The range of the mine is what?
The range?
Of the mine?
I mean, so I'm not a top player, so I can't really say anything. I just have to see the point to you and say, yeah, I guess.
I'm probably on the same level as you, or worse. So I don't know. I don't know if you should see that point to me, but.
So it's 6, right?
6, 1 to plant it?
Yeah, I mean, I think
You can move.
they're playing a tight game, good for them. They can use that. Personally, I don't like it. I've actually really taken to the widgets.
No.
Yeah, I have too. I haven't really had much of a reason, or really had much thought to be to like pre-measuring stuff, or I guess I should say like measuring threat ranges. with the ruler. But most of my experience has come from playing over TTS. So I mean,
No, because it used to be.
No, yeah, obviously very different when you're playing TTS, but I mean, like, I'm pretty happy to just move my 6-inch ruler, you know, double the length. I
Yeah.
can handle that.
Not right now. Yeah.
yeah.
I can mark a point mentally on the floor, so, you know, and I generally find it easier to use those widgets in tight terrain. That's why
Oh,
I use
yeah.
it. I mean, you can see them. You have to get your sight lines with the tape measure lined up perfectly so you don't knock a model or a piece of terrain. Yeah, I've taken to the widgets, but I certainly don't care if people want to use a tape measure still.
Yeah. Yeah.
Although I will say, when it began, I did have to force myself to use a widget for the first 2 or 3 games. But
Yeah.
then I was like, oh yeah, I'll just play with this. This is better.
Yeah. Yeah. It's just so much easier to measure like around corners and stuff with the widgets than it is the giant tape measure.
I was actually seeing in my Discord earlier, people were talking about there's this interesting. I can't remember what it's called. It's called like a step or something, like a stepper system, and it's like a circle that is the size of your base. You know, you have different for the different bases, and you can actually like, and they kind of stack in a little way as like horizontally. So you know it's quite common, let's be honest, it's quite common to see people cutting off corners as they go around them because they're not accounting for their base or whatever.
Yep.
And this stops that from being an issue. Because
Exactly.
it is a base, and I'm like, I might buy that actually. That sounds pretty cool to me, I've got to say. But then at the same time, I know that it's super anal of me to, like, I don't want to be that guy. I don't want to be the guy that says, hey, you cut the corner. But I think I will be that guy. So.
Yeah. To be fair, I think a lot of the top players at least are very cognizant of, you know, making sure that they're not cutting corners during the games.
Oh, for sure. For sure.
That's definitely like a new player thing.
Two more?
Oh, definitely. I wouldn't expect these guys to be cutting corners. Yeah. Like, I wouldn't even check, because if they're on this table, they're playing properly.
Mm-hmm. Crypt Shadow in the chat as a double hello for us. I thought you were the only one allowed to be giving out double hellos.
There's actually a very complex legal system involved in that, so I will have my lawyers check in, see if he's on the list. We shall see.
Big grenade, you mean? Can you measure it for me?
Yeah.
Please? That's equal? That's 6?
As you can see on stream, Orion Wilfong
That's 6.
looking on here.
So you 3 over here.
One of the he came in 3rd place overall at this tournament. One of the top East Coast players, one of the top Kill Team players, period. So very impressive that either of these guys were able to outpace him here. On essentially what I guess would be considered home turf.
Please, do it again.
Yes, I did see people are calling for nerfs in the game. They want them to nerf the Spanish.
Yeah. No comment. People are saying nerf grenades. I say no.
I mean,
no, obviously.
Why would you do that? Grenades are like necessary for some teams to even compete.
Yeah.
Especially in the matchups against like Harlequin. Oh my gosh. Or Commandos, or you know, Tyranids, whatever. Yeah, Gene Sealer Cult, Wormblade.
Yeah, maybe.
I mean, I'd like to say nerf Pathfinder grenades.
I think that's fair.
But as Pathfinders aren't in the top 2, it's hard to say that right now.
I think the terrain kind of gave the Harlequins, or excuse me, the Pathfinders a really hard time.
He's trying to throw a grenade.
just because they're so reliant on how good their shooting is.
Yeah, for sure.
That it's like on this terrain, it can be brutal sometimes.
It's
All the heavy.
very black or white, isn't it? It's very you
Yeah.
shoot or you don't, and there's no in between, and there's no real way to actually, you know, outflank necessarily, or any outflank is very clearly telegraphed. You know, it's not suddenly happening. It's I've got to move all the way down this 7-inch long container, so I'm doing it the turn before.
Hmm.
I mean, I need. O sea, tengo que saberlo.
They are really premeditated.
Yeah, and okay, there the shipping container goes back in place.
Over there, yeah. Oh, wait. Yeah, I'm in cover, by the way. The barricade is over here. Go for it, buddy. And you gotta be over here.
Yeah, like you said, they are really
Yeah,
measuring
yeah.
this out. Like,
I can tell Ace feels like he shouldn't get the shot, but the judge must have said he can get the shot or something, or the charge.
Maybe. Maybe.
Ace is talking about being in cover.
He's dead. One AP1? No, no AP1. I will try my best. One retain and two vice. Oh, 6. So he's dead. That's out. 4 damage.
Oh, we can't see the dice rolls until it happens 20 seconds later on the stream. Right, okay.
that's right. And unfortunately, on the view that you and I have, we don't see the dice rolls.
No.
We can only judge by the players' reactions. So,
So 4 damage. And I'm stunned, by the way. I am 1 AP less. Okay. No, no, yeah. I cannot. I have no normal.
so yeah, like I said, the Harlequin comes out, fires a shot, dives back into cover. Back guard are not going to be able to answer it.
I mean, that's obviously what you have to do as the Harlequin, because if you are shot, you're dead, typically.
One more life for you? Yeah.
That's the beauty of the 3 APL team. Love it.
Yeah. I mean, they do have a lot of sneaky defensive buffs. The 4-up invuln is really underrated on that team. But I mean, if you roll bad, your 4-up invuln isn't really going to do anything. But the fact that each one of them has 8 wounds is so good.
Are you in what way? Do you mean one more than a normal human, or?
Like the way the math works out for a lot of weapons is it's a lot harder. It's like substantially harder to kill a model with 8 wounds and a 4-up invulnerable save than it is to kill like a 7-wound model with like a 5-up save. I mean, obviously, but like it's mostly that it's mostly like it's like a bracket up. 5 to 7 wounds or however many, that's like lowest bracket. 8 and up, that's like a different level, I guess.
Not relevant. He can't do a robot. I have to ask. Okay, if you get another robot, I
No,
will
no
tell you.
puedo.
Yeah, I know. Okay.
He just said that the Harlequin gets an Overwatch, so have they moved all the Harlequins then? It must be nearing the end of
I guess
round
they
one.
must have.
Yeah. Which is pretty much exactly what we expect. We see his Harlequins are all just lined up against containers, ready to actually play the game turn 2.
Yep.
One Overwatch. That's maybe. Yeah. You're gonna die. So it doesn't really matter that much. Sure. We're here actually. Yeah, center control. He's mine.
Yeah, and so it does seem that he did get a shot off on the guardsman who was in cover and took the guardsman. I can't see the
Just
dice.
taking your rewards for this guy, but not for this guy.
On our screen glass, are you talking about the objective the furthest right objective from our perspective.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
that would
that's
be
it.
furthest
Yeah.
left for the stream. I think he's down to 3 wounds remaining on that guardsman.
I think that might be. You see, I can't tell if that's actually the objective counter.
Oh, true, true.
Yeah. There's just random dice on all of the objectives, so I'm struggling a little bit there. But he did take a shot. Oh, what brilliant commentating class. World class. He
So
did
I
take a
think
shot.
I do think that that dice, the 3, I do believe that is a wound tracker because above him on the tower is another dice that's at 2. So that's like the amount of loot remaining on that objective, I guess, right?
I mean that tracks, and then
Yeah.
also that means he would have taken 4 damage, which sounds in line with what a splinter thing.
You need to climb. 4, 6.
4, 6.
So I have 2 more. I'm here.
Son 9 total.
Son 9 total.
Vale.
Over here. That's my last activation shape. Yeah. And I'm going to.
Josh, you know, looking.
What's this? This is
No,
leader?
I'll let the players talk. I'll stop
this is
interrupting
scan.
the players.
Están todos a 2.
Sí, sí. No, but I cannot do this because they need to be all of them in 2. So they're safe from here. So these 2 guys.
Estos 2.
Yeah.
Ok.
5 guys. Don't choose. Move over.
Okay, so he jumped up onto the container and is now going to fire down into the Harlequins. I think that's the
Is that the
flamethrower.
flamethrower?
I believe so.
Oh my gosh.
I
Look
believe
at
so.
this.
These one.
And there are so many right stacked up right on top of each other. This is the first time I've ever seen like a flamethrower used correctly and in the most optimal condition.
Yeah, he has an grenade.
Oh, he can only hit 3 of them. Torrent is such a bizarre rule.
Holy shit. 2 damage. Okay.
2 damage.
2 damage.
Great Harlequin saves.
Well done. Yeah, it worked.
Oh, that was all it did?
Okay,
Okay.
That's it.
The
Round 2,
power
I
of the
take
raw
center control.
power of the flamer there.
I take
Yeah.
attack.
So.
You get 1 point from triangulate.
And you have 3 points for the objective, right?
Yeah, 1, 2, 3. So, yeah. 3 main.
So he
3
got
main.
triangulate.
Vamos.
Let me. 5 to 4.
He has 4.
Yeah, 3, 4. Yeah.
The score is 5-4.
Esto es tuyo, ¿verdad?
Verdad. Let's do this.
Yeah, even
Or
I
three
use the
Vector.
scouting with this guy.
even in the best conditions, the flamer is just bad. I like I said before, I was surprised that it made it onto Adrian's roster.
Points.
I personally have never planned on building a flamer veteran guardsman. I planned on using that body for something else.
Okay, so it's mine. Which is good.
Yeah, I know.
Let's do this.
Flamers need
First
something,
thing
I guess.
first, reeling once on shooting.
Okay.
You will set no.
Yeah, I've heard. I quite liked an idea I heard the other day, which was just make it splash 2. But it
Oh,
doesn't
yeah.
hit, but it doesn't hit the
So.
original target
Domino
again. So it's just
Surprise, surprise.
like a good blast.
And I take
I think that would
into-
actually
no,
be pretty
take cover. Take cover is the name. I save on force if I am on an object. No, it is
Something a
no.
bit.
I save on force if I am under cover.
Okay.
Behind cover. Under cover. Behind cover. As you wish, my dear Carlos.
It is behind cover, right?
That was good.
You Americans are no soul.
Okay, let's do the burning again. Let's do the burning again.
Right, so we've gone to the next round, and he's just going to fire again with the flamer because it had such an effect before.
Oh yeah. 5 and choose to the Ghana guy.
Okay.
Reeling once. Nice. Not that much for his there.
Okay.
And the other body.
Killed 1 Harlequin.
Reeling once. I love war. And now he's dead.
Yes? ¿Cuánto es el
8 damage. You have 1 save,
Yes.
so you're dead.
Right, that's something.
And
Harlequin
second
down.
Harlequin, there you go.
He's moving.
Okay,
Harlequin.
okay. And that's why flamers are great. Yeah, exactly. See, flamers are overpowered. They don't need anything.
You know, I was just saying, flamers are really good.
They're so slept on, right?
You know what?
I did actually build a Vecgard flamer because
Yeah,
I didn't
no.
know it was bad. Obviously, I wouldn't have built anything else. But I have one ready to go. So if Ace approves the Vecgard flamer, I've got it. It's ready.
I have always planned on building a veteran guardsman flamer gunner. Everyone knows that about me.
Yes.
You get to love it.
Yeah. How do you feel? So he just lost 2 models. That, like, at the first activation of turn 2, he's 1 VP down, and he's lost 2 models.
Man, if I'm the Harlequin player, I am feeling pretty bad right now.
Yeah. Yeah, that's really rough. I mean, that's the way it goes, right?
So this actually happened to in the last game. Granted, the conditions were a lot better, but he was trading pretty poorly in the first few rounds of the last game he played. He had 2 of his Harlequins had died for just 2 Zangors from the Warp Coven. So I mean, game's definitely not over yet. You still got 6 bodies left. Each one of them has 8 wounds, 8 or 9 wounds, with 3 APL. This game's far from over. Close game too with this score.
Yeah, I mean, the real problem here, I think, was nothing to do with a misplay from the troops. I mean, unless you want to say he should have been slightly further away from his own box. He'd have only lost 1 instead of 2. But all that happened here was Ace got to go twice. He got 2 activations in a row.
By the way, I have to reload full life before anything matters.
¿Este cuándo es?
Antes. ¿Quieres que la guarde?
No, la puedes. Da lo mismo.
It doesn't really matter. I keep forgetting this all the time.
Vale, pues está muerto.
Parry, I guess.
Sí, te mata.
And he's dead.
So, chaval fight y activo. No sé si estoy o no.
I don't think so, but that's okay. Go for it, Adrian.
¿Sí?
Yeah. In exchange for you letting me hold the gun.
Ya, eso está.
So it looks like some attack ops were declared. I think they both may have forgotten to declare their attack ops.
He's doing his job.
But they both resolved to reveal, each one of them reveal so they could like score it this turn.
Oh, okay.
The point is that you can stay there.
I mean, they both already revealed 2.
Okay? And take the point. Over. 1 inch. Te voy a indicar que lo que quiero es que no me puedo tener más aquí para cargarme.
Ah, vale, sí, sí,
¿Sabes?
claro.
Que si me cargas que te pongas.
Que me vas a enchufar después.
Esa es la cosa.
¿No? ¿Haces la activación?
Yeah.
Ok.
On point.
Ah, sorry. A mí se me ha olvidado aquí.
Yeah, don't worry.
Yeah, Warhammer Man Studios points out, you know, being able to do what Ace just did is how Vecgard probably should be played. That last guy is always because you're essentially always out activating the opponent. You can basically almost make that play. Just sometimes if you fail to get the activation initiative, you might have to use the Death Atonement for that second shot.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sure does go down a lot easier when you don't have to spend a CP to do it.
Cargar, pegar, no puedo puntuar eso. Bueno, pero puedo intentarlo por aquí.
No, porque queda rey.
Vamos a ver. Pues venía a pelear, hombre. 8 por ahí. ¿No?
Sí, sí, que puedes.
Ahí te puedo cargar, pegar y controlar. Aquí estaré a un inch del centro.
Yeah, but this point you can loot again. I loot this point.
Ah, you already did?
Yeah, because I have GA2.
Ah, es que este no estaba marcado.
Yeah, here. HP.
No, digo el señor.
Sorry. Yeah.
¿Cuándo lo has hecho?
GA2. The last activation was that. ¿Qué modo 2?
There's some confusion regarding the agent and seal orders.
Ya, no, es que está en mi turno y no, es que no le... O sea,
Don't worry.
ya.
Basically, Ace had used the GA2 to
Sí,
tap
sí, sí.
the objectives twice, and he
¿Te habías apuntado
Five,
eso?
yeah.
oops, had it
Ah.
I think Ace had
Ah.
forgotten to flip
Vale.
one of the tokens to activate it.
Mm-hmm.
Bueno, igualmente lo voy a cargarte, yo creo. Porque no te creas que podemos hacer mucho más ya. Me encanta. Vamos a pegar a ese tipo.
The Patriarch, I believe those objectives are from Luster's Workshop.
Yep.
Same guy that did it before, and all the terrain.
No, doesn't matter. 3 or 4. 1-8. And. Yeah, 3-3.
A ver si lo puedo poner un poquito aquí.
You know, I really want the Harlequin player to win now, because as I'm sat here, I'm like, he's obviously lost. And I would really like it if he can confound my expectations.
Oh, yeah.
Because right now, I don't know how he comes back.
3 or 5. Hurry.
Pagas uno, te pones 3.
3. That's this point, which is not
Sí.
good. Yet. So I'm going to use different decks to know the HP. You may give me 3.
3.
So 4.
Yeah, he's got how many left?
Cool. I'm going to activate the
Let's see,
comms.
1,
I'm
2,
going
3.
for line. You go.
Got 6. So he's got 6 left, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
This is amazing.
6. Top of turn 2.
Vale.
I think he can do it. There's only so much like loot to actually loot though on the objectives. It's like how fast can he get on and kill all those veteran guardsmen out there? He's gonna have to have like a couple of those Harlequins be able to like shoot and kill, charge and kill, or charge, fight and kill.
Good job, little boy. You do nice.
Yeah, he's just gonna have to go really aggressive here in this next turn, the next 2 turns.
Well, this is exactly the fun kind of thing. Like if we had a really nice, clear picture of this, this board setup, it'd be quite fun afterwards to come back to this decision point and say, okay, you just lost 2 models, you know, almost like a chess puzzle. What do you do next? What is the actual correct play?
Yeah.
And like for me personally, I wouldn't know what to do. I would make a decision. I would probably at this point see red and start trying to get kills, which I don't think is the right decision. I think he needs to play very, very carefully and really focus on primary. And he needs to start stealing from the opponent.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah,
He
I agree with
can't
that.
just get his own ones. He needs to score and deny in the same actions. But then how do you do that without also just getting shot? Anyone can do it, the Harlequins, because they're flying. But
Yeah. He needs to get in his opponent's face on his opponent's home objectives. Just get everything off of there, stop him from scoring secondaries, or excuse me, primaries. And then if you've done enough damage, you can just move some of your models back onto your own objectives to score those final points. If you haven't already like finished scoring them. So I'm expecting a big move, either in the remainder of this turn or the following turn from the Harlequin player. Just an all-out assault on all of his opponent's home objectives.
I think there needs to be some changes overall in power in general.
Si llegara aquí con 9, sí, Diego, ¿tú cómo lo ves?
See him measuring up a charge right now onto one from the tower. Oh, he's going deep in, it looks like.
Al revés. Muy a mi pesar.
Because there's people complain that they're 3 AP.
Vamos a pegar.
Yep, okay.
Yeah, we're playing so fast.
So that's one of the
Gone
vectors.
in against one of them.
Yeah, I saw him measuring to that one in the middle, but I think this is the right move here.
Is 5 attacks?
Sure, get the kill and then tag the objective, I guess. But then he's just
I'm
going
going
to
to
get shot.
spend 1 CP to play in depth a tournament, so I'm staying here.
4 up invulns, man. If you roll good, you're fine.
Y yo voy a activar.
No, we're staying here.
He does have to like make some risks here if he wants to like get a decisive
You
lead.
can do mission action if you're in melee. I think so, yeah.
¿Sí? ¿Estamos bien? So, esto es 1 ya.
Right, so he did in-death atonement so that he could still tag the objective before he lost the trooper. Which now means that he's
Okay, no, mine.
blocked the player from
Mine
killing.
time. Yeah.
Mine time.
Over here, mine in your face. I'm back. Yep.
Hello, buddy. So, mira.
Yeah, 5 attacks. On choose.
And he's blowing up one of the Harlequins with the detonation from the demolition.
So, mueves aquí,
Who
¿no?
I
Y
just
luego haces
assume
un
had
dash
been given
y-
an extra AP on
Para
top.
no pasarme la vez. 4 attacks. On choose.
Esos son los. Listo, joder.
You have no cover?
This is the kind of roll
No,
you don't
if
even
you're
need to
under
roll.
2 for the mine.
Reality.
Repito.
So like if you're gonna say head they also shouldn't be going.
Easily
Está muerto, ¿no?
Muy bueno. These guys out. Actually, I didn't. They feel okay.
I lost another
Here we
Harlequin.
go.
I think I've heard
He's down to 5 models left, I believe.
Eso ya está.
Not what you want to see.
One per turn.
I mean, it's inevitable. You know, if he only loses 1 model in this turn, he's done really well.
But I have
Yeah.
to have like the comms thing because if I cannot, I have to.
No te voy a ver por ahí, ¿eh? Y ahí arriba tampoco. Pero aquí arriba sí.
Prueba. Well,
A ver.
put 9. No, put 9 again.
I think Cosmo should be made
Okay, like here.
I agree with that. That way it's like
Yeah, I agree.
Yo
with
creo
that.
que sí.
Yeah, I agree. with that. Okay.
Lo que pasa es que luego me van a caer cuántos disparos. 73, ¿no?
More or less, give or take.
yeah, the higher risk. The plasma is just like, oh, there's no risk and there's yeah, so why would you take another when you can take plasma?
Bueno, puedo intentar hacerlo al final.
In this you only see the grenade. Yeah. But maybe the flamers.
Good luck with that.
Esconderme aquí, no, hacer el Overwatch.
Hey, that Harlequin's flying across the board up on top of that container.
Ya, tío, pero es lo que hay.
Y meter un tiro en el codazo. Te va a dar igual. Bueno, coge menos tiros.
I don't know how I feel about that one, Glass.
Vamos allá.
As you wish.
To me, it looks like he could have gotten on his own home objective and looted it.
No, no, ya está.
Must
Me
have
queda un poquito.
another
What
idea.
does the plasma do? Oh.
Yeah.
What can I do? Because
I mean, I don't know.
So there will be Marines there. So I hope they do something about it. I hope again it's not intentional.
¿Con este llegaste a hacer algo? ¿Dispararse?
dispara tu hijo de puta y no le pago nada.
Pues vamos a poner de esto así, ¿vale?
¿No está dado vuelta?
Porque no había una más que tío ready para hacerme movidas.
There are 5
Bueno, tienes un
Harlequins
tío
survive.
aquí.
Tengo un montón de tiros.
Uriel
Ah, bueno, claro,
Satan.
porque estamos en segundo turno. Venga.
You can't do Overwatch with grenades.
I cannot. Or
You
I can.
cannot.
Are you sure?
I'm really sure. If
Why
the
not?
thing go half blast, it can do Overwatch.
Si tiene plus, no puedes hacer Overwatch.
No.
He's wanting to Overwatch with a grenade, by the sounds of it, but you can't do that. Although you can if it has blast. If it doesn't have blast.
Trust me.
But plasma grenade.
No, because sometimes I need to read it.
Nah, it's okay.
If you need very good luck in your life, you don't need very good luck in Harlequin.
Plasma will. Oh,
Still, people complain a lot about Harlequin, but even in companion,
yeah, go for it. I'm looting this site with this guy. Yeah. Going to 6. Just one left. Voy a activar doble. I'm going to use his double activation.
Vale.
I am hiding here. Will you shoot me? No. I'm hiding here.
¿Ya está?
No. Sniper. You guys.
Oh, poor guy. ¿Y un poquito de cover tendré?
Espera, que si quieres a mirarlo.
Es que no lo veo bien.
Mira la cover que tiene Rey.
Mache's playing is like receiving a masterclass. Yeah, I'm about to like message Ace after this and be like,
No, es que no lo veía
hey,
bien.
you teach feedback guard.
Well, for sure.
You know, I'm close enough to Spain. Fly on it.
Yeah, that's true.
I should probably get better before, like, not quite at the point that he could teach me something.
Oh, I don't know.
Do you want to do a
Oh, so he just lost another Harlequin. So he's
Oh,
down to 4 Harlequins left, which I think is understandable.
Sad clown noises in chat. Can I get some sad clown faces?
No, now it's... Yeah, I know something. Don't worry. I'm changing to... I have 1, 2, 3.
It's
Well, I'm going
a
to
challenge
now...
to,
Which is going to be...
like,
Come here,
you know what's
doesn't do
happening.
anything.
I don't know what to say. They're just wrapping the game up, really.
Yeah, that's what it feels like right now.
Point is, I'm going to stay
You know, obviously I follow a bit
away
of
from you.
40k,
Take some
and
C4 in case you want to shoot
over
it.
there,
And you are more than
I
one
had
inch
heard a lot of
barricade,
commentators
so-
were having a real struggle to commentate on games. When it was, you know, Admech playing into whatever space
More than
was.
6.
It was like,
Yeah.
why are we even here? We know what's going to happen.
He has,
Yeah.
Same here. It's like, you know, turn 2. One of them is down 4 models when they started at 8, and the other's down. Has he only lost 1 guard?
Él me lanzó antes una granada.
No, es un lanzagranadas.
I only see one body on the side of the table there.
I mean, that's pretty
My
rough.
goodness.
Like,
Sí. 4 on 3s, running once.
Yeah.
Good. One of the hits.
yeah.
I will say it is fitting that the #1 ranked ITC player looks like he will be taking the Las Vegas Open Kill Team Tournament. You know,
You are good at that. Anyway.
Flamer and the guy who...
Yeah, he's lost 2. He's lost 2.
Okay.
4 5 crack.
Still pretty good numbers.
Equipment.
Which is really funny. Aren't these guardsmen supposed to die in droves? Isn't that their whole
One more
thing?
activation
In
for
Death
me.
Atonement, more like in Living for a Long Time Atonement, when Ace is
One more activation. Just so you know. Just if you want to do Overwatch. The plasma gun, yeah.
Tienes ahí un plasma gun muy rico. Que me va a ver.
Pero vamos.
I mean, I assume that either Elliot or Sheldon is going to drag Ace off to the side as soon as this finishes, and they're going to give him a little interview. I would
It
hope.
has to have the
That's certainly what
plasma
they've
if
done,
he has the
or
stand
what they
right
did
line.
when I went to
Vale, me voy a
LPL.
quedar ahí. No hago nada con él.
Well, I believe there
I hold the
are
line.
4 Harlequins left. Gore school.
I do my tag ups. Do I? I'm plasma gun is staying here.
On the board, I'm seeing what
do I
looks
get central
like...
control? Because he's here. But
2. I can only see 2 from what I'm looking at.
no.
¿Este es el centro?
This is the center. Yeah.
And that's pretty rough. But this is going to be a nice short,
Míralo, míralo, sí, sí,
nice
sí.
short game, and I can get to bed. So but as you were saying, it's good that the number one ITC players go to win. That's awesome. It's kind
Yeah.
of what it's meant to be. Because there's a lot of ways to kind of game the system for ITC points. Because it's not all about are you good enough, it's can you attend the correct tournaments.
Yep.
And it's just really good to see that actually, in this case, it has fleshed itself out.
Yep.
I didn't know. Okay,
So central, no tiene central.
but I have hold the line. My tag ups because I control more.
How many points for hold the line?
1 point.
1 point.
And we also won.
Okay.
Si tienes dos de esta,
Yeah. Control more. Control 2, control more.
bueno, tercer turno, esto está ya muy vendido.
Ah, difícil, sí.
Se me falla más.
El Flamer te la ha liado, ¿eh?
Es que no me entero, tío.
Nah, es difícil verlo todo, ¿vale? Initiative. 1, 2.
¿Qué soy yo? Chico.
I'm going to put this in the correct way.
So it looks like they're flipping their orders back over. They've scored up. Unfortunately, I can't actually see the tack ops. The resolution
Yeah.
isn't quite good enough.
So we are
But it looks like Ace has scored 1, 2, 3, 4.
8, 10.
18, yeah.
Then he's got.
I have 10.
8, 10.
There you go.
I can't quite
Hello,
tell.
internet. By the way.
He's winning. That's all. That's what I mean. He's getting kills and winning on VP. So
You go.
My normal list versus like anything that has like the 10 moon range or the 10 model range is the 6 anglers and the 3 sorcerers.
Bueno, voy a hacer. ¿Por qué voy a hacer dominación? Ahora mismo. Ese está ahí que me puede igual pegar un par de tiros.
Sí, pero tiene un poco
Ya, que no va a hacer nada.
¿Qué le da falacia?
A este puede subir el tutano también. Sí.
Sí, pero yo no tiene la
Bueno, pues vamos a hacer cosas de aviones. No, no tengo, no puedo dominación.
No CPs, okay.
I love the model. I like the
I'm fine. Go for it.
Sí.
We are very good at what we do, which is basically charge, shoot, kill things. But that's not.
well said, Darth Riders. Well said.
Yeah. I hope
Well,
someone from
Spain.
Spain wins.
Para que tu plasma luego.
The mine.
Para pegar aquí a este pollo.
Vale, pollo.
This is how they play in 40k.
Attack.
Three on.
There was one town. This is our final.
Vale, pues te paro uno y te mato. Y ahora te chuto.
One sec, one sec.
The top 8 winners: one Warrior, one Pathfinder, 2 Warp Weapon, 2 Vanguard, 2 Harlequin.
Just another weird little behind the scenes thing. Again, we're not watching the actual stream, but from what I'm seeing, the stream is a higher resolution than what we're watching as well.
Yeah.
I'm trying to now zoom in on the stream to see what the tap ups are, as opposed to the feed that we're watching.
Ah.
Okay, so now
It hasn't worked.
these guys
Well,
here
it's not good.
looting. No more. I go to 7.
Este se va, ¿no?
So Ace tags one of the objectives on the Harlequin side, which is not a good sign for Harlequins. And he tags the other one as well. Man, that GO2 is paying dividends into the fun of Ace winning this game.
Yeah.
Like being able to tag 2 objectives in a single activation is amazing.
Acabo de puntuar aquí uno
Okay,
aquí.
yeah.
Yo tenía 8.
Yeah, I thought that Harlequins were going to be able to play the primary game a lot better than the vet card, and just that the 2 group activation. Okay, I'm going to activate 1 veteran guardsman. He's going to score me the point out. He's going to loot this point. I'm going to tag another veteran guardsman who's going to loot the other point, and there's nothing you can do to stop me. Is so good.
Yeah, really good. I mean, on this kind of mission where you have to activate on the point, I personally prefer 3 APL teams because you get to still have a full turn with them and activate. But man, just put your GA2 guys on 4 objectives. Boom.
Last, you really were right earlier in the stream when you said that you thought it was going to come down to which one of these teams is going to be able to win the game without interacting with their opponent. What we saw here was the vet guard just literally just standing on their point and taking charges from Harlequins and just not blinking, just unfazed, and just constantly scoring those primaries where the Harlequin player had to make tough choices as to how am I going to...
It's very clear that that first flamer getting the double activation and killing 2 completely threw the Harlequin player off his game.
I can't believe it threw us off our game. I couldn't believe that.
Like, I don't think that was an auto lose at that point for the Harlequin player, but obviously whatever happened next lost him the game. He was in a very bad spot, and obviously things were swinging against him, but I don't think it was the loss at that point. Or if it was definitely the loss, it could have been a very close loss. Right now, something has happened and he is going to lose. I think that's fair to say.
Ya, es que no me conviene nada hacer eso. Ya, no te... Esa es otra. Esa es otra. Pero... puedo controlar, venirme aquí... Y bueno, hacer un overwatch en algún momento.
¿Te quedas ahí? Pues.
They already have someone. Like, you
I like that they started the game speaking English and now they've gone to Spanish because they realize just like you go that little bit on tilt and you can't spend your brain capacity doing something even slightly unnatural. You have to just go straight back to basics. It's it's been amazing for Ace, obviously, and the fact that the troops made it to the finals is equally amazing. Really good. But I think, it's pretty much done.
Yep.
4 on 4, really once. He's less than 2 inches. So 4 on 4.
So I wondered if you could do it. People already like that.
I think 4 for.
Yo no puedo hacer nada.
I'm going to move after that.
You wouldn't be able to bring like it works.
Yeah, center control is mine. This guy, 2.
It could happen, but I don't think that's the way to
Se va a puntuar ahí.
Yeah.
When I look at everything they're doing, like they really do the specialist teams.
And come here.
So when I look at
This guy stays here. Comes, gets +1 to leader. Yeah. Everybody's good. And this guy is good.
Ok.
So I get hold line.
¿Se ha ido ya?
No.
No, eso está ahí.
Yeah, no, he's out. It's okay. This one is out too.
Y solo queda este.
Yeah.
Ok.
And we are equals? That can be right.
¿Equals?
On the primary.
No. Tú tienes... Yo tengo que apuntar que tienes 2 más. Igual...
Sí. Doesn't make sense. That's the one. And that's 2 left here.
¿Se va bien?
No, here. Yeah, makes sense.
Último turno.
Seldon? There's nobody in.
Seldon.
If you want to update, I take center control.
Bueno, último turno de Las Vegas sorprendido.
Muy jugado.
One
more turn.
Have they called it?
We are.
They're going for one more turn. They have one more turn left.
Okay, I saw the shake and I think they might just be talking. And is that from, I assume that's why they shook.
So, last turn. Initiative, actually.
That's all I can say.
I'm going to have it. I'm going to do the same thing. Rolling once, blah, blah, blah. Rolling once. You go. In case you want to do anything.
I don't think it will be that way.
Any boys? Adrian?
I'm really looking forward to it.
Quería jugar, tío. Quería jugar.
I have to do this. I have to do it.
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
Expose yourself. Yeah. Do it in front of the camera. Do it because that's beautiful. Really.
So yeah, I am hardcore. That's been there for
One turn. One turn. Relax. Relax.
I'm really looking forward to that. And I'm really looking forward to
Have respect.
I think they're probably gonna be good as shit.
yeah.
The fact that they're hyping this up so hard, because like when they released Indominus, they just gave us Indominus. The fact that they gave us one model, and they're being super sneaky about the chaos base release too, I think the box is gonna be huge. They're probably gonna be overpowered as shit. And everyone's gonna love it.
Are you okay?
You're gonna have the big discourse because everybody's gonna. Oh, you guys are just
So I am going to activate
I
domination.
assume everybody in the background of that shot is the Spanish contingent. So,
Vas a cerrarlo.
but they do get very excited when the angle flips to them.
La mierda esta de repetir las...
Prismatic blur.
Yeah. So I came
Okay.
I think I
I go first. So I'm just coming here in the point.
and I said, I'm only going to play.
Y ya te voy a cargar aquí.
And I love Eldar 20 years ago. Like literally, for more than 20 years ago.
Yeah.
Pego.
The same 20 years. They can hold it. They can get drunk. Those
Mato.
ones, they need.
Y la última acción es
So, no, I'm not going to play.
plantar la...
Signal because you are in range. Okay.
But
Do it.
Este está muerto.
if they are good, I'm not like, if they are average, I'm not like, and if someone's going to try to give me shit like they're good, I was like, yeah, you can.
All right.
I'll beat your face in with these.
Oh, yeah.
Banner tokens going down.
They're really good.
Over here,
And you're
and
going to see them.
you see that crack grenade on you.
Because Tau are not, you don't see
I hear a crack grenade's about to go off.
So obviously that means that Ace is continuing the fight,
Yep.
the good fight, and is throwing a crack grenade at a Harlequin.
To add insult to injury. I'm just kidding. It's all in good fun.
No, obviously, the finals Velvet Yo. You want to really stamp the boot it.
Not at this time.
¿Cuántas heridas me has hecho?
4.
4.
And this is over. Like I cannot reach there. So 2 more points for your beacon. And that's it.
Your center, bueno, ya está.
No. It was like
Tienes aquí
a lot of
estos.
time.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 y 6.
15.
Me salen 15.
15.
Y me salen 8, 10, 11.
Good job.
Vamos ahí.
Good job.
15, 11.
Before you take me 15 to 8 full
Think-
levels.
Is that it? I think that's them done.
Bueno,
I think so.
I saw Ace walk away, and is that the final score? 49? Yeah, okay. Awesome. That was, in fairness, not a terrible score from the Harlequins there, considering how things started to go, and how he's playing, #1 in the world. So, awesome. Awesome, good job there. I guess, on reflection, that kind of turned out as we expected it would, right?
Yeah, I would say so. #1 rated kill team player comes into LVO, goes undefeated all the way to the top, wins it, plays nearly perfect every single game, if not perfectly every single game. Yeah. Congratulations to Adrian. Congratulations to all the top 8 players.
yeah, it's definitely been a really interesting day. You know, lots of interesting things we can come away thinking about that. Lots of data. I don't think the top eight was what we expected it to be.
No.
Apart from Ace being in there, obviously.
Yeah.
I think we all expected that. So yeah, it's been really interesting, really good. And I'd like to, big thanks to Kill Team Stream for letting me come on and talk over the top of this. Big thanks to everybody in the chat for watching. I am going to go to bed. It's about midnight here. But I assume that you still have some duties to do here. And hopefully, if we're really lucky, Sheldon might be able to coach them over for a little chat about how things went. I hope.
Yeah, I hope so too. Well, thank you for joining me, Glass. It was a pleasure as always to sit and chat with you and commentate.
Yeah,
Thanks
it's always
to
fun.
yeah.
It's been fun. I hope that there are more of these because actually, much like the whole of 40k is getting up to, it's kind of fun. Like
Yeah,
to know
it
that
is
there's a
kind
big
of fun.
tournament going on. You
Yeah.
know, like
Yeah.
the more the better. When I see these things, I get inspired to actually pull my streaming equipment out and be like, right, I'm actually going to go and stream the next Bad Moon tournament or the next, London tournament.
Oh yeah.
Because I'm always like, I'm gonna do it. And then I don't. Because I'm like, yeah, a lot of hassle. And like, who cares? Why am I doing this for 5 people? But man, it's just really exciting to watch, and I really enjoy the community coming together. Yeah, it's really cool. So hopefully next time I'll be doing this all evening.
Hello.
Yeah. Looking
And of
forward
course,
to
we're gonna
that.
get it at the Kill Team Open as well.
That's right. I know that the Mountain is going to be, or Gaming with the Mountain.
You mean Glacial Geek?
Yes, Glacial Geek. I don't know why I was thinking that. Yeah, Glacial Geek is going to be doing commentary for the Kill Team Open, so make sure you guys tune in for that, because that's going to be a lot of fun. KTO is going to be so much fun. I'm very much looking forward to that.
Ryan, I got a little question for you.
Yeah.
Beware this
Yeah.
baby shinky.
I love his content. He's been building up all those Sisters of Battle recently.
Also, well, I'm going to head off. Thank you very much, everybody. I hope you've enjoyed the games. Stay cool. Oh, triple hello. Bye.
Hey, Ryan. Are you still there?
Yeah, I can hear you.
I got a question for you. Are you coming to Adepticon?
I did not have a plan to come to Adepticon.
Oh, also,
I haven't heard
this is
anything.
Alex, if you don't remember.
When is it coming? Right now. Ooh.
Yeah, I didn't know if Kill Team was going to be happening at Adepticon.
Actually, I'm not sure, because I know Sheldon's not going.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I will say probably not, because that happens in March, right?
Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah.
All booked up for March.
Yeah. If I wasn't going to Kill Team Open, then I probably definitely would be trying to make it out there, but probably not this year.
Do you even know who's talking to you right now?
I have no idea.
This is Alex. Rodnerick.
Oh, okay.
I
don't know. There were a lot of people. Say that again?
I said I hosted the After Dark stream last night.
You did.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I wasn't able to tune in for that one.
No, you don't want to tune in for that one. Well, I did it like at like 10 or whatever.
Can I get one of you guys to do photos?
Yeah.
Photo.
I just 40k games. So I asked Sheldon if I could hop in.
Oh,
Wait,
okay.
did Chris leave?
Have you been streaming all morning?
Chris Bachi.
Yeah, we're streaming.
Who won?
Who won?
Yeah, who won?
Adrian.
Adrian.
Adrian won the whole thing.
Good for him. Hey, congratulations, Adrian.
Thank you. Cheers, mate.
He probably has no idea who I am. Thank you,
Yeah.
thank you.
All right, guys.
Keep shaking.
I'm gonna head off to my game.
Take the
Stay safe.
Red
Yep.
Bull. Yeah.
All right, stream.
My game. I'll be back.
Okay.
See you.
Thanks for tuning in, guys. It was a pleasure to come on here and commentate for you guys all day
Did you
long
see-
here.
Did you see Chris?
I'm gonna go ahead and bounce out of here. But yeah, thanks for tuning in and watching the stream, and hopefully you'll be tuning in for Kill Team or for the Kill Team Open stream. We'll see you then. Bye bye.
It's gone.
De verdad, sí. Sí.
I don't have any way to reach him either.
Yeah, I don't know. Do we know his Discord?
Someone, what?
Chris Bacci's Discord. Chris B. We need Chris for the award ceremony. I can't start without the third place.
Una pose generalesca.
No, pero de Victoria.
Y ellos que hagan lo que quieran con las fotos. Se gestionen como quieran.
El tío es majo, ¿eh?
¿Mis amigas? Amigas parando los
Yeah, we need to put your score in.
Yeah, it was.
Who was the attacker?
He was Tiger.
Okay, and then how many?
50. ¿Cuántos puntos has hecho de primarias? 10 and 3.
For him?
10 or 8 and 3?
No, 9.
Yeah.
No, 7 y 4.
7 and 4.
Okay. For you?
7 and 4, and for me 10 and 6? 9 and 6. Le ayudo.
Hostia, sabe disfrutar ella, ¿eh? Sí, sí, no. Ya me queda bien.
Me queda bien. Ah, no.
Si me hubiera dado un poco cuenta de ese lanzallamas, ahí me lo hemos estado todavía, ¿eh?
A ver, te has complicado porque para que tú hicieras plantas, ibas con un tío.
Sí, eso está
Plantas
claro.
sí vas a
El único que me podía salvar era este y por la coña esta.
Te has comido la esta, o sea que... La verdad, no se te olvídate. Yo iba por delante de ti en primaria y en secundaria se ha puntuado. Era difícil que tú me la ganas.
Sí,
Se iba a estar muy apretado, se iba a estar como 15-14, 15-13, algo así.
sí, porque llegar aquí hasta el triangular me iba a costar un cojón. Y plantar la bandera igual, alguna mierda así como he hecho al final.
Sí, eso, no se podía hacer, o sea,
Sí.
las dos las iba a puntuar seguro. Pero...
La única que era el triangular este. Pero ya te digo, la cagada ha sido que no he priorizado el puntuar una a una y quedarme aquí un poco atrás, ¿sabes? Como para hacer luego... Es que me lo llevo diciendo Carlos todo el torneo, que no pide.
Ya.
¿Sabes? Es que me he comido indirectos en todas las partidas que he jugado, tío. En todas.
Chris is on his way.
Pues en este torneo me lo he liado 3 veces con eso.
Pero es difícil porque...
No, ya cambio, ya dejo los
piensa que
ataques.
estás muy seguro y de repente...
Te lo dije, lo más importante de los Harlequins es
Creo que mejora midiendo, ¿eh? Un poquito.
Te voy a jugar puta madre.
No, claro, o sea, que al final se gana.
There he is.
Sí, y la anterior partida...
Y me parece que se respeta.
Un poco más. ¿Cuánto tiempo lleva con...? ¿Tú te acuerdas cuando dije tengo que cambiar de equipo? 3 semanas. 3, 4... Hablé contigo, te dije.
I was like, we can't start without the third place. Okay. Kill team player. Oh God. Okay. Kill team players.
Kill team players! Yes!
Third place
Third place!
for the championships.
For the championships!
Chris Bocci.
Chris Bucky!
I think it's Adrian, but let me check. I need my comms. Comms. Second place,
Second place!
Adrian Garcia.
Adrian Garcia!
First place,
First place!
Ace.
Ace!
Vegas, baby! Yes, sir.
Thanks!
Tenemos que facturar.
Thank you.
Fantastic players. I am actually decent. I know. Good luck transporting it back, though. Rápido.
Coge el premio.
All right.
Dirty little smudge on your record. You gave him a shoulder. Yeah, but the score is the score.
No, we're playing.
Good job.
Thanks, Adam, for this wonderful event.
Of course, man.
It was amazing.
Thank you so much for
So much,
everything, man.
yeah.
Really kicks some ass. Thank
He's going to come down. If you could just stick around, we'll get him done.
Yeah.
And we've given our
things can go back.
Tom can have this
Narrative.
if he wants, right?
Yeah.
Yep, you'll see me there. And while I'm taking that guard leaving, I think I'm going to stick with him. And I love my kind of shit asshole.
General.
He might win. He might win.
No. Yeah. Let me go to the room and I go back.
Ah, there we go.
Party, Spanish Armada.
If you want.
Would
you be able to get this
Bueno, mira, diciendo...
I'm flying home, but I'll figure it out.
I pay taxes here. Yeah. A lot of
I
taxes.
made this, and he said he was going to get a plaque and never did, so.
Yeah, that's true. De trabajador público, ¿eh? Bueno, no voy a jugar aquí ni un mes, ¿eh? I'm joking.
Yeah, of course.
And what is the check for the winners? Yeah, I hear that it was a big check for the winners. No? Oh, so we need to stay here? I think you might be in the running. So, do you know the time?
I think it's 7.
At 7.
I'll check.
Okay, thank you. Que hay otra ceremonia de ITC, lo mismo, y lo mismo tengo que ir, lo mismo no, porque no queda primero. ITC es el sistema que mide lo que te he dicho del mejor del mundo, eso es ITC. Es como la compañía que mide los resultados de los torneos y tal. ¿Qué vamos a hacer ahora? Descansar. Thank you, love, por acompañarme en este viaje de friquismo. Ya. Aquí están todas las victorias. Un programa de televisión. He jugado muy flojo. Podría haber jugado. Suerte y con algunas partidas buenas también. No quiero dejar nada. Ya, lo voy a mandar a la lista. So,
Well, they relisted it.
¿Y se nos oía hablar?
My buddy to bid on it for me, so I got it for $30. And then it replayed for free and so it was low at the bottom. And it worked, so I got
Muchísimo.
So some guy emailed me back and forth and told me yeah, and I got this Come to the Bay Area, the San Francisco Bay Area.
Yeah.
Stop by and give you a birthday.
Okay, thank you. I want to go to San Francisco. I've never been there, but so
There's Bay Area open in May, but I don't know if they'll have built-in. It might just be one.
Okay, thank you so much.
Yeah.
Enjoy. Bueno, amigos y amigas, a toda la gente de Dada, de los jugadores, de DC, estamos, misión cumplida, hemos conseguido una segunda plaza que sabe muy bien. ¡Viva Las Vegas! Voy a soñar con unas llamas. Good job. You're this with a